Alex P. Kincaid existed. It felt less like living, more like a low hum in the background of someone else's, slightly more interesting, life. His world wasn't grayscale. That would imply some form of dramatic, post-apocalyptic desolation. No, Alex's world was strictly, uncompromisingly beige. The color of worn carpeting, lukewarm instant coffee, filing cabinets, and sensible slacks. The color of forgetting what day it was because they all bled together. He resided in an apartment that matched his existence. Studio, ground floor, because rent was manageable. It contained exactly one piece of decor chosen with conscious thought, a print of a single dandelion seed head, ready to disperse. He, D, bought it years ago, drawn to its fragile potential, its promise of movement. It sat above his perpetually empty desk, a silent, slightly mocking contrast to his static reality. The rest was second-hand, functional, anonymous. A sofa that felt suspiciously like it had once been someone else's very patient cat's scratching post. A small, square table, scarred with rings from countless cups of tea drunk while scrolling aimlessly online. Morning arrived not with birdsong or the vibrant dawn, but with the electronic chirrup of a cheap phone alarm and the distant groan of the building's ancient plumbing. Alex would shuffle to the minuscule kitchen, a space where culinary adventure died a swift, ignominious death, and fill his electric kettle. Breakfast was either lukewarm cereal or toast that often ended up too dark on one side. There were never any decisions to make about what to wear. It was one of 6 identical button-down shirts, beige, naturally, or a forgiving pale blue, standard-issue grey or khaki trousers, and the same pair of practical, slightly too worn shoes. His commute was a ritual of comfortable anonymity. Public transport, specifically the bus. He always aimed for a window seat, pulling out a book he wouldn't truly read, instead watching the blur of the city pass by. People flowed around him, conversations happening in low tones, phone screens flashing. He was a ghost in the machine, observing without participating. Sometimes, he, D, make eye contact, a fleeting, unintentional glance, and the other person would look away quickly, their eyes gliding over him as if he were part of the bus upholstery. Invisible. It was a familiar feeling, a dull ache behind the ribs that he, D, learned to live with. The office, Pierce and Platt Data Solutions, was peak beige. A maze of fabric-covered cubicles under a ceiling of humming fluorescent lights that cast a sallow, unwavering glow. The air always smelled faintly of recycled printer paper, cheap air freshener attempting, and failing, to mask stagnant odors, and the indefinable scent of corporate resignation. Alex's cubicle, 4B, was distinguished only by the small, yellowed motivational poster someone had left behind. Teamwork makes the dream work. Alex worked alone. His job title was something long and vaguely important sounding, but the reality was simple: analyst. Specifically, he analyzed data sets related to the obscure operational efficiency of regional office supply chains. He tracked shipments of staples and correlated trends in toner cartridge depletion. His brain felt like a filing cabinet sometimes, neat and organized but profoundly lacking in exciting content. His tasks were repetitive, requiring meticulous attention to detail but zero creative thought or genuine problem-solving. Just spreadsheets. Endless, colorless spreadsheets. There was Beryl from accounting, whose cubicle faced his. She had a vast collection of novelty mugs and sighed heavily, frequently. To his left was Ken, who chewed gum loudly and whistled off-key. Alex exchanged polite, minimal greetings. Morning, afternoon, okay weekend. Words offered like necessary but slightly unappealing bureaucratic forms. He knew nothing about their lives, and they, presumably, knew nothing about his. It was a professional purgatory of superficial pleasantries and enforced proximity without connection. Lunch was invariably a sandwich eaten alone at his desk or in the break room if Beryl wasn't in it. He didn't venture out. It seemed like too much effort, required too much interaction with a world he felt tangential to. He, D, scroll through news articles, skimming headlines about events that felt impossibly distant. Geopolitical tensions, celebrity scandals, scientific breakthroughs. It was happening, out there, to other people, people who seemed to do things, to have impact. He just tracked staples. His greatest culinary thrill at work was selecting a different flavor of instant noodle for his occasional late nights when a report deadline loomed, rarely. Chicken. Beef. Sometimes shrimp, if he felt truly rebellious. This quiet defiance was the height of his rebellion against the blandness. The pungent steam rising from the cup was almost intoxicating in its mild variance. His evenings were equally predictable. Back on the bus, back to the studio apartment, back to the quiet. Dinner was often another encounter with instant noodles, or maybe scrambled eggs if he felt like expanding his culinary horizons. He didn't cook properly, felt like too much mess for one person. Afterwards, he sink into the beige sofa. Netflix. Scrolling. The faint glow of the screen reflected in his quiet eyes. He watched shows about people having dramatic lives, people solving crimes, falling in love, exploring space. They moved through vibrant, consequential worlds. His screen glowed, his life stood still. He had friends once, back in university, but drifting had happened. Different paths, different cities, different priorities. He wasn't great at keeping in touch, and frankly, neither were they. The inertia of his life was strong, pulling him back into its orbit every time he felt the urge to reach out. What would he say? Still tracking staples, slight increase in District 3's output. Exciting stuff. Dating was a particularly painful form of exquisite torture. He tried the apps, encouraged by the vague promise of connection. Profile picture? Just a simple headshot, trying not to look too awkward, failed. Bio? Enjoys quiet nights, reading, and analytical challenges. It was all true, but it didn't exactly scream adventure or sparks flying. He remembered one particularly awkward coffee date. Sarah, perhaps? Or maybe Emily. She asked him about his job. He launched into a carefully neutral, brief explanation. She nodded slowly, eyes glazing over somewhere around regional metrics. He tried to ask about hers. It involved designing community art programs, messy and passionate work. He listened, fascinated by the sheer color of it all, by her energy. He wanted to ask more, to connect with that vibrancy. That sounds challenging, he'd managed, lamely. She smiled, a polite, tight little smile. It is rewarding, though. You find the staple distribution rewarding? He felt his cheeks heat up. It has its own structure. He couldn't articulate the sterile satisfaction of a perfectly formatted spreadsheet column. It sounded pathetic out loud. There was a lull, filled only by the clatter of coffee cups around them. He searched for something else to say, anything, please, to bridge the chasm. Maybe a funny observation? A shared interest? His mind was blank. Analytical power, zero conversational lubricant. She had checked her phone then, suddenly remembered a pressing engagement. It was interesting meeting you, Alex. He knew interesting in that context was the polite euphemism for this is over. He watched her go, the color draining from the cafe as she left, leaving him alone with his lukewarm coffee and the echoing silence. He deleted the app later that night. It required putting himself out there, showing his beige existence, and getting confirmed feedback that it wasn't enough. Better to just exist quietly. Family history was another blank space. His parents had passed away years ago, quietly, leaving him an empty house to sort through, a few photos, and no tales of grand adventures or mysterious relatives. He knew the basic tree. Kincaid, Pringle, Henderson. All seemed to be firmly rooted in practical, understated professions. Accountants, librarians, local shopkeepers. Respectable, forgettable. He had a box under his bed, full of old family photos. Stiff, black and white images. People with serious expressions, wearing scratcher-looking clothes, posing formally in front of brick houses or posed studios. Aunts, uncles, cousins he never met, hadn't even known existed sometimes until sorting through papers after his parents died. He looked at them sometimes, these flat, two-dimensional figures. Who were they? Did they have dreams? Did they ever break free from their own forms of beige? They felt like strangers, distant ancestors connected to him only by a surname, not by shared experience or living memory. His heritage felt like an empty ledger. Sometimes, usually late at night when the beige world outside felt furthest away, a restless dissatisfaction would bubble up. It wasn't quite unhappiness, more like a quiet desperation. A yearning. A powerful, undefined longing for more. For spontaneity, for a challenge, for something unpredictable. DC movies about treasure hunts, hear stories about people backpacking across continents, stumbling upon ancient ruins. Read historical accounts of bold innovators and daring explorers. It felt like they were playing on a different frequency, a channel broadcasting vivid, high-stakes signals while he was stuck on static. Dream vague, shapeless dreams of escaping, of doing something important, something that left a mark. But how? He had no special skills outside of analyzing spreadsheets and making reliably uninspiring meals. He had no connections, no mentors, no map out of the beige maze. The path laid out for him seemed clear: more cubicles, more bus rides, eventual retirement in a small, predictable apartment, probably still eating instant noodles. The sheer, crushing predictability of it all felt like a slow suffocation. He occasionally browsed travel websites, looking at pictures of places so saturated with color they seemed unreal. Turquoise waters, bustling spice markets, ancient stone carved with intricate details. He'd add them to a someday list, a collection of pixels and potential that grew longer even as his belief in actually doing any of it shrank. Someday. The most insidious word in his vocabulary, a polite way of saying probably never. His internal life was far more vibrant than his external reality. In his head, he could be the intrepid detective piecing together complex clues, the daring adventurer navigating treacherous landscapes, the brilliant strategist anticipating his opponent's moves. But the door to that world felt locked from the outside, his hands too weak or too clumsy to find the key. Another Tuesday blurred into another Wednesday. Another carefully categorized batch of toner usage reports submitted. Another bus ride home where he blended seamlessly into the urban landscape. He heated water for the beef flavor instant noodles, the faint aroma momentarily breaking through the beige. He sat on the sofa, the remote control a familiar weight in his hand. Just another night. Just another chapter of the same unwritten, unexciting story. The hum of the fridge, the distant siren, the rhythmic click of the keyboard from an upstairs neighbor. These were the soundtracks to his life. He felt like a forgotten character in a background scene, waiting for his cue that would never come. He stood up, stretching. Needed to get the mail. Another beige ritual. Bills, junk mail, flyers for local pizza places he never order from. He walked to the communal mailbox cluster by the front door. Mr. Henderson from 2B was just leaving, nod and polite grimace exchanged. Mrs. Gable from 1A was sorting her stack, humming slightly off-key. More beige sounds. Alex retrieved his small pile. An energy bill reminder, a coupon booklet for a grocery store across town, an ad for pest control, a charity donation request. All standard. All expected. He flipped through them as he walked back towards his apartment door. And then, his thumb brushed against something different. It wasn't the weight of junk mail, thin and flexible. It wasn't a standard envelope, the cheap paper translucent in places. This was heavier, crisp, cream-colored. The kind of paper you felt was significant just by its texture. No glossy graphics, no urgent open immediately sales pitch. He stopped just inside his door, the click of the lock echoing in the quiet hallway. He held the envelope in his hand. It felt substantial. On the front, his name, Mr. Alexander P. Kincaid. Written not by machine print, but in elegant, flowing script that seemed out of time. And below his address, embossed, a small, almost regal-looking seal he didn't recognize. Intertwined initials beneath a stylized crest, somehow both understated and authoritative. His heart, usually a steady, unremarkable beat, gave a small, surprising jump. This was not beige. This was a color he couldn't immediately name. It was out of sequence, an anomaly in the predictable flow of his life. A flicker of something unfamiliar ignited in his chest. Not quite fear, not quite excitement, just pure, unadulterated unpredictability. He stood there for a long moment, the familiar smells of his apartment seeming alien now, pushed aside by the strange scent of expensive paper and anticipation. The hum of the fridge faded into the background. The dandelion seed on the wall seemed to quiver with silent energy, finally seeing its potential reflected back. Holding the letter carefully, almost reverently, Alex Kincaid, analyst of staple flow and custodian of beige, felt the quiet rhythm of his life hesitate, stutter, and then hold its breath. This wasn't part of the plan. He didn't have a plan, but whatever it was, This was off script. It felt heavy in his hand, weighted with an unknown significance. The creamy envelope, an absolute outlier in his stack of drab paper, represented not just a disruption to his evening routine, but a potential crack in the very foundation of his meticulously unspectacular existence. He looked at the elegant script of his name again. Mr. Alexander P. Kincaid. Addressed directly to him, demanding his attention. The silent yearning for unpredictability he usually quelled had suddenly, violently, collided with reality. His thumb rested on the edge of the sealed flap. The future, which had always felt like a straight, uneventful road stretching to the horizon, suddenly twisted, disappearing around a sharp, unknown corner. His hand trembled slightly as he brought the letter closer, the unusual seal demanding he acknowledge its existence, acknowledge that something profound had arrived on his very normal Tuesday evening. He looked at the envelope again, this strange artifact dropped into his world of monochrome. This felt different. Very, very different. The cream-colored envelope lay on Alex's worn kitchen counter, an anomaly of texture and formality amidst a landscape of instant noodle packets and chipped mugs. Alex stared at it. The elegant script, the unusual seal. They felt like remnants of a dream, incompatible with the persistent, dull reality of his beige apartment. He picked it up again, tracing the raised outline of the crest with his finger. It was real. Whatever it was undoubtedly real. For a solid 15 minutes, he didn't open it. He busied himself with the mundane, emptying the kettle, putting the single dirty spoon in the sink. Each small, familiar action was a frantic, silent assertion of control in a world that, for the first time in years, felt entirely uncertain. He wasn't good with uncertainty. Uncertainty didn't fit neatly into spreadsheets. Finally, with a breath he didn't realize he was holding, he carefully slid his index finger under the flap and broke the seal. It didn't rip easily, the paper was too robust. Inside was a single, heavy sheet, also cream-colored, printed with crisp black text. The letterhead read, in elegant but understated font, Messrs. Atherton and Stern LLP Counselors at Law Suite 400, the Sterling Building Metropolis City date, a date from the previous week, adding to the sense of a slightly delayed arrival, confidential and urgent Mr. Alexander P. Kincaid, his address, Dear Mr. Kincaid, this firm acts on behalf of the estate of the late Mr. Alastair Kincaid. We regret to inform you of Mr. Kincaid's passing. Alex's brow furrowed. Alastair Kincaid? The name sounded vaguely familiar, like someone mentioned once, fleetingly, perhaps in those forgotten photos. Or maybe he was confusing him with someone else entirely. He couldn't place an Alastair in his recent memory, certainly not anyone he expected to hear about, let alone mourn. He was the last known descendant of this Alastair Kincaid, the letter went on to explain with legal precision, and as such, was designated the primary party of interest regarding his will and estate. The rest was a formal summons. He was required to attend their offices at his earliest convenience for a private meeting concerning matters of significant import pertaining to the aforementioned estate. A phone number and extension were provided for scheduling. We look forward to your prompt response to this urgent matter. Sincerely, Peregrine Atherton Senior Partner. Alex read it twice. Then a third time. Significant import? That phrase resonated, weighty and out of place. Who was Alastair Kincaid? What kind of matters required a summons from a firm like Atherton and Stern, judging by the look and feel of their stationery? It certainly wasn't a follow-up to a forgotten loan or a parking ticket dispute. He felt a tickle of something other than dread or inertia. Curiosity. Genuine, unexpected curiosity. It nudged against his usual caution, winning. He looked up the address. The Sterling Building. He knew it by reputation, one of the oldest, most prestigious buildings downtown, soaring high above the Cubicle farms. Law firms there didn't deal in toner contract disputes. Hesitantly, the next morning, Alex dialed the number from his desk phone at Pierce & Platt, keeping his voice low. He was technically allowed personal calls, but he felt guilty even requesting such a small piece of variance in his workday. Atherton and Stern, how may I direct your call? The voice on the other end was cool, professionally modulated. Ah, yes. Hello. My name is Alexander Kincaid. I received a letter from Mr. Atherton regarding an Alastair Kincaid estate. Alex fumbled, the words feeling clumsy on his tongue. There was a beat of silence, a subtle shift in the atmosphere on the other end of the line. The neutrality sharpened into a focused attention that made Alex instinctively straighten his posture in his cheap office chair. "One moment, please, Mr. Kincaid. I will connect you immediately." The voice, previously just politely dismissive, now held a note of efficiency bordering on eagerness. He was put on hold. The hold music wasn't generic elevator music, but quiet, classical piano. It sounded expensive. After only seconds, a new voice came on the line. Deeper, crisper, emanating authority. "Mr. Kincaid? This is Mr. Ainsworth. I'm a partner here at Atherton & Stern, handling the primary legal details of the Alistair Kincaid estate." "Oh. Hello, Mr. Ainsworth," Alex managed. "I received your letter. About Mr. Kincaid passing away." "Yes, my deepest condolences on your loss," Ainsworth said, the sympathy sounding practiced. "Although I understand you may not have been intimately acquainted." "No, I honestly don't recall meeting anyone by that name," Alex admitted, feeling a flush creep up his neck. Was this whole thing a mistake? Had they confused him with someone else? "Are you sure it's me? Alexander P. Kincaid?" "Perfectly sure, Mr. Kincaid. Our preliminary investigations and document verification are quite thorough," Ainsworth replied, his voice utterly confident. Mr. Alistair Kincaid, while perhaps a private individual in his later years, was very particular about his affairs. The records detailing your familial link, however distant, are indisputable. Alex just blinked, his cubicle walls feeling even more restrictive than usual. Indisputable familial link to someone he'd never heard of. "Mr. Kincaid, the nature of the estate necessitates we meet with you personally, and quickly," Ainsworth continued, injecting urgency into the formal tone. "Would it be possible for you to come to our offices tomorrow?" Tomorrow? That was disruptive. He had those toner reports due. Ken was chewing gum particularly loudly today. Could he cope without Alex there as a quiet buffer? Tomorrow? "I have work," Alex stammered, the word feeling incredibly small. There was a brief, almost imperceptible pause from Ainsworth, the kind that indicated a quiet recalibration of perspective. "Mr. Kincaid," Ainsworth said, and this time the tone held a new, smooth certainty that bypassed the concept of work entirely. "The matters we need to discuss, I can assure you, they dwarf any professional obligations you may currently have." The sheer, unblinking finality in that statement silenced Alex more effectively than any shouting. He stared at the spreadsheet on his monitor, the neat rows and columns suddenly looking utterly ridiculous. Dwayne from across the aisle cleared his throat loudly, yanking Alex back to his drab reality. But Ainsworth's words hung in the air, "dwarf any professional obligations." What could possibly dwarf tracking toner depletion? "Right," Alex said, the word tasting of dust. "Right. Okay. Yes. Tomorrow is fine. What time?" They settled on mid-morning. Ainsworth gave him explicit, slightly unnerving instructions. "Do not discuss this with anyone. Arrive promptly. Ask for him directly at reception." The call ended, leaving Alex with the persistent classical music still playing in his head and a churning knot in his stomach. He somehow got through the rest of the day. He avoided Beryl's attempts at conversation. He stared at spreadsheets he couldn't process, the numbers swimming before his eyes. He was going to the Sterling building tomorrow. To talk about a dead great-uncle he never met. What could it be? Some minor bequest? An old armchair? Perhaps he was mentioned in a distant corner of a vast family tree that came with a nominal sum. Anything felt more probable than matters of significant import. He went home, made beef flavor noodles, and stared at the dandelion print, feeling anything but adrift. He felt tethered, suddenly and unexpectedly, to something large and unknown. The next morning, getting ready felt surreal. He agonized over his limited wardrobe, eventually settling on his least worn pale blue shirt and grey trousers. They still felt cheap, rumpled compared to the images in his mind of the Sterling building's probable inhabitants. He took the bus part of the way, then, making another unprecedented decision fueled by nerves and a faint sense of occasion, hailed a taxi for the final stretch. The meter clicking felt extravagant, further amplifying the strangeness of the day. The Sterling building was everything the beige world wasn't. Soaring stone facade, polished brass doors, a vast, cool lobby filled with hushed activity and the scent of expensive floor wax. Alex felt impossibly small, visibly out of place as people in crisp suits moved purposefully around him. His practical shoes squeaked faintly on the marble floor. He approached the security desk, state his name, feeling heat rise on his cheeks. The guard checked a list, his expression shifting slightly. The same subtle sharpening of attention from the phone call. He directed Alex to the elevators. Polished chrome, silent and swift, whisking him up to the 40th floor with disconcerting speed. Stepping out, he was met with a vista of quiet luxury. Plush, deep pile carpeting that swallowed the sound of footsteps. Walls adorned with understated, undoubtedly valuable abstract art. The air here smelled of lemon polish and paper. Good paper. The reception area was serene, dominated by a large window with a sweeping city view that made his office look like a dollhouse. The receptionist was sleekly professional, her smile practiced, her eyes taking in his slightly disheveled appearance with an entirely neutral gaze. Good morning. I'm Alexander Kincaid. I have an appointment with Mr. Ainsworth. His voice sounded reedy in the hushed space. Certainly, Mr. Kincaid. Please take a seat. He will be with you shortly. She gestured to a low, comfortable sofa facing a coffee table displaying pristine copies of financial journals. Alex sat on the edge of the cushion, feeling profoundly uncomfortable. He didn't touch the magazines. He just looked out the window, the sheer scale of the city spread below feeling suddenly imposing, waited. His mind offered beige distractions. Toner levels in Sector C, the looming dread of annual performance reviews. But they bounced off the polished walls of this new reality. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 5 minutes, the receptionist directed him down a silent corridor to a large door marked Peregrine Atherton. She didn't lead him in, simply indicated the door and returned to her post. He knocked lightly. A voice called, "Enter." He pushed the door open and stepped inside. The office was vast, quiet, and filled with the golden light filtering through yet another large window. Dark, polished wood paneled the walls, lined with crowded bookshelves holding leather-bound volumes. An imposing desk sat center, behind which sat a man in a perfectly tailored suit, looking up as Alex entered. This had to be Ainsworth. To the side, seated in a wingback chair, was another person. A woman, equally sharp-suited, with intelligent eyes that seemed to assess him in a single glance. Mr. Kincaid. Thank you for coming, Mr. Ainsworth said, standing and extending a hand. He was older than his voice sounded, his face lined, but his handshake was firm, his grip unexpectedly warm. Peregrine Atherton sends his apologies. An urgent matter required his attention. I am Marcus Ainsworth. Please, have a seat. He gestured to one of 2 client chairs facing the desk. Alex sat down, nodding stiffly. He was intensely aware of how small and out of his depth he felt. And this is Miss Evelyn Albright, a valued colleague who will assist in explaining some of the administrative facets of the estate, Ainsworth introduced, gesturing to the woman. Miss Albright offered a small, composed smile and a brief nod. Her eyes held a calm, knowing air that somehow felt even more unnerving than Ainsworth's direct gaze. She looked efficient, precise, and capable of handling anything. Alex mentally categorized her as unknowable variable. Ainsworth sat back down. The air settled. The formality was almost oppressive. Mr. Kincaid, we appreciate this is likely unexpected and perhaps bewildering. Your great-uncle, Alastair Kincaid, was, as I mentioned, a rather private individual. Yes, Alex managed. I'm afraid I didn't know him. Ainsworth inclined his head slightly. That is not uncommon. Mr. Kincaid spent significant periods abroad and cultivated a low public profile concerning certain affairs. His lineage tracing became necessary following his passing, as his closest living relations were, regrettably, no longer with us. He paused, leaning forward slightly. The tone shifted subtly, from formal pleasantries to the business at hand. Mr. Kincaid, your great-uncle passed away approximately 10 days ago. In the absence of a spouse or children, and following an exhaustive search for any direct nieces or nephews, which proved fruitless. The terms of his will dictate that the entirety of his estate is to be bequeathed to his next of kin, which, as our investigations confirmed, is yourself. Alex felt a distant buzzing start in his ears. Entirety? Next of kin? He opened his mouth, closed it again. His entire estate. The entirety, Ainsworth confirmed gravely. Mr. Alistair Kincaid accumulated significant holdings over his lifetime, primarily through what could be described as obscure historical investments and properties. These ventures began generations ago, and Mr. Kincaid was exceptionally successful in expanding and diversifying them. Ainsworth paused again, building the moment. Miss Albright sat impassively, watching Alex. Then, he delivered the line that shattered the beige glass of Alex's reality. Mr. Kincaid, Great-Uncle Alistair's estate, comprising liquid assets, extensive property holdings across multiple continents, equity in dozens of corporations, and various private collections and artifacts, has been valued at precisely $8,437,512,605.14. The number hung in the air, a monstrous, abstract concept that refused to fit anywhere in Alex's comprehension. 8 billion? He didn't even know how many zeros that had. He pictured his current bank balance. Modest, sometimes precarious towards the end of the month. It was a single grain of sand on an infinite beach compared to the number Ainsworth had just calmly uttered. It wasn't just money, it was an avalanche of abstract capital, a number so vast it lost all meaning. His head swam. The elegant room, the sharp lawyers, they seemed to recede, become distant, muffled. 8 billion. The number pounded in his brain, senseless and overwhelming. His job involved analyzing data points in the tens of thousands. He earned in the low five figures. His beige existence had constraints, boundaries, a clear ceiling. This was limitless, boundless, terrifying. I think I misheard you, Alex said, his voice barely a whisper. Mr. Ainsworth didn't react, simply reaffirmed. 8,437,512,605.14, Mr. Kincaid. Excluding the residual value of certain long-term or incalculable assets, naturally, though those contributions are substantial. Miss Albright spoke now, her voice cool and clear, cutting through Alex's disbelief. This was the beginning of the suggestive but classy dialogue scene, not overtly suggestive of anything physical, but hinting at the transformative nature of this wealth in a way that would be utterly suggestive of a different reality to Alex. The immediate liquid component, she said, leaning forward slightly, is a little over 1 billion, already transferred to an initial holding account we have established. The income generated by the various investments alone, Mr. Kincaid, is substantial. More than sufficient, one might say, to handle, quite literally any lifestyle requirement or desire you might conceivably develop. She paused, meeting Alex's dazed gaze directly. Her eyes were intelligent, steady. Think of this, Mr. Kincaid, she continued, her voice dropping slightly, becoming less formal, more insightful. Most people live lives defined by limits. Financial limits, practical limits. Your life, as of this moment, has just lost almost all of those boundaries. It doesn't just open doors, it removes walls you didn't even know existed. Privacy will become a commodity. Simple choices become complex logistical exercises. The world bends differently around this level of capital. Every interaction, every potential relationship, carries a different weight. You are stepping onto a global stage now, Mr. Kincaid, whether you feel prepared for the spotlight or not. It's not merely wealth, it is a fundamental alteration of your place in the world. Alex just stared at her, processing her words not as an offer of opulence, but as a prophecy of bewildering, unavoidable change. Removing walls he didn't know existed. Privacy a commodity. The world bending differently. It sounded less like a gift and more like a diagnosis. He looked at his hands, the fingers that typed out numbers related to toner. How could he possibly navigate a world that bent around $8 billion? He couldn't even pick out a consistent, stylish outfit for this meeting. This section served as the core satisfying action sequence. The rapid-fire delivery of unbelievable figures, the overwhelming weight of the inheritance described by Ainsworth and Albright, bombarding Alex with the sheer scale of his new reality. It wasn't fists and kicks, but information delivered like blunt force trauma to his understanding of existence. Ainsworth cleared his throat gently, reclaiming the reins. Miss Albright is correct in underscoring the paradigm shift, Mr. Kincaid. It is our firm's duty, and privilege, to assist you in navigating these complexities. The will is extensive. Mr. Alistair Kincaid was meticulous. His wishes extend beyond simple financial bequest. This was it. The source mentioned in the summary, and perhaps the twist beginning to reveal itself. It wasn't just dumb luck and old money. He details not just the distribution of assets, Ainsworth continued, flipping through a thick binder on his desk, but outlines specific stipulations regarding his heir. A significant portion of the inheritance is tied to fulfilling certain conditions he has laid out. He refers to them as the Enrichment Journey. Alex blinked slowly. Enrichment Journey? What did analyzing toner levels prepare him for that? The initial dispersal we've mentioned, the $1 billion in liquidity, is immediate. This is to facilitate your immediate needs and logistical requirements as you embark upon the first phase, Ainsworth explained. However, access to the entire estate, and particularly to the deeper, generating assets that produce this ongoing revenue, is contingent upon your successful completion of this journey. And, what does this journey involve? Alex asked, finding his voice again, though it felt shaky. Mr. Ainsworth closed the binder. That, Mr. Kincaid, is precisely where the cryptic aspect, as I believe your letter put it, comes into play. Your great-uncle did not simply list tasks. He embedded clues. Across his properties, within artifacts he collected, tied to family history, an elaborate trail. Each completed step, documented and verified by ourselves as the executors, unlocks the next portion of the legacy and, we presume, reveals the next step of the journey. Miss Albright added, Mr. Kincaid believed, perhaps rightly, that inheriting this magnitude of wealth requires more than mere relation. It requires a certain character, a willingness to understand where it came from, and the ability to apply oneself. The journey appears designed to test that. Alex felt a laugh bubble up, strained and humorless. Test him? His most challenging test lately was remembering everyone's preferred coffee order on Tuesdays. Ainsworth looked at him solemnly. This is quite serious, Mr. Kincaid. Your rivals, should they appear? And based on preliminary inquiries, you must prepare yourself for that inevitability. We'll certainly take it seriously. Rivals? Greedy relatives, the summary mentioned. Oh, joy! Add grasping strangers to the list of bewildering problems. Should you fail to complete the journey to our satisfaction, based on the will's rather specific, though interpreted, criteria, Ainsworth concluded, his tone sobering, the bulk of the estate, while not explicitly outlined, appears designated for various charitable foundations. You would, of course, retain a very substantial sum as a primary beneficiary, but the majority, and more importantly, control of the engine generating this wealth, would pass out of your hands. So, he wasn't just instantly rich, he was on probation. A multi-billion-dollar treasure hunt stipulated by a dead man never known, under the watchful eyes of impossibly poised lawyers and the presumed threat of unseen rivals. He looked around the opulent office. It no longer felt like a distant, untouchable world. It felt like the interior of a spaceship he'd been abruptly deposited into, without any flight training, about to be launched towards an unknown galaxy filled with obscure historical investments, riddle-laced artifacts, and rival spaceships already maneuvering for position. He managed to ask a few dazed questions, signed several documents that seemed to shimmer with abstract zeros, and was given a single, key-like item that Ainsworth stated was the starting point. It was small, cold metal, oddly shaped, like a miniature abstract sculpture. Utterly meaningless to Alex. Leaving the office felt like exiting a portal. The elegant door closed behind him, shutting out the hushed calm of the law firm, leaving him alone in the wide, plush corridor. He clutched the metal item in one hand and the papers outlining the incomprehensible billions in the other. He felt profoundly disconnected, standing there in his slightly too small suit. He walked slowly to the elevator, pressed the button. The polished doors slid open silently, inviting him back down to the real world. But he knew, with chilling certainty, that the real world, as he understood it, had ceased to exist somewhere between the 39th and 40th floor of the Sterling building. He stepped out into the grand lobby. The bustling city sounds that filtered in felt aggressive, jarring. People moved past, still seemingly oblivious. But Alex felt exposed. Raw. The blinding glare from the summary wasn't just the theoretical light of wealth, it felt literal now. He felt suddenly, intensely seen, even if no one was looking. Every casual glance felt scrutinizing. Every hushed conversation felt like a whisper about him. He stood near the large brass revolving door, disoriented, clutching his strange treasure. The elegance of the lobby felt less impressive now and more like a cage he hadn't asked to be trapped in. His quiet, beige existence, the safe harbor of anonymity and low expectations, was gone. Annihilated. He was rich, bewildered, and facing an enrichment journey that started with a piece of metal and the unnerving implication that the world was already changing around him. He took a deep, unsteady breath, tasting the unfamiliar expensive air of the lobby. He had billions. He was an heir to secrets and strange quests. He had a target on his back from people he didn't know. And he still hadn't finished those toner reports. He pushed the heavy brass door, stepping out onto the sun-drenched sidewalk. The sudden bright light after the cool interior made him squint, raising a hand to shield his eyes. The city noise hit him, a loud, chaotic symphony. The sheer, unedited moreness of everything felt overwhelming. Traffic surged, people hurried past, their faces a blur of expressions, a million separate, colorful lives. And now, inexplicably, unbelievably, his quiet, beige life was tangled up with a legacy worth $8 billion, propelling him towards a mandatory quest. He looked at the street, then back up at the towering Sterling building, then down at his own 2 feet, still encased in their practical, worn shoes. He felt completely adrift on a golden ocean, no paddle in sight. What was the first step? Where did he go? Who did he even call? He didn't know. The complete, terrifying blankness of the now what hung over him. His heart pounded not with excitement, but with sheer, overwhelming, unprepared dread. He took another tentative step onto the busy street, the crowd parting around him as he stood frozen, a freshly minted billionaire completely lost in the urban wilderness, his future less clear than it had ever been in the predictable, safe world of beige. And just as he was about to try and flag a taxi, feeling the first sting of bewildered panic, he felt a flicker of movement nearby. Someone was watching him from across the street. Not looking, watching. A specific, unwavering gaze that sent a chill down his spine, a clear signal that the rivals and scrutiny Miss Albright mentioned might be even more immediate than he could have imagined. The enrichment journey, or perhaps just the unavoidable reality of his inheritance, had begun. The cream-colored envelope felt impossibly heavy in Alex's hand as he stepped out of the air-conditioned grandeur of the Sterling building and onto the bustling city sidewalk. The afternoon sun, now bright and hot, seemed aggressive after the hushed cool of the law firm. He shielded his eyes, squinting at the torrent of taxis, buses, and hurrying pedestrians. They all looked normal, had a clear place to go, a rhythm to their steps. Alex felt stranded, a statue in the flow, gripping documents that stated he was worth billions of dollars. 8 billion. The number still didn't make sense. It was too big, too abstract. Like saying the distance to the moon. Intellectually, he knew it represented an immense, unimaginable fortune. Emotionally, it felt like monopoly money, unreal and irrelevant to the Alex Kincaid who worried about affording decent groceries or whether his landlord would finally fix that dripping faucet. He should call work. He should, something. His brain, so adept at categorizing data related to paper supply usage, seized up completely when confronted with the infinite data points of limitless wealth. He had a liquid billion. He could hail a private jet to anywhere. Instead, he stood paralyzed on a street corner, vaguely aware of the faint prickle on his neck that suggested Miss Albright's warning about unwanted attention was already manifesting. The brief glance he thought he'd seen across the street felt heavier now, loaded with potential significance. He needed a moment. He needed to breathe. To process. His instincts, honed by years of quiet retreat, told him to find somewhere safe, somewhere quiet, to absorb this tectonic shift. He saw a coffee shop, a small independent one on the corner, not too busy. Sanctuary. Walking in, the scent of roasting beans and warm pastry hit him, blessedly normal. He joined the short queue, fumbling in his worn wallet. He pulled out his usual payment method, a slightly scuffed debit card from his completely unremarkable bank account. He glanced at the card in his hand, then back at the abstract, key-like metal object Ainsworth had given him. The starting point of the enrichment journey, symbol of secrets and conditional billions. The disconnect was nauseating. Next, called the barista, a young woman with vibrant pink streaks in her hair. Alex stepped forward, his mind still wrestling with geometric sums of unimaginable zeros. I'll have just a coffee, please. Medium. Black. For here or to go? To go, he murmured, wanting to escape back into anonymity as quickly as possible. He slid his debit card into the reader. It was declined. He stared at the screen. Transaction denied. Oh, Alex mumbled, heat rushing to his face. His careful monthly budgeting. Had a bill come out early? Was he somehow already out of money? The irony, the terrifying, ridiculous irony, struck him like a physical blow. Inheriting billions only to have his card declined for a $3 coffee? This was peak Alex Kincaid. Is there a problem? The barista asked, a touch of impatience creeping into her voice as the queue behind him shuffled restlessly. Alex fumbled in his wallet again, pulling out cash. He had a $20 bill. Relief flooded him. Thank goodness he'd stopped at the ATM yesterday. Sorry, must be glitchy, he muttered, paying with the 20. Need any change? She asked, counting out coins. And then another wave of absurdity washed over him. He had $8 billion. What was a few dollars in change? It was meaningless. Yet, his brain, so ingrained with the careful habits of scarcity, couldn't just wave it away. Yes. Please. She finished counting, handing him his change and the cup. He took it, nodding awkwardly, muttering a thanks, and escaping towards the door. The $20 bill transaction, requiring cash like some relic from a previous century, now felt more like a deliberate act of rebellion against the surreal absurdity of his new reality than a necessity. He walked out, coffee in hand, the sun still blinding. He saw a small deli with outdoor seating. Lunch. He was starving. The earlier coffee money panic returned slightly, despite the fact he was holding his key to billions in his pocket. What was the easiest way to access the actual money Ainsworth mentioned? The immediate liquid component. He had the papers detailing the account information, but he couldn't exactly waltz into his old high street bank with proof of an $8 billion estate. That felt like a situation straight out of a poorly written comedy sketch. Then he remembered something Miss Albright had said, "We have established an initial holding account." Okay, that sounded more plausible. He should call Atherton and Stern again. But he wanted to try something himself first. A test. Could he just buy a sandwich? With a lot of money. He walked into the small deli. It was bustling, efficient. He looked at the sandwiches on display, ordinary fare he was familiar with. Chicken salad. Tuna. Turkey. The comfort of the known amidst the total unknown of his inheritance was suddenly very appealing. He picked a turkey sandwich, grabbed a bag of chips and a drink. The total came to about $15. He approached the cashier. He quickly located the account details Atherton and Stern had given him. A high-end, completely anonymous-sounding wealth management bank he'd never heard of. It had a direct access facility. It was linked to a card. A small, sleek, black card he'd also been handed, looking more like a piece of minimalist art than a debit card. No numbers, no name, just a logo. He held it now, his normal scuffed debit card still clutched in his other hand like a security blanket. With a deep breath, he put his normal card back. He handed the black card to the cashier. Credit or debit? The cashier asked automatically, not looking at the card, just its sleek black edge. Alex froze. Credit? Debit? Which was it? Ainsworth hadn't specified. Did it matter? He stammered, yes. That one. The cashier looked up, blinked. Sir. Sorry. Just, try it. The cashier shrugged and inserted the card into the machine. The machine beeped. A prompt came up. Not enter PIN. Not signature. Just, verify account. And a number that was clearly not $15. It seemed to be displaying the account balance. Or maybe it was prompting for a confirmation amount related to his identification. Alex didn't know. He saw a number flash on the screen briefly. Something with too many digits. Many zeros. More zeros than should reasonably exist outside of astronomy or the national debt. The cashier's eyes widened slightly. She glanced at the screen, then at Alex, really seeing him for the first time. The plain beige guy holding the minimalist black card. Her smile became instantly wider, bordering on obsequious. Right. Apologies, sir. Just a moment. She fussed with the machine, pressing a few buttons Alex didn't understand. The screen changed again. Transaction approved. Almost immediately. No signature. No PIN. Nothing. She bagged his lunch with unnecessary care, handing it over like it was delicate artwork. Thank you so much, sir. Enjoy your meal. Please, come back anytime. Her eyes lingered on the card as Alex slid it back into his pocket. He mumbled his thanks and retreated to one of the outdoor tables. He ate his sandwich, barely tasting it. Paying $15 felt bizarrely insignificant and profoundly strange, knowing the source account held over $1 billion. He hadn't just paid for lunch, he'd flashed an account balance that had made a seasoned cashier do a double take. This wasn't just inconveniently getting a card declined, it was demonstrating a level of wealth that was impossible to hide. It was the opposite of blending in. He felt like a beacon, suddenly visible in the city he'd previously navigated as a phantom. That feeling of being seen intensified. Walking down the street, heading vaguely towards a place he might try to buy some new clothes, the shopping scene, he became hyper-aware of the gazes. A couple arguing near a fountain? Did their eyes follow him? A street musician playing a sax? Did he slow down as Alex passed? It was probably paranoia, fueled by Ainsworth's warnings and the unsettling interaction at the deli. But it felt real. The world was bending differently. He needed to escape the city center, the visibility. He needed a space to just exist without feeling like a walking wallet or an impending news story. The idea from the summary clicked. Buy a mansion. That sounded excessive, absurd, like something out of a movie. But Ainsworth had said extensive property holdings. Maybe it was a Kincaid solution. He needed privacy, security, room to think. He didn't just pull up a real estate website. He used the contacts Atherton and Stern had provided. A Mr. Sterling, a relation to the building name? Alex barely registered the coincidence, who specialized in high-end, discreet properties. A few calls, stilted, awkward calls from Alex's end, smooth and accommodating from Mr. Sterling's. Something, secluded. Very private. Available immediately. Within 24 hours, properties began appearing, not online listings, but confidential portfolios delivered securely to his temporary hotel room, paid for by Atherton and Stern, naturally. Mansions that were less houses and more compounds. Manors tucked away on acres of private land. Estates behind imposing gates, invisible from public roads. One caught his eye. Blackwood Manor. Situated on 50 acres of woods and sculpted gardens. High walls, a long, winding driveway, aerial photos showing nothing but rooflines peeking above trees. It looked like it had actively retreated from the world. It looked isolated, safe. Beige Alex found the sheer, almost oppressive privacy comforting. It felt like a place where billions could hide. Mr. Sterling arranged a viewing. It was a whirlwind. Gleaming wood, cavernous rooms, views of endless trees, quiet corridors, and a library that smelled faintly of aged paper and beeswax. Alex barely took it all in. He nodded vaguely, asked pragmatic questions like does the plumbing work, and is there decent internet connectivity, much to the barely concealed amusement of Mr. Sterling, who was used to discussing historical architecture and potential appreciation value. It's quiet, Alex offered as his primary criterion. Unparalleled privacy, Mr. Kincaid. Truly a sanctuary, Sterling confirmed, perhaps slightly underwhelmed by the depth of Alex's aesthetic appreciation but clearly thrilled by his apparent readiness to proceed. He bought it. Just like that. One afternoon, sitting on a fainting couch in a formal parlor, he signed papers that transferred title of a property most people only dreamt of. It felt unreal. Like buying an exceptionally large cardboard box. The transfer of funds. Instantaneous. Sterling's congratulations were effusive, professionally controlled. Alex walked out onto the vast, sweeping front steps of Blackwood Manor less than 48 hours after declining a coffee purchase, and now he owned this silent, imposing structure. The contrast wasn't humorous anymore, it was profoundly unsettling. He was the owner of this historical edifice, but he still felt like he was trespassing. Then came the logistics. He needed staff. The house was enormous. He couldn't clean it, cook in its industrial-sized kitchen, or manage its sprawling grounds. Atherton and Stern recommended agencies specializing in estate staff. More interviews, more people who seemed simultaneously deferential and vaguely assessing. He hired a small, bewildered-looking staff. A house manager named Mrs. Higgins, stern but seemingly kind, whose eyebrows arched subtly when Alex requested breakfast cereal for dinner. A groundskeeper, stoic and silent. A cook who specialized in molecular gastronomy and seemed perpetually affronted by Alex's preference for plain food. And a security detail? A couple of quiet, watchful individuals arranged by Ainsworth, whose presence was simultaneously comforting and a constant, grim reminder that the potential threat wasn't just in his head. Moving in was peak surreal. His beige belongings looked even sadder and smaller transported into the palatial rooms. His single box of books went into a library containing thousands of leather-bound volumes. His mismatched mugs were placed in a cupboard filled with antique porcelain teacups. His favorite, slightly lumpy armchair was dwarfed in a sitting room that could comfortably seat 50. He tried to give directions to the staff. Just put things wherever, he'd say, waving vaguely at entire wings of the house. Mrs. Higgins would respond with quiet efficiency and lists of inventory Alex couldn't comprehend. "And where would you like the primary wardrobe collection to be installed, sir? The West Wing dressing room offers superior morning light for selections." "Oh, just wherever you think best. Somewhere I can get shirts," Alex stammered. The sheer vocabulary of wealth was exhausting. His first few days at Blackwood Manor were a study in isolation and absurdity. He got lost regularly, wandering down silent corridors, opening doors to rooms he didn't know existed. A billiard room, a sunroom, a walk-in humidor. He'd navigate by counting doors or landmarks he accidentally recognized. The sheer scale of his home was intimidating, a labyrinth built of marble and dark wood designed for a person much larger and more significant than himself. Attempts at enjoying the luxury were similarly clumsy. He sat alone at a dining table meant for 20, feeling like an errant crumb. He tried lounging by the expansive indoor pool, only to feel self-conscious in his worn swim trunks in the perfectly temperature-controlled air. He'd wander through the gardens, meticulously manicured expanses he hadn't asked for, feeling like a visitor, not an owner. He missed his studio apartment. The predictable size, the familiarity, the total lack of an expectant, deferential staff watching him with quiet, polite curiosity. He missed the mundane struggle for connection because at least that was an active state. Here, the silence was profound, the solitude absolute despite the occasional distant footstep or murmur of the staff. The summary was correct. The loneliness within opulence was a strange, surprising kind of hardship. He was surrounded by more space, more beauty, more luxury, but he felt reduced, smaller than ever. One evening, seeking escape, he found himself retreating to a small, neglected-looking pantry off the main kitchen. It wasn't grand, it was full of neatly labeled jars and tins, practical and humble amidst the house's extravagance. It felt like a space untouched by the grandeur. He closed the door and just sat on a low stool, hidden. He pulled out a packet of biscuits he asked Mrs. Higgins to acquire for him. Normal, supermarket biscuits. He ate them slowly, the simple, dry comfort a stark contrast to the complex meals the cook was capable of creating. Hidden in the pantry, munching on beige biscuits, Alex Kincaid felt the full weight of his ridiculous situation. He was the billionaire heir, hiding in a pantry, eating biscuits. It was high comedy, and deep, hollow isolation, all rolled into one. The dramatic irony theme hummed in the background. The audience knows he could have anything, solve most immediate problems with money, travel the world, but is paralyzed by his internal lack of capacity and the bewildering, almost alien nature of this new world. The clever twist hinted at, the journey, the true nature of the wealth, was the undercurrent. Maybe the solitude wasn't the point, maybe this awkwardness was meant to be temporary, a catalyst. He felt the small, cold key from Alistair in his pocket. He pulled it out, turning it over in his fingers. Ainsworth said it was the starting point. A clue. To what? Where? He'd looked at it, felt nothing but confusion. It was another anomaly, another piece of this baffling, unwanted puzzle. He hadn't dared to try and decipher it yet. It felt safer to hide in the pantry with his biscuits. But hiding wasn't a solution. Ainsworth's warnings, Miss Albright's insights, the feeling of being watched, the declining debit card, the awkward encounters, they were all part of the inescapable reality. He was not meant to hide, he was meant to embark on an enrichment journey. A journey guided by strange objects given by a man he'd never met. A journey necessary to unlock his full inheritance and understand his bizarre heritage. A journey fraught with rivals. He finished the biscuits, brushed the crumbs from his trousers. He couldn't stay in the pantry forever. He stood up, stretched. He needed to figure things out. He needed help. The lawyers? Yes. But the enrichment journey sounded personal. Alistair's challenge. He walked out of the pantry, back into the cavernous, silent kitchen. Dusk was beginning to settle, casting long shadows in the large room. The house felt different in the fading light, somehow more vast, more empty, and quieter than usual. Where was the cook preparing dinner? Where was Mrs. Higgins organizing something with quiet competence? The security detail? They were usually visible, discreetly positioned. Tonight, the silence felt heavy, listening. He walked into the adjoining hall, towards the grand staircase, the setting sun painting streaks of bruised orange and purple through a tall stained glass window he hadn't noticed before. His footsteps echoed unnervingly. He paused, head tilted, straining to hear anything over the sound of his own pulse suddenly accelerating. Was that a faint sound? Upstairs. A floorboard creaking, perhaps? Or maybe the settling sounds of an old house. He tried to rationalize it away. Just nerves. But the feeling of being watched, dormant since leaving the city, flared again, sharp and immediate. He wasn't in the bustling city anymore. He was miles from anywhere, deep within 50 acres of secluded woodland, behind high walls and locked gates. This was his sanctuary. Or it was supposed to be. He slowly walked towards the stairs, every shadow seeming to lengthen, twist into something else. The vastness of the house, meant to offer privacy, now felt exposed, too many blind spots. He reached the foot of the grand staircase, hand on the polished banister. He looked up into the deepening gloom of the upper landing. Another sound. Distinctly upstairs. Less like a creak, more like a soft scuff. Or maybe something being lightly dragged. Definitely from above. Definitely not settling house sounds. His heart hammered against his ribs. He stood frozen, every nerve ending screaming. The solitude of Blackwood Manor had felt empty and lonely just moments ago. Now, it felt inhabited. He reached into his pocket, not for a phone, not for help, but for the small, cold, strange metal key from Alistair. It felt strangely comforting, a solid piece of mystery in this overwhelming one. Was this part of the journey already? A test? Or was this something else? Another noise. Closer this time. From the top of the stairs. A distinct, slow tread. One footstep. Then another. Measured. Deliberate. Someone, or something, was coming down. Into the mansion he bought for solitude. The beige faded completely, replaced by the stark white of primal fear. He wasn't alone. The silent house, bought for its impenetrable privacy, was breached. His hand tightened around Alistair's key. Whatever was at the top of the stairs was descending towards him, and Alex Kincaid, the former beige analyst, heir to billions he couldn't comprehend, found himself standing frozen at the foot of his own grand staircase, entirely unprepared for the reality that his most expensive purchase hadn't bought him security at all, and the dangers associated with his inheritance were now standing steps above him, slowly making their presence known. His lonely manor felt less like a sanctuary and more like a gilded trap. The slow, deliberate footstep echoed again from the top of the grand staircase. Alex Kincaid, owner of a house measured in the millions and an estate measured in the billions, stood frozen, a packet of slightly crushed supermarket biscuits clutched in one hand, Alistair's strange metal key a cold, smooth presence in the other. His heart hammered, a frantic, audible rhythm in the sudden, oppressive silence of Blackwood Manor. His beige mind, used to predicting patterns, toner usage correlated with department reports, screamed. Intruder. Danger. Get help. Call security. But his feet were glued to the spot. He felt rooted, exposed at the base of this absurdly theatrical staircase. Another step. And then the sound of voices. Muffled, but distinctly human. And familiar. I simply maintain the brass polish in the West Wing requires additional application before Mr. Kincaid returns downstairs for the evening, a crisp, low voice said. Chmph. If he returns downstairs at all, came a more resonant, slightly weary reply. Haven't seen him leave that study since 3 o'clock. Barely touched his tea. Alex blinked. Those voices. That sounded like. And then they appeared, slowly descending the wide steps, silhouetted against the distant, fading light filtering through the upper corridor windows. First, Mrs. Higgins, the house manager he had hired only the previous day, impeccable in a neat dark uniform, carrying a small, ornate, silver polishing cloth. Following closely behind was Mr. Beecham, the resident chef, whose disdain for anything simpler than a 7-course meal Alex had already noted with growing dread. He carried a list, frowning at it as he walked. They reached the landing, halfway down, and spotted Alex standing there, rigid and wide-eyed at the bottom, biscuits in hand. Mrs. Higgins stopped, her expression politely neutral but with the slightest hint of surprise registering in her usually placid gaze. Mr. Beecham merely raised one elegant eyebrow fractionally, a silent query hanging in the air. Was the owner of Blackwood Manor hiding by the stairs, eating snacks like a common person? The dramatic tension Alex had built up inside himself collapsed like a badly stacked filing cabinet. His fear dissipated into a wave of mortification so intense his ears felt hot. He, the target of unknown rivals and the heir to a global legacy, had been terrified by his own staff polishing furniture and discussing dinner arrangements. "Ah," Alex managed, his voice a choked squeak. "Mrs. Higgins." "Mr. Beecham." "Mr. Kincaid," Mrs. Higgins replied evenly, reaching the foot of the stairs. "Are you quite all right? We were just concluding our inventory check in the linen press." "Linen press," Alex repeated, the word tasting bland. He gestured vaguely with the biscuit packet. "Yes. Perfectly all right. Just getting some air." Decided against, the study. He felt ridiculous. Mr. Beecham sniffed lightly, eyeing the biscuit packet with an expression that suggested Alex was consuming something akin to compressed dust. "Might I inquire if that will suffice for your evening meal, sir? Or shall I continue preparations for the roasted quail with apricot juice?" Alex flinched internally at the idea of roast quail. No. The quail is great. Biscuits were just an appetizer. An appetizer. He had a real appetite in 2 days. "Very good, sir," Mrs. Higgins said, resuming her silent progress. Mr. Beecham gave a curt nod and headed towards the kitchen wing, no doubt revising his mental notes on the deplorable eating habits of the nouveau riche. Alex stood alone again at the foot of the stairs, the silence of the manor settling once more. Except now it felt less menacing and more vast and echoing. He had mistaken the mundane activities of his bewildered staff for looming threat. It underscored, with brutal clarity, how utterly ill-equipped he was for this life. His jumpiness, his inability to distinguish between a servant polishing brass and a hidden danger, felt pathetic. He owned a mansion, but couldn't navigate his own panic response within its walls. The sheer size of Blackwood Manor was something his mind hadn't fully grasped until he moved in. 50 acres of land provided the required seclusion, the necessary physical barrier against the outside world and its perceived scrutiny. The high stone walls and imposing wrought iron gates were a physical manifestation of the privacy he craved. But the house itself was less a home and more a stately labyrinth. Rooms opened onto rooms. Wings connected in unexpected ways. Staircases appeared where he didn't recall them being. His modest studio apartment had been 500 square feet. Blackwood Manor felt like 50,000. Maybe more. It had 20 bedrooms he never seen, reception halls larger than his entire previous living space, and a seemingly endless array of formal and informal sitting rooms, studies, and ancillary spaces. He got lost constantly. Trying to find the drawing room after being directed there by Mrs. Higgins led him instead to what appeared to be a disused conservatory filled with dusty statues. A search for the closest bathroom from a study ended with him opening the door to a linen cupboard. His internal compass, once sufficient for navigating cubicle rows and bus routes, failed him completely within the manor's sprawling footprint. He developed a habit of leaving discrete objects, a crumpled tissue, a book left askew, as breadcrumbs to find his way back. It felt utterly ridiculous. The staff, though polite and efficient, were a constant, quiet presence he couldn't adjust to. They were professionals, trained to run an estate like this, dedicated to providing seamless, invisible service. But for Alex, whose life prior had been defined by self-sufficiency and anonymity, having someone iron his shirts, which he previously just wore slightly creased, prepare elaborate meals, when he preferred scrambled eggs, or simply appear to replenish a drink he hadn't finished, felt like being perpetually watched by polite, uniformed strangers. Mrs. Higgins, with her pursed lips and surprisingly knowledgeable pronouncements on everything from curtain treatments to genealogical research materials tucked away in the library archives, seemed genuinely perplexed by Alex's habits. He overheard her once, discussing his dietary requests with Mr. Beecham. Frozen pizza and biscuits, Beecham. The man owns an estate that generates, according to Mr. Ainsworth's confidential brief, quarterly returns equivalent to the GDP of a small nation, and he requests microwave meals. Mr. Beecham's responding sigh could curdle milk. Their struggle with his decidedly unsophisticated tastes was a quiet, ongoing comedy. Alex tried explaining. It's just familiar. This was met with polite, blank stares. Familiarity had no place in a Michelin star chef's repertoire. He felt acutely the drama inherent in their quiet confusion and, in some cases among newer staff members recommended by Ainsworth's security team, more watchful, quiet individuals, the thinly veiled suspicion or barely suppressed curiosity about this unexpectedly ordinary man who now commanded such extraordinary wealth. Were they loyal to him? Or to the role? Or perhaps merely to the paycheck derived from his unbelievable fortune? It was impossible for Alex to tell, and that uncertainty added another layer to his isolation. He acquired an entourage of necessary staff, but found no genuine companions. He attempted to engage in the sophisticated side of this life, to appear like a person who belonged here. At Ainsworth's gentle urging, it would be wise, Mr. Kincaid, to begin cultivating your presence amongst relevant circles. He considered hosting a small, initial gathering. Lawyers, financial advisors, perhaps some preliminary connections from his newly revealed family history that Atherton and Stern had provided, a brief, bewildering list of vaguely important-sounding individuals linked by name but not acquaintance. The preparations were left entirely to Mrs. Higgins and Beecham, resulting in an impeccably arranged drawing room and a menu Alex couldn't pronounce half the items on. 6 people were invited. Lawyers, a representative from the Kincaid Family Trust Oversight, someone else he'd never met, and a seemingly benign older distant cousin his parents had lost touch with years ago, resurrected from forgotten Christmas card lists now that his connection to Alistair had surfaced. The attempt was a complete, unmitigated disaster on Alex's part. He had nothing to talk about. His beige life offered no shared experiences with people who casually referenced yacht regattas and philanthropic galas. He tried. Lovely weather, he offered at one point to the trust representative, an immaculately dressed woman named Portia who looked like she could run a multinational corporation blindfolded. She blinked slowly. Indeed. A fine example of localized atmospheric stability. One hopes it prevails for the weekend retreat in Bermuda. Alex mumbled something about Bermuda sounding sunny. He spilled wine. Twice. Once on the intricate, ancient rug. He used the wrong fork at dinner. Beecham hovered in the background, eyes narrowed. He floundered through conversations about investment strategies, historic property preservation, and genealogical societies he'd never heard of. The dramatic irony was thick enough to cut with one of Beecham's knives. He owned vast property portfolios, yet couldn't discuss them knowledgeably. He was the subject of trust oversight, yet felt completely out of control. Seeking escape from the agonizing small talk and the judgmental glances he perceived, surely he was imagining them, he ended up retreating. He feigned needing to check something in the study, but found himself drawn, inevitably, towards the quieter, less intimidating parts of the house. He bypassed grand libraries and ornate reception rooms, and ended up, once again, seeking refuge. He didn't return to the biscuit pantry. He stumbled upon a smaller, less formal parlor towards the back of the house, cluttered with older, mismatched furniture, seemingly a space the main staff ignored. It felt less curated, more authentic somehow. Safe. He sank into a surprisingly comfortable, slightly threadbare armchair in a dimly lit corner, out of view, letting the quiet swallow him. From there, he could hear the muffled sounds of the gathering in the main drawing room. Polite laughter. The clinking of glasses. The low murmur of conversation. People connecting, navigating the social rituals of their world with effortless grace. He was literally 30 yards away, in his own house, and might as well have been on a different planet. He was isolated by wealth and its associated social structures, trapped by his own profound awkwardness. This reinforced the central theme, the loneliness within opulence. The money provided comfort, security, debatably, after the stair incident, luxury beyond imagination. But it hadn't brought him connection, belonging, or happiness. It had highlighted his isolation, amplifying it. He was a spectacle, a fascinating problem to lawyers and financial managers, a source of potential income or social climbing to others, but not just Alex. Not a person anyone seemed interested in truly knowing. The suggestion but classy dialogue element appeared unexpectedly with Mrs. Higgins a few days later. Alex, feeling restless and unable to face another silent meal alone in the vast dining room, had found her supervising the polishing of a series of old portraits lining a corridor he hadn't explored yet. The portraits were of severe-looking people from various historical periods, presumably Kincaid's. Alistair himself wasn't among them. "Remarkable collection, wouldn't you say, sir?" Mrs. Higgins said, without prompting. Her voice was quiet, her gaze lingering on one particularly stern-looking man in a rough collar. "They're serious," Alex commented lamely, his eyes scanning the unfamiliar faces. "They were serious people, Mr. Kincaid. Determined. Quite ahead of their time in many regards," she said, dusting carefully around a gilded frame. "This gentleman here," she gestured to the man in the ruff, "is rumored to have funded one of the very first successful trading expeditions to the Spice Islands using methods the established guilds called madness. Alex felt a prickle of interest. Trading expeditions? Was this linked to Ainsworth's mention of obscure historical investments? Madness? Indeed. Off the books, leveraging unusual collateral, they say he found pathways others hadn't dared imagine, she continued, her voice matter-of-fact, yet with an almost storyteller's lilt. "This house, these walls, they hold secrets, sir. Not just family history on display, but the echoes of their ventures." Mr. Alistair, he understood that. Collected objects, kept records, kept the spirit, one might say, alive. "This old place knows things." Her comment was not suggestive of romance, but intensely suggestive of the house's character, of its hidden depths and historical significance tied directly to the very source of the wealth Alex had inherited. It was delivered with classy, understated respect for the past. This old place knows things. It was a chilling, intriguing thought, hinting that the mansion wasn't just a shell of luxury and loneliness, but an active participant, a repository of the family's peculiar legacy, perhaps even part of the enrichment journey itself. It added a layer of depth and potential mystery to the gilded cage. The security detail remained quietly efficient, their presence a constant hum beneath the surface. Alex noticed their routines, the discreet checks, the communication via earpieces. He asked their lead, a quiet man named Frank, about their methods. Frank spoke in brief, reassuring sentences. "Full perimeter sweep nightly, sir. Passive infrared and seismic sensors deployed. Entry points monitored. Redundancy protocols in place." It sounded professional, competent. Yet, the incident on the stairs, the fleeting sense of being watched in the city, Mrs. Higgins' talk of the house knowing things. Alex didn't feel truly secure. The physical walls were high, the tech advanced, but the vulnerability felt deeper, less about locks and more about the unseen forces his wealth attracted. Days bled into a week at Blackwood Manor. Alex established a hesitant routine. Waking alone in a king-sized bed in a room larger than his previous apartment. Eating elaborate meals he didn't ask for, served by quiet staff. Wandering through the house, sometimes getting lost. Retreating to the less-used parlor or the former biscuit pantry. Trying, and mostly failing, to read. The magnitude of his fortune became a dull ache rather than a source of excitement. The endless space felt crushing. The solitude was profound. He wasn't just lonely, he felt suffocated by his new, luxurious life. The realization settled like dust in an empty room. He couldn't stay here, simply existing in splendid isolation. Hiding in this grand prison, avoiding the world and his inheritance, felt worse than his beige life. At least then, he had the potential for something. Now, he had everything, and felt nothing but the hollowness it brought. He had traded the grey predictability of boredom for the gold-plated cage of meaningless excess and gnawing fear. He looked at Alistair's key again. Ainsworth had called it the starting point. He needed to start. Whatever the enrichment journey was, whatever clues were embedded in family heirlooms or properties, whatever rivals were watching, he had to face it. Hiding was no longer an option. He was Alistair Kincaid's heir. He had to understand what that meant. He decided to call Atherton and Stern. To ask about the key. To ask where this journey began. He needed direction, purpose. Even if it led him into danger, it was preferable to the quiet despair of his golden cage. He found the card Ainsworth had given him. Stepped into the main study, another room he felt like he was borrowing, and sat behind the immense desk. He dialed the number. It rang. Was picked up on the first ring. Atherton and Stern. The crisp professional voice. "Hello. This is Alexander Kincaid. I need to speak to Mr. Ainsworth." "One moment, Mr. Kincaid." The hold music played. That same quiet, expensive classical piano. Alex waited, suddenly feeling a nervous knot in his stomach. What would he say? "Okay, about the 8 billion. Ainsworth came on the line, his voice smooth, utterly composed. "Mr. Kincaid, I've been expecting your call. We anticipated you would need time to acclimate. I trust you found the accommodations satisfactory?" Alex hesitated, looking around the imposing, silent room. "They're certainly very large. Mr. Ainsworth, I need to ask about the Enrichment Journey. And this key you gave me, where does it start?" Ainsworth's reply was immediate, cutting through the silence of the study. It wasn't the clarification Alex expected. It was a different kind of start, an urgent, sharp injection of immediate action that shattered any remaining illusion of comfortable solitude in his grand estate. "Ah yes, the initial identifier," Ainsworth said. His voice took on a sudden, clipped precision that sent a fresh wave of unease through Alex. "Circumstances have accelerated slightly, Mr. Kincaid. Information suggests that certain parties are also very interested in Mr. Alistair Kincaid's starting points. Recent, unusual activity around one of the older, less prominent Kincaid historical properties in Europe indicates that your hand may be forced." He paused, and Alex heard faint clicks in the background. Keystrokes. Files opening. Specifically, Ainsworth stated, his voice grimly serious, "There has been a breach of security at a manor house in a secluded region of Austria known historically as Schloss Forken. This was, according to Alistair's private records, meant to be the true initial location. It is where your starting point key is designed to interact with the first element of his path." Alex gripped the phone tighter, Alistair's key cold and sharp in his sweating palm. Schloss Forken. Austria. It sounded impossibly distant, like something out of a spy novel. A breach. What does that mean? Alex asked, his voice thin. "It means, Mr. Kincaid," Ainsworth replied, no trace of pleasantry left, "that someone else has discovered or inferred its significance. We believe they are attempting to bypass Alistair's intentional progression. Possibly locate the first key code or reveal before you can." He paused again. The implication was stark. "You need to go, Mr. Kincaid. Now. We've chartered a jet for you, arranged preliminary security liaisons on arrival, discreet transport. All the details have been sent electronically to the encrypted device we also provided. Check your initial welcome pack, second pouch, waterproof lining. Departure is in 6 hours. From the private executive terminal. You will fly to a designated airport in Bavaria, where discreet connections will be made. Departure. 6 hours. Austria. An encrypted device." Alex felt lightheaded. His plan to calmly inquire about the key had somehow morphed into a panicked instruction for immediate, international travel to a breached historical property to retrieve a potential MacGuffin before unseen certain parties got to it. His beige world was well and truly over. This wasn't just beige becoming vibrant, it was beige being flash-fried, shattered into a million chaotic, terrifying pieces. He was being yanked out of his golden cage and propelled, unprepared, into an adventure he wasn't qualified for, pursued by people he didn't know, to a place he couldn't pronounce. "Austria," Alex repeated dumbly, looking out the window at the familiar trees lining the driveway, trees he'd barely registered just moments ago. Now they seemed less like a comforting barrier and more like the edge of the known world he was being launched away from. He was going to fly on a chartered jet. To retrieve something. Because his dead great-uncle and unnamed rivals had started playing a very expensive, very dangerous game he had been unexpectedly thrust into. His own solitude, his fear of social interaction, the mundane absurdity of managing a manor house. These problems suddenly seemed impossibly small, quaint even. The reality was far grander, far more perilous, and starting right now. The real enrichment journey wasn't a gentle walk through history, it was a sprint into immediate danger and high-stakes intrigue, whether Alex Kincaid felt remotely ready for it or not. He gripped the key, felt its alien coolness against his skin. Blackwood Manor's emptiness felt like a cruel, ironic joke now. His luxurious prison was left behind, a global chase was about to begin. The phone receiver felt hot and slippery in Alex's hand. Ainsworth's words. Schloss Forken, Austria, breached security, accelerate slightly, depart in 6 hours. Bounced around the grand study at Blackwood Manor, echoing the absurdity of his new reality. 6 hours. To pack, leave the mansion he'd just bought, and fly across the world into a potentially dangerous situation. His mind was still processing the concept of chartering a jet, let alone needing discreet connections and preliminary security liaisons. His beige brain cells fired like overloaded circuits, sputtering and failing. 6 hours. Alex stammered, the polished desk suddenly feeling very far away. To Austria. But, why Austria? I thought the key was the first step, here, or somewhere logical. Ainsworth's voice remained calm, but held a new edge of efficient command that Alex found deeply unsettling. Mr. Kincaid, the key is the starting point. Alistair's methods are not always logical to an external observer. Schloss Forken holds the corresponding element to activate the key, and subsequent materials. Unfortunately, external forces appear to have made the same deduction, perhaps through separate channels or information leak. We cannot afford to delay. This requires your immediate presence. Your status as heir grants you a degree of leverage that no other party currently possesses regarding legitimate access to the property and the ability to work officially within its parameters, should that become necessary. He mentioned leveraging his status as heir like Alex wielded diplomatic immunity, when in reality, Alex could barely leverage his authority over Beecham's choice of evening menu. Right. Leverage, Alex repeated weakly. But, security breach. Does that mean, is it dangerous? We have personnel on site confirming the intrusion was not authorized, Ainsworth replied carefully. Their assessment is that they are likely attempting to locate the key's counterpart or destroy relevant materials. It is currently unclear if the individuals are armed or hostile, but caution is advised. Your brief will cover this in more detail. It is imperative you reach the Schloss before they complete their objective, or certainly before they escape. Atherton and Stern cannot facilitate clandestine entry to a foreign estate, Mr. Kincaid, but your inherited status allows you certain liberties, especially with appropriate, discreet diplomatic and security assistance facilitated by Mr. Alistair's established network. A facet we will need to discuss later. Alex listened, feeling a growing cold knot in his stomach. Atherton and Stern facilitates discreet travel but not clandestine entry. His deceased great-uncle had an established network. This wasn't inheriting money, it was being inducted into a spy agency whose membership required deciphering riddles. The clever twist underlying Alistair's wealth was less about stocks and more about secrets. An encrypted device, Ainsworth continued, ticking items off a mental list. Provided in your welcome pack. A small tablet-like unit. Waterproof pouch, second compartment. It contains your travel documents, manifest, confirmed access details for Schloss Forken authenticated through a subsidiary foundation Alistair controlled, the first stage briefing for the enrichment journey, and crucial contact information for those who will assist you upon arrival. Alex dimly remembered unpacking the initial brief Atherton and Stern had sent. Thick, leather-bound, imposing. It had sat largely unopened in the dressing room because the sheer weight of the paperwork had felt too overwhelming. He'd seen a couple of compartments in a heavy-duty zippered pouch but hadn't dared to open them. Waterproof lining? He hadn't even located that. I have to find it, Alex mumbled, looking around the study again. Where had he put that ridiculous brief? It might be mixed up with his other boxes. He could have packed it in his luggage, which also needed packing. In 6 hours. Time is of the essence, Mr. Kincaid, Ainsworth's voice hardened slightly. Our team will arrive to collect you and facilitate transit to the terminal precisely on schedule. Your packing should be minimal, essentials only. Anything you require overseas can be sourced locally with ease via provided means. He meant by it, Alex translated, slightly galled but also weirdly relieved by the prospect of not having to fold his beige trousers for intercontinental travel. Right. Minimal packing. Find the pouch. The encrypted device. Right. Alex was attempting to sound capable. It felt like performing Shakespeare after learning the alphabet yesterday. Excellent, Ainsworth said, sounding relieved. Coordinates for your rendezvous team will be on the device. Ensure it is secure and fully charged. And Mr. Kincaid, trust the protocol outlined in the briefing. Alistair may have been eccentric, but his foresight was considerable. The line went dead. Alex stared at the silent phone in his hand. 6 hours. Minimal packing. Encrypted device. Trust Alistair's eccentric foresight. He dropped the phone back into its cradle as if it had suddenly become dangerously hot. Okay. Prioritize. Find the welcome pack and the encrypted device. Minimal packing. What were essentials? Underwear? One of his non-beige, pale blue shirts? Travel adapter? Tell the staff. Or just leave. How did you casually inform Mrs. Higgins that you were jetting off to Austria on short notice because your mansion might be compromised by treasure hunters seeking your conditional inheritance? He found the welcome pack after a frantic search that involved appending a guest bedroom closet and digging through one of his still unpacked boxes. It was a sleek, black binder in a heavy-duty zip-up canvas case. He unzipped it with trembling fingers. Inside were thick legal documents, contact lists, and then, clipped inside the flap, the reinforced, multi-compartment pouch Ainsworth had described. He opened the first section. Financial paperwork he couldn't decipher. He unzipped the second, slightly heavier section. Inside, nestled amongst foam padding, was the encrypted device. A sleek, charcoal grey tablet about the size of his hand, devoid of any obvious buttons or logos beyond the familiar Kincaid crest. Next to it lay a small, almost elegant charger, and a thin, folded piece of paper. And nestled alongside that was the source of Miss Albright's cryptic dialogue from the earlier chapter, not suggestive language about money's effects on society this time, but words hinting at the sheer audacity of the family's secret ventures, their ventures, as Ainsworth had termed them, being the foundation of this vast, hidden wealth, giving meaning to the eccentricity. The elegant folded paper contained typed information about setting up the encrypted device. It felt strangely low-tech after all the high drama. Setting up the device was remarkably simple. Intuitive, secure. It opened onto a sterile-looking dashboard. Financial summaries, mind-bending figures that made his stomach clench. Communication interfaces, secure comms. Did this mean spies? And then, clearly labeled, Enrichment Journey, Phase 1 briefing. And beneath that, a prominent file icon, Initial Identifier Activation Protocol and Schlossforken data. He left the rest for later and rushed to pack. Minimal. He grabbed 3 pale blue shirts, a pair of dark trousers that were in tea khaki, underwear, socks, and his ancient toiletry bag. It fit into a single, small carry-on bag he owned for years, looking forlornly out of place amidst the custom luggage his staff had helpfully placed in the hallway for him, anticipating his new travel style. He packed his phone charger, useless probably without Wi-Fi, which he might not have at a potentially besieged Austrian manor. He packed the metal key, Alistair's starting point. It felt reassuringly solid. Telling the staff was less of a dramatic reveal and more a hasty instruction given to a bewildered Mrs. Higgins in the main hall as she was dusting an improbably large vase. Mrs. Higgins, something urgent has come up. I have to leave immediately. Indefinitely. Her duster paused mid-swish. Sir. Leave Blackwood Manor? Yes. To Austria. Alex winced as the word came out. It sounded so incredibly pretentious and unbelievable. I don't know for how long. Mr. Ainsworth from Atherton and Stern will be in touch about logistics and things. Smooth. Very smooth. Mrs. Higgins, to her credit, maintained her composure. Austria. Very good, sir. Shall we prepare a travel hamper? For the journey? No, thank you. It's all handled. Already, Alex said, gesturing vaguely towards the front door where his single carry-on sat beside the 4 custom leather cases. Just keep things running. Keep the house, undisturbed. Safe. The word safe tasted ironic. Naturally, Mr. Kincaid. Safe, she echoed, her expression inscrutable. And the, gentlemen provided by Atherton and Stern? She meant the security detail. Oh, yes. They're also involved, Alex said. Ainsworth said his team would meet him. Hopefully that included Frank and his discreet vigilance, or someone equally capable. He had no intention of wandering into a potentially hostile scenario in Austria by himself, armed only with instant noodle cooking skills and a proficiency in Excel functions. Before he could prolong the awkward exchange, there was a low hum, then the distant crunch of tires on the long gravel drive outside. Precisely on time. The rendezvous team. Alex felt a fresh wave of nervous adrenaline. This was it. No more hiding. No more planning hypothetical adventures from his beige sofa. This was happening. Now. Two large, black, unmarked vehicles swept into the circular drive, silent and imposing. Two men, dressed in sharp but nondescript dark clothes, exited the lead vehicle. They moved with a quiet efficiency that spoke of training Alex couldn't fathom. They didn't stride purposefully like power brokers, nor swagger like movie mercenaries. They simply moved with economical precision. One of them spoke quietly into a device concealed near his ear. The other scanned the property with watchful, intelligent eyes. They looked less like security guards and more like perfectly still observers. Alex's initial reaction wasn't one of relief that help had arrived. It was pure, instinctive alarm. These weren't the slightly bumbling but kindly seeming security guys from Blackwood Manor. These were different. Sharper. More covert. Were they really from Atherton and Stern? Or were they the certain parties arriving in an elaborate ruse? The paranoid part of his brain, suddenly very active, seized upon this thought. He didn't know anyone in this new world. Ainsworth and Albright were lawyers, sophisticated but ultimately strangers. Mrs. Higgins and Beecham were staff. Who were these men? He held on to his small carry-on bag tightly. Mrs. Higgins, still standing by the vase, seemed entirely unperturbed by the silent, arriving men. This suggested she expected them, or perhaps individuals like them. Good sign, maybe. Or had she been expecting the real Alex Kincaid, the one who ordered quail, and now someone else was stepping into the role? Dramatic irony layering. The lead man nodded towards Alex and his single bag beside the several empty custom cases. Mr. Kincaid? We're here for transport. Please come with us. We should be expedient. His voice was low, without inflection. He didn't offer a hand or elaborate. It wasn't a request. Alex swallowed hard. Right. Expedient. He managed a stiff nod towards Mrs. Higgins. Goodbye, Mrs. Higgins. Thank you. Godspeed, Mr. Kincaid, she replied, dipping her head politely, her duster returning to the vase as if this was the most normal departure she'd ever witnessed from Blackwood Manor. Which, given the history Ainsworth hinted at, might actually be true. The journey from the manor was silent. Alex was ushered into the back of the lead car, his small bag placed carefully on the seat beside him. The other security man drove, expertly navigating the private road. The first man sat in the passenger seat, occasionally murmuring into his earpiece. The second vehicle followed closely behind. There was no unnecessary conversation. Alex sat in the back, clutching the handle of his carry-on, acutely aware of the absurdity of the situation. He, the former analyst, was being chauffeured like a dignitary to a waiting private jet to travel to a foreign country based on instructions from a deceased relative and the perceived actions of unknown rivals. It felt utterly surreal. He tried to access the encrypted device in the car, to look at the brief, but his hands were shaking too much. The private executive terminal was quiet and exclusive, another layer of removed reality after the bustling public transit of his old life. No queues, no crowded gates. Just hushed lounges, efficient personnel, and a sleek, medium-sized private jet waiting on the tarmac, silent and powerful. Getting through security here involved a quiet conversation between one of the men and a single, unobtrusive officer. Alex simply walked through a scanner and onto the jet steps. It was unsettlingly smooth, highlighting just how different the world operated at this level of wealth and influence. Stepping onto the jet was stepping into another dimension. The interior wasn't gold-plated gaudy, but understated, luxurious comfort. Plush leather seats, gleaming wood paneling, soft lighting. A stewardess appeared, professionally welcoming, offering him drinks and explaining the features of the aircraft with practiced ease. Alex found a seat by a window, sinking into the ridiculous comfort. His old bus seat had never felt this soft. He pulled out the encrypted device. He took a deep breath. He tapped the screen and opened the Enrichment Journey Phase 1 briefing. The file wasn't just text. It contained historical documents scanned at high resolution, old photographs, maps with unfamiliar symbols, and audio files. Ainsworth had sent an accompanying text message as they boarded. Review the brief in order, Mr. Kincaid. Pay particular attention to sections 1B and 1C regarding Alistair's perspective. This is crucial. Okay. Sections 1B and 1C. Alistair's perspective. Alex scrolled through the initial sections, dry legal overviews that made the multi-billion-dollar figure feel terrifyingly real again. Then came section 1B, titled, The Spirit of Endeavor, More Than Capital. This section was, surprisingly, less legalese and more philosophical. It was an T written by Ainsworth or Albright. An attached note indicated it was compiled from private journals and audio recordings Alistair Kincaid had left. Alex opened an audio file and clicked play. A voice, older, slightly gravelly, but clear and intelligent, filled the quiet cabin of the jet. Alistair. Alex heard the voice of the man who had inexplicably reshaped his entire existence. To any soul wading through this financial thicket after my passing, the voice began, a wry amusement underlying it. You are likely bewildered. Good. That is the beginning of wisdom. You have inherited a vast sum. But I pray you do not see it merely as that. This fortune is not a pile of inert gold. It is a dynamic entity. An ongoing process. A manifestation of curiosity, calculated risk, meticulous long-term thinking, and a deep appreciation for where opportunity hides. Alistair's voice continued, recounting aspects of the Kincaid legacy Alex had never known. He spoke of ancestors who didn't just sell textiles, but discovered radical, secret dyeing processes that revolutionized trade. Of others who didn't just own land, but discovered mineral deposits using ancient maps and geological theories dismissed as folklore. Of financiers who made fortunes by investing not in popular markets, but in utterly obscure, overlooked industries centuries before anyone saw their potential. The family wealth wasn't from simple trade or inheritance alone. It was built piece by piece, across generations, by people who saw value and possibility where no one else looked, often operating in deep secrecy. The ventures Ainsworth had mentioned. This was the clever twist in action. The world believes our family history is one of quiet accumulation, perhaps a knack for prudent investment. Alistair's voice chuckled softly. Let them. The reality is far more vibrant, and far more dangerous. Every significant gain came from a venture few knew about, based on knowledge few possessed. And every secret requires careful custodianship. This is why the enrichment journey is paramount. It is not just about finding assets. It is about understanding this lineage, developing the discernment to continue it, and proving you have the fortitude for its challenges. Section 1C, titled The Measure of Worth, Character, Not Just Coin, elaborated. Alistair believed true wealth wasn't in owning things, but in capacity. The capacity to see opportunity, solve problems, build connections, and weather storms. Money attracts locusts, Alistair's voice stated matter-of-factly. Distant relatives, opportunistic hangers-on, outright predators. They will appear, drawn by the scent of capital. The journey is also designed as a filter, a crucible. It tests your resilience, your judgment, your ability to assemble and trust a team, your ingenuity. Can you find solutions not simply by throwing money at them, but by using your mind, your resources? All your resources, not just the financial. Do you value knowledge as much as currency? Do you understand that power is best wielded discreetly? Only someone who demonstrates this capacity is fit to oversee the full scope of the legacy. Should you fail, should you falter irretrievably, then perhaps it is safer that this particular branch of the tree withers, its assets dispersed rather than falling into incapable or dangerous hands. Alex absorbed this, feeling strangely seen. Alistair, this distant stranger, seemed to understand the paralysis that wealth could bring, the way it could isolate. The journey wasn't a punishment, it was an elaborate job interview for the most important, complicated role imaginable, steward of a hidden empire built on centuries of secret ingenuity and audacious ventures. It made the inheritance feel less like accidental luck and more like a formidable, perhaps impossible, task. It gave the money meaning, however overwhelming. Then, the briefing moved to practical matters. Section 2, Initial Identifier and Schloss Forken. It displayed high-resolution images of Alistair's key, the same strange, metal object Alex held in his hand. It wasn't just a key. It was an identifier, designed to activate or reveal the next step. Where? At Schloss Forken. A series of detailed photographs and historical drawings of the Austrian manor followed. The text explained its significance, built centuries ago by an ancestor involved in something cryptically referred to as alpine energetics. The primary structure contained a sealed chamber known only to Alistair. The crucial part, the connection to the trivial family anecdote, came next. A passage in Alistair's journal, reproduced digitally. Forken is sound, but sealed. The identifier must be brought to the sundial. Great-uncle Reginald always complained the solstice markings were off. Fussy man, poor dear. He never knew what the alignment truly denoted. The sundial. Alistair's grumpy great-uncle Reginald. That was the forgotten landmark tied to a seemingly trivial family anecdote. A sundial on the grounds of Schloss Forken, its calibration complaints lodged centuries ago, apparently hid the crucial interaction point for Alex's identifier key and the beginning of the next phase. Not a vault, not a hidden library section. A garden feature. Alex, who couldn't remember which linen cupboard was which in his own manor, was expected to locate a specific sundial based on an old man's complaint and a blurry picture. He scrolled further. Security assessment updates from Ainsworth's team were being live-synced. Details were still vague. Confirmed breach, likely target within the main structure, limited personnel visibility on site. Caution remained paramount. The goal, reach the sundial, use the key, extract the next element which the briefing described as a small, sealed case. As Alex reviewed maps of the sprawling Schloss Forken grounds, attempting to pinpoint the sundial from grainy aerial photos, the jet began its descent. The plush comfort of the cabin receded as the pressure changed, a low hum vibrating through the floor. He looked out the window. The flat plains of Bavaria were replaced by the jagged peaks of mountains, dark and imposing against the bruised evening sky. The land below began to acquire dimension, texture. Forests thickened, roads became winding lines, lights twinkled in scattered villages. Then, isolated against the dark green slopes, nestled in a wide valley, he saw it. A large structure, less a romantic castle and more a formidable, centuries-old manor house with sharp angles and thick walls. Schloss Forken. It looked less like a welcoming historical site and more like a silent, waiting fortress. There were no lights visible from this height. It sat dark and imposing beneath the vast, darkening sky. It looked utterly secluded. And judging by the brief, not empty. His body felt tight with tension. The theoretical journey was over. The real one was beginning, unexpectedly precipitated by unseen enemies. The plane dipped lower, the features becoming clearer. Trees clustered thickly around the perimeter. Distant outbuildings could be glimpsed. The central building loomed larger in the frame. He squinted, trying to discern details, searching for anything that might hint at the location of a forgotten sundial. Suddenly, a notification pinged on the encrypted device. An alert. From the secure comms interface. A short text message, urgent, no nonsense, clearly from the ground team linked to Ainsworth. Arrival imminent. Intel update, personnel inside. Number confirmed higher than estimated. Perimeter entry possibly still contested or trap. Direct approach to manor compromised. Alternative insertion vector advised. Standby for revised arrival plan. Be ready. Alex's blood ran cold. Personnel inside. Trap. Alternative insertion vector. Be ready. Ready for what? The landing gear lowered with a soft thud. The whine of the engines changed pitch as they slowed for final approach. He looked out the window again at the approaching ground, his eyes locked on the silent, dark shape of Schloss Forken, now rushing up to meet him. It wasn't going to be a discreet arrival and a simple walk to a grumpy old man's misplaced sundial. His gilded cage had led him here, straight into immediate, tangible peril, the silent challenge laid out by Alistair suddenly roaring to life. His stomach plummeted, not just with the force of landing, but with the visceral realization that their enrichment might be measured in sheer survival, and the first step required entering hostile territory immediately upon landing, his briefcase filled with sensitive data and his pocket holding a weird, inactive key. The descent of the chartered jet felt less like a smooth arrival and more like being hurtled towards a sharp object. Outside the window, Schloss Forken loomed, dark and silent. Inside, Alex Kincaid clutched his single carry-on bag, the encrypted device screen glowing in his trembling hand, the text message from the secure comms channel burning itself into his vision. Alternative insertion vector advised. Standby for revised arrival plan. Be ready. Be ready. Ready for what? To face personnel inside. A trap. His definition of ready involved having a correctly formatted spreadsheet and maybe a slightly strong coffee. It did not involve alternative insertion vectors and implied shootouts at historical landmarks. The jet didn't approach the small airfield clearly marked on the approach map. Instead, it banked sharply, the view tilting sickeningly. The peaks outside seemed to rush towards the window. Below, the landscape became a confusing mosaic of dark forests and sheer rock faces. He saw no sign of a runway, no buildings, only wilderness. His stomach churned. Was this their alternative insertion? Parachuting in? Alex's fitness regime consisted of the brisk walk from his cubicle to the vending machine. Parachuting was emphatically not in his skill set. A voice came over the jet's internal speaker, not the pilot, but one of the silent men from Ainsworth's team, his tone low and utterly professional. Mr. Kincaid, maintain composure. The landing site is approximate due to terrain and potential ground threat assessment. Immediate disembarkation upon touchdown. Your liaison will meet you at the aircraft ramp. Follow their instructions precisely. Security perimeters around the property are currently considered dynamic. Alex just nodded numbly, unable to form words. Dynamic perimeters. Great. His grip on his carry-on bag was bone-white. The elegant jet, his temporary cocoon of luxurious, bewildering safety, dipped lower. Trees appeared larger, distinct. He saw rock outcroppings, rough terrain rushing past. The stewardess, bless her unflappable professionalism, reappeared to hand him a small, heavy-duty flashlight and murmur reassuringly about turbulence, her eyes scanning his ashen face. The landing wasn't a soft thud, but a controlled, abrupt halt. The jet settled hard onto uneven ground, the noise of engines winding down suddenly stark in the mountain stillness. He felt a jarring shock as they came to rest. No runway. They were in a clearing, nestled precariously close to a steep, wooded slope. Before the engines had fully spooled down, a side door hissed open. A blast of cold mountain air rushed in, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. Standing silhouetted against the limited light was a figure, clad in dark, practical clothing, a face Alex couldn't quite make out illuminated faintly by a handheld device. The figure gestured urgently. The silent security men were already moving. One grabbed Alex's arm, not roughly, but with undeniable purpose, and steered him towards the open door. The other took up a position at the threshold, eyes scanning the dark tree line with unnerving intensity. Go. Now, the handler murmured. Alex stumbled down the short ramp, flashlight gripped like a weapon he had no idea how to use. He was met by the figure who had waved from the ground. Medium height, lean build, movements efficient and economical. A woman's voice, low and steady, speaking with a crisp, European accent he couldn't place. Mr. Kincaid. Welcome. Follow me. Quickly. She didn't wait for a reply. She turned and moved immediately towards the concealment of the tree line. Alex scrambled after her, the other two security men fanning out briefly behind him before also melting into the surrounding darkness. He was propelled from the absurd luxury of the jet into immediate, chaotic, low-profile movement through dense undergrowth in the near dark. The next hour was a blur of whispered instructions, rough terrain, and an acute awareness of his own complete uselessness. The woman, who introduced herself curtly as Operative K, moved with practiced ease through the woods, while Alex stumbled, tripped, caught his clothing on branches, and struggled to keep his breathing under control. He could hear the distant sounds of the jet engine finally powering off. He saw faint lights sometimes filtering through the trees. Not the comforting glow of the manor, but what seemed to be scattered beams of flashlights, patrolling, searching, or maybe just his terrified imagination. Operative K gave concise updates, spoken quietly over the rush of air in the trees. Schloss confirmed, partially compromised. Limited ingress through northern annex noted. Primary targets unclear, likely information related to original construction or Alastair Kincaid's caches. Current assessment, 4, possibly 5 individuals confirmed inside the grounds, potentially more inbound. Our assets are limited for direct confrontation. We monitor. Objective, locate Kincaid access point safely. The Kincaid access point. The sundial. Deep within grounds, potentially crawling with people who shoulden be there, looking for whatever Alex was also supposed to find. Alex just nodded dumbly in the dark, conserving his breath. He had spent the past 2 days grappling with the abstract terror of limitless money. Now he was experiencing the very real, immediate terror of physical danger brought about by that money. The sophisticated planning Ainsworth mentioned had, apparently, boiled down to shove Alex out of a plane into a forest and hope for the best. They spent hours traversing the rough, wooded terrain. Alex was cold, scratched, and terrified. He huddled behind bushes, heart pounding, while Operative K silently observed a distant section of wall or the outline of a structure. There were moments of acute, gut-twisting tension. A distant bark of a dog. A faint snap of a twig not made by them. The brief, eerie beam of a powerful flashlight sweeping across the edge of the woods distressingly close. Alex would freeze, barely daring to breathe, Alastair's key a cold weight in his pocket. He was experiencing an action sequence, but it was a passive one, reacting to the professional actions of others while his primary role was stay quiet, mess it up, and try not to attract attention. He was the bewildered package being delivered to a drop-off zone under duress. He thought about his life at Pierce and Platt. The monotonous safety. The bland familiarity. He would give anything, billions, for that predictability right now. Dramatic irony didn't feel ironic, it felt like a cruel joke. He was the accidental billionaire who couldn't handle a mildly aggressive houseplant, dropped into the middle of a genuine, physical clandestine operation. This was Alastair's fortitude test, delivered without warning. And he felt like he was failing miserably. After what felt like an eternity, Operative K stopped at the edge of the woods. They were overlooking a manicured section of garden, bathed in pale moonlight. In the distance, across sculpted hedges and ornamental fountains, he could see the dark mass of Schloss Forken. It was still silent, lights either out or deliberately hidden. There were no overt signs of struggle or presence from this distance, but the tension emanating from Operative K was palpable. The sundial, Operative K whispered, pointing towards a structure partially obscured by a cluster of topiary animals. Alex squinted. Yes, he could just make out the outline of a sundial. The target. The start of the real start. It looked deceptively placid, standing there in the moonlight. Current situation, she continued, her voice low and urgent. 1 confirmed hostile moving through the garden sector. 2 within the manor, static. Possible 4th near the outbuildings. We assess garden approach moderate risk, but unavoidable from this position to access sundial directly. Perimeter team provides distant observation, minimal intervention and less critical failure. Go now, Mr. Kincaid. Move low and fast. You have roughly 90 seconds of observed clear time. 90 seconds. Alex stared at the distance. Across sculpted gardens, around fountains, past strategically placed benches, in 90 seconds? But the hostile is not yet oriented to your position, Operative K said, her tone firm, leaving no room for debate. Proceed to the sundial. Use your identifier. There should be an audible or tactile confirmation. Extract the artifact. Immediately return to this point. I cover your movement. If compromise imminent, fall back to Rook contingency coordinates. Rook contingency? Alex felt a fresh wave of panic. He didn't know what that was. He barely knew what coordinate meant outside of a spreadsheet, but Operative K was already giving him a firm shove. Go. And he went. Propulsion provided by sheer, unadulterated terror. He broke from the trees and sprinted, hunched low, across the manicured lawn. The moonlight seemed incredibly bright now, exposing him completely. His sensible shoes crunched on the gravel path surrounding the fountain. He tripped slightly over a sprinkler head he didn't see in the dark. He felt clumsy, slow, visible. He expected a shout, a gunshot, anything to indicate he'd been seen. But there was nothing but the sound of his own frantic breathing and the pounding of his heart. He reached the cluster of topiaries hiding the sundial. He threw himself down behind one, panting. The sundial was older, weathered stone. Its gnomon, the angled piece that cast the shadow, was pitted and green with age. Alex fumbled in his pocket, pulled out Alistair's metal identifier. It was oddly shaped, with several projections. Looking at the sundial, illuminated faintly by his flashlight and the moonlight, he saw carvings near the base. Astrological symbols, worn inscriptions. And near the top of the base, a small, keyhole-shaped indentation that matched one of the projections on Alistair's identifier. He held the key object in his trembling hand, trying to line it up. His fingers were cold, clumsy. He pushed. It slid into place with a quiet, grinding sound of stone moving against stone. A faint, mechanical click resonated from within the base of the sundial. The gnomon shifted. It retracted slightly, sinking down into the stone. And then, from the top surface of the sundial base, a small, stone panel slid open with surprising smoothness, revealing a hollow within. Inside lay a dark, rectangular object. The sealed case the briefing mentioned. It was heavy, felt like polished wood or bone, secured with clasps he couldn't immediately open. He grabbed it, stuffing it roughly inside his jacket. Mission accomplished. Now, the terrifying part, going back. He glanced around the quiet garden, the silent manor house. Nothing moved. Too quiet. He pushed himself up, ready to sprint back towards the tree line. Before he could take a step, a movement in his peripheral vision froze him. Not the rustling of trees, but a figure detaching itself from the shadow of the manor wall, moving swiftly, directly towards the garden. It was heading his way. Closer than Operative K's projection suggested. Closer than safe. Panic surged. He didn't have 90 seconds clear. He had seconds. He plunged back into the cluster of topiaries, trying to blend into the irregular shapes, straining to hear over his own pulse. The approaching figure moved with unnerving speed and purpose. Not stumbling like him, but gliding, efficient. This was one of the personnel. The footsteps grew louder, clearer, approaching the sundial. He could see a beam of light flickering ahead of the figure, sweeping the ground. He squeezed his eyes shut, willing himself invisible, regretting every instant noodle, every beige shirt that hadn't prepared him for this. He, Alex Kincaid, analyst of Staples, was hiding from potentially armed adversaries in a 500-year-old Austrian topiary garden with a sealed artifact from his dead billionaire great-uncle stuffed inside his borrowed jacket. Dramatic irony was having a field day at his expense. The figure reached the sundial. The light swept across the base, across the very bushes Alex was hiding behind. He held his breath, muscles locked. The beam paused, lingered, then swept on, illuminating the open panel on the sundial, the emptiness where the sealed case had been just moments ago. A sudden, sharp intake of breath. Then a low growl, utterly cold and venomous, filled the quiet garden. Not Austrian. A harsh, Eastern European accent. It's gone. He took it. He. Alex. The adversary knew someone had taken the artifact. And logically, that someone had to be linked to Kincaid, to Alistair. His disguise of anonymity was useless here. He was the target. The voice, now sharper, louder, though still kept low. Find him. He can't be far. Search the perimeter. Anyone seen in the garden? Check the south tree line. He went towards the woods. Footsteps pounded the gravel as the figure began scanning the garden perimeter frantically, quickly moving in the general direction where Alex and Operative K had come from. Other voices shouted orders in the distance, now louder, more organized, closer. The breach wasn't contained, it was expanding, pushing outward. The silence of the night shattered with calls, sounds of movement, the distant bark of a search dog getting closer. Alex heard Operative K's whispered warning echoing in his head, fall back to Rook contingency coordinates. What were they? He had the device, the briefcase. He had to get back to her. But the garden, the safe point by the woods, felt terrifyingly exposed now that he knew he was hunted. The plan was collapsing into chaos. He bolted from the bushes, not back towards the agreed-upon spot, but deeper into the confusing network of paths within the topiaries, trying to use them as cover, putting anything he could between himself and the pursuing voice. He needed a different plan. He needed help. Real help. People who could think on their feet, understand cryptic clues, navigate perilous situations, and maybe distract murderous treasure hunters with historical anecdotes or a sharp jab with a surprisingly wieldy rapier. That thought popped into his head for no rational reason. He ran blindly, crashing through shrubbery that clawed at his face and clothing. He heard shouts getting closer. The dog's bark rising in intensity. He wasn't thinking. He was surviving on instinct and terror. He fumbled for his phone in his pocket, praying for signal. He got nothing. Alistair's encrypted device. It had secure comms. He yanked out the device, his shaking fingers struggling with the screen. He desperately needed to contact someone. Atherton and Stern? Operative K? Where was she? Had she gone to Rook Contingency? What even was Rook Contingency? Just as he found the secure comms app on the device, fumbling to initiate contact with Ainsworth or an emergency channel, a harsh light flared directly ahead. A dark shape moved out of the bushes. One of the personnel. Alerted by the shouting, blocking his path. Halt. The command was sharp, lethal. Alex skidded to a stop, heart seizing up completely. He was trapped. Deep in the garden, cornered, utterly alone, save for his briefcase full of terrifying information, a strange metal key, a sealed wooden box of unknown secrets, and an encrypted tablet showing a comms app he hadn't figured out how to use in an emergency. He was facing genuine, immediate danger for the first time in his beige life, and he felt utterly helpless, a sitting duck with billions. This was the clever twist personified. The true cost and consequence of his accidental inheritance coming to collect. But as the figure advanced, light shining directly into Alex's eyes, rendering him blind, a different voice cut through the tension. Loud, dismissive, and oddly familiar despite never having heard it before. Oh, for crying out loud. This is ridiculous. That's their priority target. A man in desperate need of tailoring and running like a newborn giraffe. Put that silly torch down, Vladimir, you, re-alarming the flora. It came from the direction of the manor, startling both Alex and his pursuer. The light on Alex wavered. Both men spun towards the new voice. And from the shadows of the building's extensive ivy-covered wall emerged two more figures, walking with an air of combined eccentricity and startling capability that was utterly out of place in this tense, dangerous standoff. The first was a woman. Late 20s, perhaps early 30s. Glasses askew, a mass of frizzy, slightly singed hair that looked like she recently stuck a fork in a toaster, dressed in sensible but crumpled hiking gear despite the formality of the surroundings. She carried a battered, overflowing satchel and seemed entirely unconcerned by the obvious danger, peering over her glasses at Alex's startled assailant with an expression of pure, academic annoyance. Dr. Ilara Vance. The summary was starting to make sense, but why here? Now? Trailing just slightly behind her was a man. Younger, wirier, with a perpetually cynical smirk etched onto his face and sharp, observant eyes that darted everywhere. He wore faded tactical pants, a dark hoodie, and carried what appeared to be a lock-picking kit prominently clipped to his belt, alongside other indeterminate tools. He moved with the silent grace of someone who was habitually trying to be anywhere he wasn't supposed to be. This had to be Jack's. The dubious morals and getting into trouble summary notes seemed immediately accurate. They walked towards the scene as if strolling through a park on a Sunday afternoon, completely cutting across the established peril dynamic with sheer, disruptive absurdity. Vladimir, the woman, Ilara, sighed, peering closer at Alex's assailant, who seemed stunned into momentary inaction by their sudden, bizarre appearance. Honestly. Still taking orders from Cousin Ivan, are we? Pathetic. The man identified as Vladimir recovered first. Who are you? Stay back. This does not concern you. He brandished his light aggressively. Jax gave a low, unimpressed whistle. Or, cute. Thinks he's in a movie. Look, Vladimir, Ivan sent you after the original acquisition plan's primary target. Mr. Kincaid, he gestured a thumb towards Alex. Trouble is, your boss got the schedule wrong, sent you to the B-side location on a Tuesday instead of waiting for the real show, and clearly has no idea what actual Alistair-level security looks like. You're outmatched, out of date, and honestly, just embarrassing yourselves. He stepped closer to Ilara, a strange protector-jester dynamic instantly apparent between them. He was agile. She was lost in thought even while assessing a potentially hostile situation. Moreover, Alara added, adjusting her glasses, addressing Vladimir as if he were a dull student in a lecture hall, "This man," she nodded towards Alex, "is utterly untrained. Even expecting him to secure the key was foolish. You've clearly missed whatever it was he actually extracted from the sundial apparatus, based on its altered energy signature compared to the projected alpha pulse profile." She gestured dismissively at the open panel on the sundial. "Elementary, really." Vladimir, confronted by this bewildering blend of dismissiveness and jargon, looked momentarily lost. He hesitated, looking between Alex, who was still breathing heavily, and the two incredibly weird, seemingly unfazed newcomers. This hesitation, perhaps milliseconds long, was enough. From the tree line, Operative K's voice, now projected clearly and commandingly through a small, unseen speaker, cut through the air. "Unit P3, phase initiated. Extract target. Secondary targets engaged." Suddenly, figures erupted from the surrounding woods. More operatives from Ainsworth's network, moving with the quiet efficiency Alex now vaguely recognized. They didn't storm the area in a blaze of glory, they moved with swift, precise movements, flanking Vladimir and cutting off potential escape routes for any other immediate threats. It was a perfectly executed, understated action sequence that showcased competence and strategic planning that had been entirely invisible to Alex minutes before. Vladimir was swiftly, professionally neutralized and restrained with minimal fuss. In the distance, shouts rose again, closer now, interspersed with sounds of brief, sharp struggles near the manor house and outbuildings as the personnel inside found themselves cornered or intercepted. The whole dangerous confrontation Alex was expecting seemed to be dissolving into a series of contained, professional arrests being handled by people Alex had never known existed until moments ago. His immediate peril was over. But he wasn't saved by luck. He was saved by a coordinated network acting on unforeseen variables, Alara and Jax. Alex stood trembling by the topiaries, the weight of the sealed case heavy in his jacket, the metal key cold in his pocket. Operative K emerged from the woods, her face still mostly obscured, moving towards him, confirming he was unharmed with a quick, professional assessment. She was relieved, perhaps annoyed he hadn't made it back to the exact rally point, but her mission was secure the target. But his attention was fixed on the woman with the frazzled hair and the cynical man with the lockpicking kit, who were now walking over, their argument about Vladimir's alarming the flora clearly ongoing in hushed tones. They didn't look like professional security, or lawyers, or anything he could easily categorize. They looked like characters. People with agendas and expertise utterly removed from his own beige sphere. Alara reached him first, looking him up and down with that same air of assessing study, completely bypassing any social niceties. "Kincaid," she stated, adjusting her glasses again. "Right. So you retrieved the initial identifier. What was its resonant frequency upon activation? Did you log the sequence?" The historical energy profile of the Falcon site indicates certain thresholds are necessary to bypass temporal disruption signatures, Alistair mentioned. She trailed off, lost in her own technical analysis of his simple act of inserting a key into a sundial. Jax joined them, giving Alex another of his sharp, appraising glances. "Nice work, boss. Didn't exactly move with tactical precision, but hey, you didn't fold completely. Found the box?" He lightly tapped the area where Alex had placed it inside his jacket, eliciting a nervous jump. Alex just stared between the three of them. Operative K, professional and quiet, clearly connected to Ainsworth's network, and these two, whatever they were, talking about energy profiles and relative ineptitude as if they were discussing the weather. They knew about the identifier, the sundial, the artifacts. They were part of this somehow. Were they his team? Vetted by Alistair? Arranged by Ainsworth after assessing the immediate threat revealed they needed unconventional help? The pieces weren't fitting logically, but they were undeniably present. "Who?" Alex started, looking from Alara to Jax to Operative K. "We'll explain in transit," Operative K said crisply, already ushering Alex away from the sundial and the apprehended Vladimir, deeper into the security presence converging on the area. "Initial secure relocation is being established. Mr. Ainsworth has been briefed. You will debrief and then, preparations will need to be made." "Preparations?" Alex repeated, his mind racing, trying to categorize Alara's wild hair and Jax, dubious air. The summary had mentioned hiring a historian and an adventurer. This was the recruitment, perhaps not in a formal interview room, but mid-exfiltration from a near-capture scenario in an Austrian garden. Peak Kincaid absurd initiation. Jax nudged him lightly. Yeah, boss. For figuring out what that fancy box tells you. And wherever that points next. Turns out Great-Uncle Alistair wasn't just rich, he was complicated. And the notes he left? They require specialized decoding skills. He looked pointedly at Ilara. And getting to whatever that decoding points you to usually involves bypassing things, breaking into places, or sometimes just distracting Vladimir here long enough. He grinned, not kindly. Alex felt a profound sense of dizzying inevitability mixed with cautious relief. He hadn't survived by himself. This confusing array of capable, eccentric, and frankly terrifying individuals were, apparently, linked to his unexpected legacy. Alistair's trial by fire had led him not just to an artifact and danger, but to a potential path out of his total helplessness. They were the support system the briefing implied, manifesting here amidst the chaos of Schloss Forken's compromised gardens. Ilara, walking beside him now, apparently finished with Vladimir, seemed to pick up on his dazed silence. The complexity of multi-generational, hidden financial strategies linked to physical asset-based ventures requires a cross-disciplinary approach, Mr. Kincaid. Historical context, archaeological inference, modern data analysis. She trailed off, already pulling a small, battered notebook from her satchel, sketching frantic diagrams by flashlight beam. And potentially circumventing individuals who prefer brute force over intellectual engagement, obviously, she added, casting another disdainful look towards the direction where Vladimir was being secured. Alex listened, overwhelmed. It sounded like the most complicated thing imaginable, requiring knowledge sets that were utterly alien to him. But it also sounded like it was required. Like this was the first, difficult step onto the path Alistair had laid out. He looked back towards the silent, imposing manor house, a structure he had thought held answers but seemed to primarily hold managed chaos and armed trespassers. The real start wasn't the place, it was the artifact. And unlocking its meaning would require more than money or luck. It required them. As they were led swiftly through the dark woods towards wherever their initial secure relocation was located, Alex clutching his valuable, indecipherable sealed box and following a professional operative while a genius historian debated theoretical physics with a pragmatic rogue, he finally understood. His isolated sojourn in the mansion was over. He was being thrust into a collaboration, forced to rely on the peculiar talents of others. The lonely gilded cage had sprung him, right into the awkward, unpredictable company of the awkward Avengers mentioned in the summary, who seemed far more comfortable with chaos and riddles than he ever would be, and who were now looking to him to provide direction, because he was the accidental billionaire with the starting point, the strange catalyst connecting all their disparate skills to Alistair's elaborate, dangerous game. And somewhere in the woods, or perhaps across continents, the others who wanted what he had were regrouping, having likely just missed getting to him at Forken by moments, now more determined and dangerous than ever. His transformation from beige analyst to targeted inheritor wasn't finished, it had just found its utterly bizarre supporting cast. What strange places would they decipher from the contents of his sealed box? Where would this odd collection of characters stumble next in the unpredictable global chase that his life had suddenly become? The frantic dash through the darkened grounds of Schloss Forken, the confrontation in the topiaries, and the professional efficiency of Operative K and the unnamed others blended into a terrifying, adrenaline-fueled blur in Alex's memory. One moment he was hiding, facing down a determined Vladimir, the next he was being guided with brisk urgency through dense woods, away from the sounds of coordinated pursuit and apprehension. By his side strode the improbable figures of Dr. Ilara Vance, debating the potential half-life of residual magical energy in archaic structures, and Jax, silently appraising the dark landscape with eyes that missed nothing, a faint, cynical smirk still playing on his lips. They were quickly led to a less visible, reinforced vehicle waiting on a remote track, miles from the main approach. The vehicle was an T-marked, utilitarian yet clearly armored. Inside, communication channels were open. Alex could hear terse, low-volume updates. The personnel inside the manor had been subdued or had fled. No casualties reported among Ainsworth's network team. Schloss Forken was now secured, at least for the immediate future. Vladimir, identified through biometrics as a low-level operative linked to an unsavory transnational organization, was being transferred to a secure debriefing location managed by Ainsworth's wider assets. The incident, apparently, was considered managed. For now. Operative K efficiently confirmed Alex was unharmed. A swift, professional assessment that felt less like a health check and more like inspecting damaged cargo. She then received confirmation via a secure audio channel that Ainsworth himself would link into the secure location being prepared for their debrief and immediate planning. She offered little explanation beyond necessity. "We have our protocols, Mr. Kincaid." Alistair foresaw many eventualities, including needing rapid intervention and unconventional expertise when engaging his, more esoteric ventures. Ilara, meanwhile, seemed entirely preoccupied. She held the sealed box Alex had retrieved from the sundial base, turning it over in her hands under the dim light of the vehicle's internal lamp, her brow furrowed in intense concentration. "Fascinating," she murmured, her glasses slipping slightly down her nose. "The locking mechanism isn't mechanical or simple tumblers. It's keyed to a harmonic frequency, based on the natural resonant properties of the specific stone used in the sundial's base, combined with the subtle, ambient earth energy of the exact valley floor location at the solstice when Great-Uncle Reginald. Good heavens, the complexity is beautiful. It's designed to be bypassed only by understanding its environmental and calendrical context, not by force." She was speaking rapid fire, half to herself, half to an unseen, infinitely patient audience of academic peers. Jax, slouched in his seat, adjusted the angle of his tactical cap. "Yeah, beautiful. Means you gotta be smart, not just kick it open. Saved my skill set for later, didn't it?" Disappointed, actually. Despite the words, his eyes glinted with grudging respect as he watched Ilara work. Their initial secure relocation was not far from Schloss Forken, but seemingly buried deep within the remote mountain range. A small, unassuming building hidden behind a false rock face, looking like nothing more than a maintenance shed until Operative K accessed a concealed entry panel. Inside, it was minimalist, modern, sterile. Secure communications hub, small analytical lab, a few basic living quarters. A base of operations, starkly functional compared to the sprawling, opulent, and porous, Blackwood Manor. This felt more Alistair-grade secure. Within an hour, they were gathered in a small conference room with Ainsworth's face appearing on a large, encrypted monitor. He was composed, professional, but Alex noticed the subtle tension in his shoulders. "Mr. Kincaid, I understand your transit and acquisition of the target artifact from Forken were dynamic. Operative K and her team performed admirably under unanticipated circumstances. Mr. Jax and Dr. Vance were, unexpectedly, instrumental in redirecting attention and facilitating the initial extraction." Alex nodded, still feeling the aftershocks of the evening. "Yes. Unexpected. They were very helpful." He glanced at Ilara, already absorbed in analyzing the sealed box at a nearby table with a handheld scanner, and Jax, sprawled in a chair, fiddling with something in his lockpick kit. "They certainly weren't, who he expected to find lurking in the vicinity of ancient Austrian manors at midnight." Ainsworth gave a curt nod. "Indeed. Circumstances regarding Mr. Alistair Kincaid's, shall we say, less passive assets require specific capabilities. Dr. Vance's profound historical and multidisciplinary knowledge, particularly her focus on archaic technologies and cultural symbology, is unparalleled. Mr. Jax possesses a unique talent for situational access and navigating areas others find insurmountable, physically and administratively." Alex dimly remembered Ainsworth or Albright mentioning assembling a team in the initial lawyer's office briefing, Chapter 6 summary point starting to get context after their actual appearance, dramatic irony style. It appeared assembling meant having them mysteriously show up where danger was peaking. They were, as it happens, independently investigating potential anomalies linked to Alistair's known historical blind spots on their own initiative, pursuant to separate long-standing agreements, Ainsworth continued, explaining away their timely appearance with the efficiency of a legal loophole. Their presence nearby at the critical moment was, while fortuitous for your immediate safety, entirely aligned with the proactive identification of potential threats and unverified asset locations that Mr. Alistair built into his extended network. They are now formally integrated as key personnel supporting your progress on the Enrichment Journey, pursuant to the stipulations requiring you to demonstrate collaborative leadership and utilize available resources. Collaborative leadership? With these two. Alex, who delegated tasks by avoiding eye contact at the coffee machine, was supposed to lead a disheveled academic genius who spoke in scientific riddles and a cynical rogue who looked like he viewed lawful behavior as an unfortunate suggestion. They require direction, Ainsworth finished, the implied meaning clear. Direction from Alex. The one who had been guided physically here, barely managing to hold onto a box. The formal briefing shifted to the sealed case. Elara's analysis confirmed it was designed to open safely only at the intended stage completion point, keyed not just environmentally but probably also biochemically, potentially responsive only to a verified Kincaid lineage sample, likely Alex's own blood, sweat, or fingerprints left from retrieving it. Alistair didn't take security lightly, especially for his initial secrets. After obtaining a minuscule biological sample from a cut on Alex's hand obtained while stumbling through the forest, and performing complex operations with scanners and ambient temperature adjustments Elara understood but Alex found baffling, the sealed case gave a soft click. Elara opened it with almost reverent care. Inside, nestled on faded velvet, lay two objects. One was a small, intricately carved wooden box, no larger than a deck of cards, seemingly blank save for faint lines. The second was a fragile scroll of vellum tied with a thin ribbon. There were no blinking lights, no digital interfaces. It felt ancient, tactile. Elara handled the scroll first. She unfurled it slowly, revealing crisp script and small, precise drawings. Alistair's hand, undeniably. And references to, yes, a settlement. The village where the sun-spun thread found its first cradle dot. She read aloud, translating the mix of historical cipher and flowery, Alistair-esque description. And the sign of the triple knot marks the silent spinner's wellspring. Interesting. She tapped a tiny drawing of a specific, knotted symbol. The thread. Sun-spun. Silk. Or some other historical fiber unique to this region. The Kincaid textile connections. Yes. Dating back centuries. There's a historical rumor of the earliest fortune being built on an innovation in thread processing, a forgotten method, linked to a specific, secretive community. It perfectly aligns. The small wooden box contained an optical lens and a simple mechanical piece. Not the next key, but seemingly tools. And hidden beneath the velvet lining, detected by Elara's scanner, was a complex set of layered ciphers designed to be read using specific light spectrums, perhaps activated by the lens. The code pointed unequivocally to the name and geographic coordinates of a place, Oakhaven. Remote valley, southern, region of Austria, near the Alps. This was the village. Alistair's initial large venture wasn't just random textiles. It was linked to an intensely localized, ancient process or discovery related to thread, perhaps a unique plant, animal, silk moth unique to a valley, or crafting method developed by a reclusive community. And this settlement, Oakhaven, held the secret location, potentially within a place referred to cryptically as the Silent Spinner's Wellspring, identified by a triple knot symbol. This confirmed the Chapter 7 summary's reference to a specific venture source linked to the artifact location found here. Oakhaven, Alex repeated. It sounded idyllic. Rural. Quaint. Not fraught with armed personnel and clandestine operations like Schloss Forken. This seemed like the softer, more logical start to an enrichment journey he might have envisioned before getting chased through Austrian gardens. Precisely, Ainsworth confirmed via the screen. Our background on Oakhaven suggests it is indeed remote, historically isolated, and known for a rather independent streak. They have limited external contact and are known for being quite wary of outsiders, particularly anyone perceived as attempting to pry into their local customs or, heaven forbid, historical practices. The dramatic irony here. Alex thought he was going from a frying pan to a warm, perhaps quirky fire. But the real challenge wouldn't be global espionage, initially. It would be negotiating a deeply wary, traditional community armed with only his awkward social skills and the subtle direction from an over-enthusiastic historian and a cynical hacker. Our strategy, Mr. Kincaid, Ainsworth stated, taking over the planning, will be low profile. No private jet directly into Oakhaven, their nearest landing strip is gravel. We will facilitate transport to a nearby regional airport. You will proceed overland, subtly, blend in. You will be accompanied, naturally, by Dr. Vance, whose academic cover regarding historical regional crafts will provide a degree of legitimacy should inquiry arise. Mr. Jax, his particular talents may also be useful for discerning unofficial information channels or facilitating certain difficult access issues. He shot a glance at Jax, who grinned. His cover will be flexible. Blend in. Alex Kincaid, former Mr. Beige, asked to blend in as a savvy individual accompanied by a walking library of esoteric knowledge and a potential petty criminal, investigating historical secrets in a village known for being xenophobic. The comedy wrote itself. We approach with respect, naturally, Elara interjected earnestly, adjusting her glasses. These remote, insular communities often hold invaluable keys to understanding the past, uncorrupted by mainstream interpretation. We mustn't alarm them. Or maybe alarming them is exactly what Alistair expected, Jax muttered under his breath. Chaos Agent approach. Mr. Kincaid will provide leadership and make the final decisions based on your collective assessment of the local environment and the most effective application of resources and personnel, Ainsworth concluded. Resources? He had billions. Personnel? Two people who looked like they'd answer entirely to their own internal whims. Leadership? Alex, whose defining professional achievement was likely sorting filing cabinets alphabetically by size. This was Alistair's assembling and trusting a team trial. It was going to be interesting. And probably, very embarrassing. Transitioning from a high-stakes extraction to planning a subtle infiltration of an eccentric village highlighted the unpredictable swing of Alistair's enrichment journey. It wasn't just one kind of challenge, it was all of them. And the next seemed designed specifically to exploit Alex's social ineptitude and profound lack of cultural savviness. The transport to the regional airport, the overland journey through increasingly narrow, winding mountain roads, felt strangely ordinary after the night's events. They passed picturesque farms, towering peaks dusted with early snow, crisp alpine air filling the rental car. Elara was already buried in local history books and regional dialect guides provided via the encrypted device, muttering about archaic weaving techniques and potential folk legends linked to sunspun thread. Jax mostly listened to something on earbuds, eyes half closed, occasionally interjecting a sharp, surprisingly accurate observation about the surrounding landscape or a passing local. They reached the valley, and Oak Haven appeared like a village out of time. Tucked deep into a fold in the mountains, its buildings were centuries old, stone and dark wood, roofs low-slung and weathered. The air smelled of wood smoke, damp earth, and something subtly different Alex couldn't place. Not spices, not industry, something earthy and fresh. There was no evident tourism, just a quiet, self-contained community. People watched them as they drove through the single main street. Quiet glances, unsmiling faces. Wariness hung in the air like the wood smoke. This was indeed the remote, eccentric village promised by the summary. Their carefully planned subtle blending began, predictably, with an immediate misstep courtesy of Alex's profound awkwardness and lack of context. They checked into the village's only guest house. Old, clean, run by a stout, silent woman with knowing eyes. Alex, overcompensating for his prior experiences, tried to sound confidently touristy. Lovely spot. Very traditional. The landlady simply stared at him, blinked slowly, and handed him a heavy iron key. Her silence was a wall in itself. The village was celebrating something. The main square was adorned with strange, brightly colored fabrics and intricate knots. The triple knot symbol Elara had read about was everywhere, incorporated into banners, carvings, and clothing worn by some villagers. Music played, traditional and haunting. It was clearly an event of cultural significance. Elara identified it excitedly from her research. The Festival of the First Twist. It honors the origins of their foundational craft, likely related to the thread Alistair mentioned. This is incredibly fortunate. Fortunate implied easy access or open celebration. It was the opposite. The villagers, usually reticent, were gathered together, presenting a united front that made approaching them difficult. Alex, seeing the colorful decorations and hearing the music, made his fatal error. Assuming it was a public festival like any other seen in city parks or tourist towns, he attempted to engage with what he thought was a vendor selling some of the decorated fabric. "Hello. Beautiful work," Alex exclaimed, pulling out a small wad of euros from his wallet. He had consciously left the minimalist black card secured away. He was going low profile. How much for one of these banners? The woman tending the stall, her face a mask of ancestral sternness beneath her elaborate headpiece, looked at his outstretched money as if he'd offered her expired bread. Her eyes narrowed. She didn't speak English. Alex tried again, slower. Gestured. Money. Buy. We do not sell the twist, she stated in heavily accented, slow German. The twist is not bought. It is honored. Ilara quickly translated the interaction in an urgent whisper. Mr. Kincaid, no, you don't offer money for something sacred, especially the symbols related to their core craft. Alex felt the heat rising in his face. He had committed the ultimate cultural faux pas, reducing a deep tradition to a mere transaction. The woman's expression solidified into outright disapproval. Other villagers nearby turned to stare, their gazes cold and judging. The music seemed to quieten slightly, a collective prickle of unease and suspicion rippling outwards. He wasn't just the clumsy outsider, he was the crude, disrespectful outsider who saw their heritage only through the lens of purchase. Jax leaned close to Alex, his voice dry. Nice one, boss. Pretty sure you just offended a lineage tracing back 300 years by trying to buy their spiritual laundry. From that moment on, the stone walling became palpable. Any attempt Alex made to ask questions about the wellspring, about history, about locations referenced in Alistair's cryptic clues, was met with polite but impenetrable deflection, feigned misunderstanding, or abrupt termination of conversation. They tried showing pictures from Alistair's briefing materials on the encrypted device, symbols, drawings. The reaction was always the same, a sudden, sharp shift in demeanor, polite distance turning into passive hostility. It was like trying to converse with an invisible wall, beautifully carved but utterly impassable. Alex's innate awkwardness combined with his spectacular initial blunder had shut down the entire village as a potential information source. His lack of planning and cultural understanding hadn't just led to an embarrassment, it had led to comprehensive, village-wide social exclusion, complete with silent judgment in the bread shop. Ilara, though better at understanding the historical context, was often too wrapped up in the fascinating academic nuances to bridge the practical gap, or she accidentally use historical terms that made villagers even more suspicious. Could you perhaps elucidate upon the alleged sun-spun thread as referenced in documented accounts of proto-industrial textile processes originating in the high valleys? This typically got her a blank, guarded stare. Jax was more direct, attempting unofficial approaches that quickly yielded results. He tried befriending local youth at the village's single, rustic pub, buying rounds of drinks, feigning an interest in regional folklore. But even here, the close-knit community proved difficult. Information was compartmentalized, tightly held. People who were loosening up suddenly clammed up the moment Alistair's symbols or old local landmarks were mentioned. Stubborn lot, Jax commented one evening back in their cramped guesthouse rooms, polishing his lockpicks meticulously. Got the young guys talking about ancient quarries, smuggling routes through the mountains, even rumors about weird lights in the woods generations ago. But soon as I ask about Spinner's Well or that damn knot symbol, nope. Blank faces. Suddenly gotta be home for dinner. Someone's got these people seriously spooked, or seriously loyal. Probably a bit of both. He paused, looked at Alex. Pretty sure your grand performance at the market didn't help loosen tongues, by the way, boss. Alex felt a fresh wave of shame. Right. Not exactly charming benefactor material, am I? Nah. You're more fish out of bathtub. Less charismatic, arguably funnier when panicking, Jax said with brutal honesty that Alex, bizarrely, was starting to find less insulting and more factual. At least someone saw him clearly, however unflatteringly. Ilara was frustrated, pacing their small room amidst scattered maps and notebooks. We know the location is here. Alistair's records link the sundial artifact specifically to Oakhaven's founding craft. The coordinates, the silent spinner's wellspring, it all points here. But where within the village? How can we access a place so guarded, possibly even kept secret from younger generations? They hit a wall. Their approaches. Official inquiry, shut down by the landlady's silent stares and village elders' curt refusals, cultural sensitivity, undermined by Alex, and informal information gathering, stymied by local discretion. All failed. They spent 2 days walking the village, comparing the tiny drawing of the triple knot from the scroll with architectural details. They saw it on old door lintels, grave markers in the churchyard, carved into a specific weathered communal fountain. But nowhere was it displayed prominently to mark a specific wellspring. The village offered a million historical details and cultural nuances but hid the one they needed. The theme of being stonewalled by wary locals was manifesting in full force. Ilara went back to Alistair's vellum scroll, rereading every line, examining every minute drawing with a magnifying glass. She reviewed Alistair's fragmented journal entries linked to Oakhaven on the encrypted device. Mentions of visits he'd paid decades ago, fragmented thoughts, observational notes that made more sense now that they were on site. Old man Gregor still maintains the drought of 78 broke the sequence at the well, requiring the ritual reknotting. A trivial concern for hydrography, but underscores their deep connection to the site. Gregor, the drought of 78, ritual reknotting. The detail felt too trivial, exactly fitting the pattern of Alistair's previous clue regarding great-uncle Reginald's fussiness about the sundial. Ilara's eyes widened behind her glasses. "The wellspring isn't a literal well of water," she exclaimed suddenly, tapping the phrase in Alistair's journal note. "Or maybe not just water. In archaic textile crafts, particularly processing raw materials like flax or maybe even rare insect fibers, certain wells or natural water sources were essential steps. Soaking, cleaning, softening. And spinner could refer not just to a person, but to the mechanism used for spinning, or the creature itself if it were biological. The silent spinner's wellspring could be a natural feature linked to the original resource and a specific crafting tool or process. She connected it to the rumor of a unique method Alistair's ancestors capitalized on. And the trivial family anecdote part clicked into place fully. Alistair hadn't just randomly visited Oakhaven and written a note. He had observed an interaction between a family member, Gregor, and a site, the well. It wasn't Gregor who was significant, it was Alistair's observation of how critical that well was to their history, ritual reknotting after a drought, despite appearing trivial on the surface. The depth of local attachment suggested not just a water source, but a central, perhaps hidden, point vital to their secretive craft. Ilara reread the clue. The sign of the triple knot marks the silent spinner's wellspring. And Alistair's note about Gregor and the drought and reknotting. Drought meant water level issues. Reknotting a sequence at the well sounded like something physical, functional, linked to access or operation rather than just decoration. And the symbol was on a communal fountain in the square. "The fountain," Alex blurted out, making Ilara jump. "It's old, stone, that has the triple knot carving, but it's just a fountain." "But is it just a fountain?" Ilara countered, already grabbing a local historical diagram from the encrypted device files, cross-referencing it with modern maps. "Look. Its water source isn't documented anywhere obvious. Local springs feed most village taps, but this fountain, its feed is internal, ancient." Jax, who had been quietly watching, perked up. "Okay, wellspring could be the source for the fountain. Like, under it. And if they freaked out about reknotting after a drought, maybe access to it requires fiddling with the plumbing. Or, more interestingly, the knot is part of the access." Ilara stared at the diagram. A ritual reknotting. Not rebuilding. Reknotting. The sign marks the wellspring, but maybe the action is also key. The drawing on the scroll isn't just a picture of the knot, it's a precise topological rendering. What if you don't just find the knot? What if you have to do something with it? Interacting with the symbol itself at the fountain? At a specific time or state of the fountain? This was the pivot, the correct interpretation based on combining Alistair's hint, the physical clue, and Ilara's unique knowledge, adding a new layer of twist beyond just a geographical marker. It was about an interaction, a method Alistair expected his heir to infer, connecting his heritage to the hands-on practice of an ancient craft rather than just a map coordinate. It turned their geographic puzzle into a functional one. They waited until late that night, when the village was quiet after the day's festivities. Armed with the knowledge gained and Ilara's intricate analysis of the knot symbol's drawing and Alistair's fragmented clues, they approached the communal fountain in the deserted square. The stone was cold under Alex's touch. The triple knot was carved near the base, weathered by centuries of water flow. It seemed unremarkable. "All right," Jax whispered, taking a small, intricate tool from his kit. Not a lockpick, but something resembling a thin, curved probe. Ilara says the diagram suggests potential leverage points within the carving's matrix, likely keyed to apply specific, light pressure. A ritual reknotting could just be old-timer lingo for turn this bit and pull this bit in the right order. This became the satisfying action sequence. Not a chase or fight, but a careful, intelligent physical puzzle rooted in historical context and modern skill. Alex held a flashlight, borrowed from Operative K. Ilara directed, her eyes glued to Alistair's drawing. Jax worked the stone knot carving with precise, delicate movements. He, insert the probe into a minuscule groove Ilara identified, apply a tiny torque Alex could barely see, then probe another section. Each small click was amplified in the silent square. This was his area of expertise, navigating resistance with finesse, whether stone mechanisms or digital firewalls. Right, Jax murmured after a few minutes, a faint sound confirming success. Feels like something shifted internal. Ilara gasped softly, adjusting her glasses. Yes. Look. The water pressure in the fountain is lowering. And wait, a recess. Near the base, obscured previously by moss and grime, a small stone block beneath the carved knot had indeed recessed inward slightly, revealing an edge, a handle embedded in the stone itself. It led to a small, concealed opening behind the fountain, covered by cleverly integrated stones. It wasn't obvious, if you weren't looking for it, knew exactly what interaction to seek and where, you'd never find it. Jax and Ilara looked at Alex. Spinner's wellspring? Guess this is it, boss, Jax said, wiping grime from his hands. The passage led downwards, damp and narrow, smelling faintly of mildew and the same earthy scent Alex had noticed in the village air. Ilara led the way, excitement radiating from her like a beacon, occasionally pausing to examine tool marks or types of stonework with hushed awe. Jax brought up the rear, vigilant, light glinting on the multitool in his hand. Alex followed between them, flashlight beam bobbing, his previous anxiety replaced by a quiet sense of awe and trepidation. The passage opened into a chamber. It wasn't grand, but functional. Stone-lined, damp. In the center stood what appeared to be ancient, disused machinery, wooden and metal parts caked in dust and mineral deposits. Perhaps related to the spinning or processing Ilara speculated about. And alongside it, stored on simple shelves or in niches carved into the walls, were stacks of objects, faded rolls of fine, silken-looking thread, small wooden devices that looked like shuttles or specialized needles, preserved samples of a specific, dark leaf Alex didn't recognize. This wasn't just a hiding spot, it was a working repository, perhaps even a historical prototype or backup site, maintained through generations before being largely forgotten or ritualistically sealed away, a testament to the obscure venture Alistair's ancestors founded their fortune on. The artifact tied to a forgotten branch of the family's historical ventures? The material proof, the silkworm spool thread equivalent hinted at earlier, the core of the secret textile venture, was here, tangible, unexpected. The chamber felt heavy with forgotten history, the scent of old fibers and machine grease filling the air. This was the real discovery, physical proof of a specific, secretive, advanced historical technology that formed the genesis of Kincaid wealth. Alistair's legacy wasn't just money, it was access to history, to knowledge, to processes nobody else knew. And within this chamber, amongst the tools and spools of fine thread, they found another sealed container. Smaller than the one from the sundial, more modern looking. The next element of the enrichment journey, retrieved from the heart of the silent spinner's wellspring. Alex reached for it, feeling a mix of triumph and profound unease. He had found it. Guided by strangers who were becoming a team. He had overcome his awkwardness, or rather, navigated around it, and helped uncover a layer of history linked directly to his own lineage that most academics didn't even suspect existed. This was transformative. Just as his fingers closed around the smooth metal of the new sealed container, securely stored within its damp stone niche, a faint, rhythmic beeping began to emanate from the encrypted device in Ilara's satchel, left momentarily on a shelf beside them as she eagerly examined some samples of the thread. A low-priority system alert, perhaps? No. It had a pattern. Persistent. Insistent. And ominous. Ilara froze, head snapping towards the device, eyes wide with sudden, intellectual alarm. Jax stiffened, hand instantly going to his toolkit, eyes scanning the chamber with rapid intensity. The soft, Rhythmic beeping of the encrypted device accelerated into an insistent, rapid pulse. Red warning triangles flashed on the screen held in Alara Vance's trembling hand. Jax stood rigid at the narrow passage entrance, eyes fixed on the faint light filtering down from the carved opening behind the fountain, straining to decipher the sounds from above. Alex Kincaid, gripping the recently retrieved sealed container like a lifeline, felt the ancient, damp air in the chamber suddenly thick and suffocating. The dust of centuries felt less like history and more like kindling waiting for a spark. Confirmed multiple units converging on Village Central, Alara read aloud, her voice tight with intellectual alarm. Approaching the fountain entrance. Signature match. Oh, gods. It's Ivan's network. Not just Vladimir. Command structure active. Ivan. The name Jax had thrown at Vladimir in the Falkengarden standoff. So they weren't random thugs. They were connected. But to whom? Jax spun back towards them, his eyes narrowed, gaze flicking around the chamber, evaluating angles, potential resistance points. Ivan. Yeah, all right. Those guys play rough. They brought the heavy toys to crack this entrance. He listened again. Don't hear serious demo charges yet, but, listen. Alex listened. Faintly, from above ground, carried down through the narrow stone passage, he could hear more than just footsteps. The murmur of voices, too low to make out words, but multitonal. Authority issuing instructions. And something else, a rhythmic clang, like metal on stone. Someone was actively working to force open the passage Alistair had designed to be bypassed only by specific interaction with a sundial and, now, a layered sequence initiated by his key from Austria and Alex's bodily fluids. They were opting for brute force. How long do we have? Alex asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Less time than I'd like, Jax replied grimly. This passage is old, but not designed for prolonged siege. If they brought tools, 30 minutes. 20 minutes. Trapped underground in a sealed historical chamber with the tangible evidence of his family's secret origins. And adversaries knew exactly where they were. Alistair's test of fortitude was delivering swift, brutal instruction. Alara had set the sealed case carefully on the only stable flat surface. A large, heavy piece of dismantled ancient machinery. She was already peering into niches in the wall by flashlight beam. We need to find another exit, she stated, more to herself than to them. Alistair would have included redundancy. This chamber wasn't just a vault, it was a potential operational hub or, at the very least, a secure bolt hole if the front passage was compromised during venture activities. She tapped on stones, listening to the echoes, seeking hollow spots. Standard Kincaid ops included contingency plans for contested access points, Jax elaborated, his pragmatic focus locking onto Alara's historical theory. An ancestor building a hidden workshop this deep and secretive isn't going to leave the single entry reliant on a temperamental water system and a sundial with a moody gnome, let alone a specific ritual that might get forgotten. Gotta be another way out. An emergency bolt hole. Or a maintenance tunnel linked to something external. He began tapping on walls too, moving systematically, checking for drafts or different temperatures indicating airflow. Alex felt useless. He had no clue what stone sounded hollow or where secret maintenance tunnels might lead. His skill set involved categorizing inefficiencies, not finding hidden exits from medieval bunkers under duress. But Alaire and Jax, this strange, awkward, resourceful duo who, been so effortlessly out of place just hours ago, were functioning like a perfectly calibrated machine now that the threat was physical and imminent. This was the team Ainsworth had alluded to. They operated on different wavelengths entirely from his own, but somehow, they were complementary. He needed to find a way to contribute, not just be the asset they needed to extract. He thought back to Alistair's journal entry about Oakhaven. Gregor and the drought of 78. The ritual reknotting at the well. The connection wasn't just about finding the wellspring, it was about how deeply linked it was to the village itself, to its lifeblood, literal or figurative, and traditions. What if the contingency wasn't just a hidden tunnel out of the chamber, but something connected to the village layout, something related to the fountain's entire system? Something Alistair knew and factored in? The drought note, Alex said suddenly, speaking louder than he intended in the tense silence. Alistair mentioned man Gregor needing to reknot the sequence at the well after the drought. It broke the sequence. Doesn't that imply the wellspring isn't just the chamber entrance, but linked to the actual fountain's water system? Like, a necessary part of its flow? Ilara paused her tapping, frowning in thought, revisiting Alistair's note on her device. The drought broke the sequence, requiring the ritual reknotting. If the drought lowered the water table severely enough, it wouldn't just affect the visible fountain flow. It would disrupt the integrity or function of the underground source mechanics. The wellspring isn't just the chamber, but maybe its source was connected to the local water table via a shared primary aquifer that also fed the fountain. The reknotting ritual might have been a technical solution disguised as ritual, perhaps manipulating internal pipework, or valves only accessible when water levels were low, using the knot points on the fountain as external indicators or connection points for leverage. She was piecing it together aloud, a theory forming. Yes, Alistair always valued ingenuity hidden in plain sight. Jax had stopped tapping walls and was now scrutinizing the elaborate ancient machinery in the center of the chamber, which the thread and leaves were found with. Ingenuity, or over-engineering, he grumbled, but his eyes gleamed with focused interest. If this setup was drawing power or process water from the same deep source as the fountain, then yeah, there's got to be redundant systems. Maybe emergency drainage? Overflow release? Access points needed for repairs that were, maybe lower than the main input-output. He started probing around the base of the machinery, listening for different sounds, checking for subtle seams or access panels. This was Alex's moment of contribution. His beige-honed skill for spotting logistical dependencies and inefficient processes, combined with recalling Alistair's trivial detail, was providing insight his colleagues' specialist knowledge missed initially. Dramatic irony flipped briefly on its head, the useless office drone spotting the critical factor his expert security and historical allies overlooked because it relied on fundamental system thinking rather than unique skills. Jax ran a hand along a heavily calcified seam at the base of the largest piece of machinery. This feels artificial. A seam within the stone, filled. Could be a cover panel. Why fill it? Probably led somewhere critical you didn't want seen. Lower than the water input points would be, down here. He tapped the ground beside the machinery base. It felt slightly different, resonated differently. Emergency drainage, Alex suggested. Or access to lower valves. Like when they needed to reknot after the drought. Had to get to something down here. Ilara nodded, following the logic, pulling up structural diagrams of underground aquifers provided in the briefing. Alistair's research on Oakhaven was incredibly detailed. Yes. Look at this, projected water table flow during a historical drought. The primary system feeds the surface fountain via gravity from an uphill source, but historical records reference a lower, supplementary system, maybe linked to a geothermal aspect of the valley that provides heat-humidity for certain processes, dormant now. But accessed, according to older village lore whispers Alistair logged, from below the roots of the stone spinner. She gestured to the machinery. The roots of the spinner, under the machinery base. Jax knelt, probing the seam with a set of stronger tools. Thin, flexible probes. He found resistance, catches, releases. Designed not for forced entry, but precise disengagement. The same design philosophy as the sundial, writ large underground. Minutes ticked by, marked by the increasingly frantic beeping of the device in Ilara's hand and the clang from above ground. Alex could almost hear the metal gnawing at the stone at the fountain entrance. Got it! Jax exclaimed triumphantly. A section of the floor near the machinery base, maybe 5 by 5 feet, gave way with a deep grind of stone, revealing a dark, vertical shaft descending into palpable damp air. It was narrow, clearly an emergency maintenance tunnel. Thank the geological surveys Alistair performed decades ago. Ilara breathed, relief flooding her face. This path is annotated on his private site survey. Designated Outfall Kappa. Appears to exit near a disused quarry further down the valley. An exit, Alex murmured, the tension finally beginning to ebb slightly, only to be replaced by a fresh wave of urgency. They had found a way out. But how quickly could they use it? Alright, new plan, Jax said, instantly switching from problem solver to escape coordinator. Alex, you first. Artifact stays with you. This shaft looks old, we don't know structural integrity. Move carefully but fast. I'll secure the panel as much as I can behind us, Slow them down slightly if they somehow trace us here after breaking the fountain access. Elara, you bring the tech and Alistair's core documents, guide us on Outfall Kappa's route from the geological data. Let's move. No hesitation. No debate. Action dictated by necessity and honed expertise. This was teamwork not as a corporate buzzword on a beige poster, but as a desperate, efficient necessity born from shared peril. Alex gripped the new sealed case and his flashlight. He felt a prickle of fear about descending into the dark shaft, but the terror of staying in the chamber and waiting for Ivan's people to break in was stronger. He swung his legs into the opening and lowered himself down, finding narrow handholds and foot projections carved into the stone. The air was cold and damp. The shaft spiraled downwards, feeling ancient and forgotten. Elara followed swiftly, muttering about calcite deposits and projected shaft lengths. Jax went last, working furiously for a few minutes behind them before following. Alex heard the sounds of stone grating against stone, a metallic clang. Jax sealing the panel as best he could, momentarily securing their backs. They descended further, the sounds from the surface fading, replaced by the rhythmic drip of water and the scuttling of unseen things. Alex's flashlight beam cut through the inky blackness, revealing damp walls and dripping stalactites. He was exhausted, sore, and emotionally frayed, but propelled by adrenaline and the sudden, desperate hope of escape. They reached a lower level, moving through a horizontal passage. The air here was warmer, humid. Elara explained, flashlight sweeping across glistening stone, likely linked to a lower geothermal spring. Confirms Alistair's Alpine Energetics reference. Provides microclimate for specific processing, maybe requiring the humidity. These deposits. Are they? She reached out, touched a reddish-brown residue on the wall with a gloved finger. Tannins? Or dyes? Yes, consistent with early organic colorants. Could this be related to the thread production process directly? They were still in the spinner's wellspring, but in a maintenance secondary operational area, connected to the secret passage. The smell of damp stone and something else, something earthy and subtly floral, filled the air. Then, as they moved cautiously down the humid tunnel, they heard it. Not from above, from the entrance they'd just fled. But from ahead. Deeper in the passage. Footsteps. Not their own echoes. Heavy, distinct footsteps, accompanied by the murmur of voices speaking German, guttural and low. Heading towards them. Elara froze, her scientific excitement draining from her face, replaced by pure dread. Jax swore under his breath, instantly melting back into the shadows cast by Alex's bobbing flashlight. Alex's blood ran cold again. How? This was supposed to be the secret exit. Reinforcements. Elara whispered, fear plain on her face. Or, they split the approach, Jax corrected, his voice a low growl. Figure they block all likely exits while Ivan's crew forces the front. This outfit doesn't mess around. They were caught between the devil breaking in the front door and the deep blue sea of adversaries approaching through the escape hatch. Their moment of triumph at finding the second exit had been tragically short-lived. Panic threatened to overwhelm Alex. This was worse than being cornered by Vladimir in the garden. Here, they were in a narrow, unfamiliar passage, effectively blind, trapped, with enemies converging from two directions on a timetable they didn't know. The footsteps ahead grew louder. They could hear the rhythmic scrape of boot soles on stone, the low rumble of men conversing, unaware or unconcerned about whoever might be deeper in the tunnel. Back, Jax hissed, grabbing Alex and Elara, pulling them into a small, natural alcove in the passage wall. They squeezed into the space, trying to flatten themselves against the rough stone. They killed Alex's flashlight, plunging them into absolute darkness, broken only by the faintest sliver of Elara's device screen still pulsing with the red alert, now accompanied by proximity alarms indicating adversaries not just above ground, but within meters of their own position underground. This was it. The desperate scramble to evade capture introduced by their success had led them directly into another trap. This time, possibly, an unavoidable one. The passage was too narrow to fight effectively. Running back would send them towards Ivan's crew. Waiting here was simply waiting to be found. The sounds grew closer. Louder. Distinct voices, though still speaking German, rougher than the polished accent Alex vaguely remembered from Vladimir. Anything. One voice grumbled in German. Command says secure the outfall immediately. They expect whoever accessed the chamber to use it. Nothing yet, replied another. Clear for 50 meters ahead. Probably still digging out the main entrance. Standard Kincaid over-engineering, command expected delays. Alex's breath hitched. Standard Kincaid over-engineering. These people knew Alistair's methods, his likely redundancies. They knew about this tunnel. They were waiting for them. The light of flashlights danced on the rough stone walls ahead as the enemy team approached their position. Alex pressed himself back, every muscle screaming with tension. Ilara squeezed her eyes shut, her glasses pressing into his arm. Jax was utterly still beside them, breathing shallowly, the faintest scent of oiled metal from his toolkit wafting in the close confines. The lead figures came into view, beams of powerful flashlights cutting through the gloom. 2 men, large, armed. Followed by another. And then, Alex saw a familiar face illuminated by the light. Smooth, calculating, framed by expensive, neatly cut hair. It wasn't Ivan or Vladimir. It was the distant cousin, Montague, the one Alex had awkwardly attempted to chat with about weather in his own vast drawing room. Montague was here, leading this team. Followed by several others Alex vaguely recognized from the disastrous attempt at a gathering at Blackwood Manor, or seen in fleeting glances at the edges of Ainsworth's introductions to the family trusts. Another woman, thin-faced, radiating cold impatience. A stout, red-faced man who looked perpetually affronted. They were his previously unknown relatives. The twist: these were not random opportunists allied with shadowy organizations, these Kincaids were leading their own hostile operation. Alistair's words echoed from the jet briefing: money attracts locusts. Distant relatives, opportunistic hangers-on, outright predators. He hadn't been speaking theoretically. He'd been predicting this precise outcome. Montague paused near their alcove, scanning the passage with his light, his expression cold and detached, as if dealing with an irritating administrative detail. He wasn't scared or furtive. He moved with the entitlement of someone convinced of their absolute right to be here, and their right to apprehend anyone else who dared trespass on their perceived property, on their lineage's claim to this secret source. He spoke in crisp, formal German, interspersed with equally sharp, cultivated English when addressing his associates. The coordinates triggered, he said impatiently, addressing the others. Someone located and initiated the primary sequence at Falcon, acquired the first key item, and tracked to Oakhaven. This confirms their reliance on Alistair's specific trail. Our embedded network traced the artifact signature directly to this location. He waved a hand dismissively towards the passage entrance above, where Ivan's crew were still clanging away at the sealed entry. While Ivan and his blunt instruments are providing a useful distraction cracking the obvious, we will intercept the target and secure the primary assets via the known redundant escape vectors. Alistair built contingencies, but he rarely accounted for proactive familial knowledge of his private architectural habits. A cold smile touched Montague's lips. Heirlooms aren't the only things passed down in this family, cousins. Knowledge of opportunity runs deeper than capital. Especially when it's been unfairly monopolized for centuries by that branch of the family. He eyed Alex's location, unaware how close he was. His words chillingly articulated their true motive, not just money, but resentment, history, control of the source itself, wresting power back they felt was unjustly denied to them, a far more complex and personal drama than mere greed. Ilara held the device tight. It confirmed what Alistair hinted at, what Jax suspected. The artifacts they retrieved, specifically the newest sealed box, emitted a passive, trackable signal based on Alistair's own, hidden technology, or perhaps incorporating material specifically chosen because of its unique detectable properties. He'd created a breadcrumb trail that enemies, particularly enemies familiar with his unique methods, could potentially trace backwards once activated. Their success at Oakhaven wasn't just a breakthrough, it was a targeted broadcast. We are here. We found it. The adversaries stopped, shining their lights into smaller alcoves further down the passage, working systematically. They were moving past Alex's position, securing the route further along, ensuring no one could escape through the main outfall. Alex, Ilara, and Jax were momentarily undiscovered in their tiny niche. But they would search the return path too. They couldn't stay here. Going back was blocked by Montague's crew. Going forward was blocked by the men sent to seal the outfall point ahead. And above, Ivan's team was likely breaking through the fountain entrance, ready to sweep the chamber they'd just left. They were caught in a pincer movement engineered by people who knew Alistair's labyrinthine tendencies intimately. Family. Montague turned, ready to move past Alex's alcove and follow his team, who were advancing slowly, meticulously clearing the narrow passage. His face was calm, radiating quiet authority, completely at odds with the desperate danger of their situation. Alex watched, heart pounding, absolute stillness his only defense. He was about to be found, facing greedy, dangerous relatives who somehow seemed more terrifying in their composed entitlement than Ivan's potentially more direct henchmen. Just as Montague reached the point level with their hidden alcove, about to turn his powerful flashlight beam into its deep shadow out of methodical thoroughness, the air vibrated with a low thrum. A deeper vibration beneath the rock and stone. Then, a sudden, dull boom from further down the passage ahead. From the direction of Outfall Kappa, where Montague's team had advanced. Not an explosion, more like an old door slamming shut with immense force, followed by sounds of shouting, surprise, confusion. And then, silence. The footsteps and voices ahead ceased abruptly. Montague whirled around, his composure cracking for the first time, revealing naked surprise, quickly masked by annoyance. What was that? Report. He barked into a small comms unit on his lapel. Static. Nothing. His face hardened. Did Alistair have more tricks up his sleeve, cousin? Montague muttered, now aiming his flashlight beam deeper into the sudden, ominous silence of the passage ahead, wary. Had Alara missed another contingency on the maps? An ancient pressure plate? An automated lock? Another ingenious bit of alpine energetics Alistair had resurrected or installed? The same possibility Alex thought of regarding his uselessness became Alara's possible savior. Maybe Alex's fundamental systems thinking had stumbled on something only accessible or activated by his presence after escaping the main chamber. Capitalizing on the momentary confusion and the sudden silencing of the team ahead, Jax took a lightning-quick, silent breath. This was their chance. Now. He was preparing to do something utterly silent and tactical in the seconds of grace they'd been granted, relying on Montague's focus being elsewhere. This could be the action sequence climax of this chapter, not an overt fight, but a risky, perfectly executed maneuver inches away from detection. Just as Jax coiled, ready to exploit the chaos ahead, Alex, trapped against the cold stone, saw his brief opening. Adrenaline coursed through him. He was an TA fighter. Not tactical. Not subtle. But he could be loud. He could be a diversion. It was reckless. It was probably stupid. It leaned heavily into his established character trait of accidental disruption in beige scenarios. With a guttural yell born of pure desperation and sheer panic, Alex burst out of the alcove directly behind Montague. Not charging, just launching himself out, throwing himself towards the bewildered, trapped adversaries who had just moved past his position seconds ago, shouting incoherently in English. Gah! Stay away. We've got spreadsheets. And instant noodles. And legal counsel. Extensive legal counsel. Montague spun, utterly wrong-footed, reacting to a primate-like scream and the sudden, lurching appearance of the awkward air he dismissed moments ago. The precision of his approach, his perfectly executed pincer movement, dissolved into bewildered shock as Alex, flailing and shouting, stumbled into the middle of the narrow passage, becoming a ridiculous, shrieking obstacle impossible to simply shoot or bypass without risking collateral damage to historical tunnels, perhaps something even Kincaid adversaries cared about for legitimacy, or drawing even more unwanted attention. It was less an action sequence and more the comedy of inconvenient chaos forcing a dramatic, violent encounter with a sudden, spectacularly unpredictable wrench in their plans. Alex himself. As Montague recoiled, instinctively stepping back from the sudden, bellowing disruption, startled cries echoed from the other approaching adversaries. Jax, in a fluid, astonishingly fast move, used the microsecond of hesitation created by Alex's utterly irrational outburst. He lunged from the alcove, not at Montague, but darting past him, disappearing into the darkness towards the unexplained silence where the first team had vanished. Ilara. Follow me, he hissed, relying on her academic brain to figure out the sudden silence might mean another, newly opened path related to the booming sound, or at least temporary safety. Elara, her dread momentarily overwritten by astonishment at Alex's bizarre maneuver and trust in Jack's quick thinking, scrambled out of the alcove after him, grasping her device and Alistair's briefcase, also melting into the gloom towards the unexpected quiet further in the tunnel. Alex, still sputtering warnings about legal action and the terrible effects of prolonged exposure to processed foods, was left center stage, the sole, bewildered object of Montague and his team's enraged and utterly baffled attention in the confined, echoing space. They recovered their composure quickly, faces hardening with cold fury at being so absurdly foiled, even for a moment. Montague's voice was deadly quiet now. "Alexander. You persistent, idiotic nuisance." He raised his hand, the one not holding the flashlight. In it was a small, very non-beige weapon, pointed directly at Alex's chest. "This changes things. We simply needed the artifacts. Now, perhaps extracting the information from the air directly will be more efficient." His eyes held a chilling, transactional light, devoid of familial connection. The drama was stark, the cartoonish villains revealed as ruthlessly pragmatic predators. Alex stood trembling in the flashlight beams, exposed, alone again, but no longer holding the sealed box. He had separated himself from the objects they wanted, potentially saving Elara and Jack's time. But he had traded it for his own, immediate, mortal peril. His transformation hadn't given him fight skills, it had given him the terrifying ability to create diversions using pure, unadulterated panic and self-sabotage. Montague took a step towards him, the weapon steady in his hand, his expression coldly satisfied. Ivan's team could probably be heard breaching the main chamber entrance behind Alex soon. Elara and Jax were somewhere ahead, hoping the unexplained boom wasn't a cave-in. And Alex was cornered by his greedy relatives in a hidden Austrian tunnel, having exchanged billions and security for this singular, terrifying, beige-on-black standoff. The silence after the strange boom and Montague's last chilling words felt infinite. He hadn't secured his own escape. He had sacrificed it for his companions, buying seconds he might not have, staring down the very family who sought to consume him. The artifact was safe, maybe, but his own position couldn't be worse. The Enrichment Journey had just revealed its sharpest, most personal fangs, poised directly at Alex's throat. Montague raised the non-beige weapon, his polished face hard and utterly devoid of recognition, not for Alex, but for the inconvenient anomaly he represented. The beam of his flashlight caught Alex in the eye, momentarily blinding him. The silence after the unexplained boom and the disappearance of Montague's team down the passage felt heavier than the stone itself. Alex braced, his yell of defiance panic dying in his throat, his heart hammering a frantic, futile beat against his ribs. He was exposed, unarmed, cornered. This wasn't a board meeting where he could hide behind a desk. This was stark, terrifying reality, mediated by cold, entitled family he never knew existed, pointing lethal intent his way. Then, just as Montague's finger tightened on the trigger, the air filled not with a gunshot, but with a deep, resonant thrumming, coming from the very walls of the passage. The stone underfoot vibrated. Dust rained down from the ceiling. It wasn't another boom, it was more like a giant bell vibrating underground. And accompanied by it, a sound like rushing water, accelerating rapidly. Montague and his remaining men faltered, instinctively glancing at the walls, startled by the sudden, unexpected geological protest. This unexpected event was Alistair's final, brutal contingency, linked perhaps to the geothermal energy Elara theorized or an intentional, time-delayed trigger placed within the outfall kappa passage itself to respond to attempts at forceful access. Or maybe something simpler, the system just worked when you weren't expecting it. As the thrumming intensified, and the sound of rushing water grew to a roar from ahead, where Jax and Elara had run, the light from Montague's flashlight flickered. And then, with a sudden surge, water began flooding into the narrow passage from somewhere beyond where his first team had advanced, roaring down the confined space. Montague and his men shouted in surprise and alarm, stumbling backwards as the torrent of cold, fast-moving water engulfed the floor of the tunnel. It wasn't just a trickle, it was a powerful flush, rapidly rising, sweeping debris and throwing Montague's careful line into disarray. The unexpected torrent wasn't deep enough to drown them immediately in this section, but it was waist-high within seconds, knocking them off balance, impeding their movement, ruining visibility, and completely shattering their controlled approach. This was Alistair's ingenuity disguised as architecture, an emergency drainage or flush system linked to the wellspring designed perhaps centuries ago for maintenance, or as a contingency, triggered by structural disturbance or specific interactions with the outfall Kappa tunnel system ahead. The booming sound was perhaps a mechanism releasing it, the roaring water was its relentless progress. And Montague's men had been right in its path. This was the satisfying action sequence, not through fisticuffs, but through elegant, unforgiving environmental engineering turned weapon, using the environment itself against the trespassers. It turned the tables decisively but terrifyingly quickly, leveraging the location's natural elements for a perfect escape opportunity facilitated by chaos. Montague swore, splashing backwards, raising his weapon instinctively but unable to get a steady aim in the surging, cold water and flickering light. His team floundered, tactical stances dissolving into bewildered struggle. This was the split second of absolute advantage Alistair's design, intentionally or unintentionally, had created. "Alex, go!" a voice yelled, muffled by the rushing water. "Jax!" Emerging from the watery gloom further down the passage, silhouetted against the flow. Behind him, the faint glimmer of Ilara's device screen. Propelled by instinct and raw terror, Alex didn't hesitate. He didn't try to understand the bizarre flood, or how Jax knew exactly when to appear. He just went. Splashing, half-stumbling through the waist-deep, fast-moving water that felt like ice, towards the flickering lights of Ilara and Jax. Montague roared something in German, splashing, trying to reorient, his focus still fragmented by the sheer, overwhelming surprise of the watery onslaught. But Alex was moving, powered by sheer desperation, clumsy but fast in the unexpected torrent. He reached Jax and Ilara just as the main surge of water began to ebb slightly, still leaving a deep, churning flow. Jax grabbed his arm, pulling him onwards. "Keep moving. It's clear for now." That was effective. "Did you know about that?" "No." Alex gasped, water soaking his clothes, chilling him to the bone. Ilara, navigating the passage carefully even through the receding flood, gasped again, this time not from terror but awe. "It's the outfall Kappa system flushing. Look at the mineral content in the water, and the temperature profile. This is accessing a specific subaquifer, linked to the ancient heat sources, designed to cleanse or process raw fiber after harvesting." Incredible ingenuity. Her academic fascination was already reasserting itself, even mid-escape from flood-addled armed relatives. They stumbled down the now rapidly draining, wet passage, illuminated sporadically by their flashlights. The rushing sound subsided to a gurgle. Behind them, muffled sounds of confusion and frustration echoed from Montague's position as they grappled with the aftermath of the sudden deluge and perhaps re-evaluating pursuit through the wet, unpredictable passage. The boom had likely triggered this flushing sequence somehow, intentionally by Alistair or as a built-in reaction to significant structural intrusion, wiping out Montague's lead team and clearing their path forward. Another layer of the clever twist related to Alistair's contingencies tied directly to his historical infrastructure. They emerged, coughing and shivering, from a discreet opening in the ground far down the valley, covered by overgrown bushes and disused quarry equipment. They were cold, soaked, but alive. Operative K was waiting there, alerted by Ainsworth's network once the energy signature and proximity alarms had suddenly cut off, a tactical pause caused by the passage flooding. She took one look at their dripping, muddy forms and just nodded. "Retrieval confirmed. Quick debrief. What happened in there?" Their frantic explanation in the back of a different secure vehicle en route to another relocation point was disjointed. Flood. Montage. Armed relatives. Unexpected escape passage. Ilara provided geological archaic process context. Jax detailed the tactical disorientation caused by the water surge. Alex, mostly, shivered and tried to recount the absurdity of being faced down by his angry, wealthy third cousin holding a gun in a hidden tunnel. The new secure location wasn't underground, but a modest, functional building on a private airstrip. Safe. Warm. Showers, dry clothes, remarkably bland, functional, military-issue clothing, ironically echoing his beige past, but felt glorious after being soaked, and hot, terrible coffee. A familiar comfort. They debriefed Ainsworth, who listened with clinical precision, absorbing every detail about Montague, his specific name-dropping of Ivan, and their knowledge of the redundant escape vectors. Montague Kincaid, Ainsworth murmured from the screen, frowning. We anticipated some peripheral family would appear, drawn by the probate filings. But a direct, organized strike involving his level of tactical deployment and specific knowledge, that is unexpected and significant. Mr. Alastair mentioned familial complications in his private communications, rivalries extending back generations, but he was oblique on the specifics. He glanced at Ilara. Dr. Vance, your initial hypothesis on these Kincaid ventures being more than simple commerce is proving prescient. These aren't merely opportunistic criminals, these are vested interests. Those who believe they hold an equal or greater claim to Alastair's legacy, likely feeling they were deliberately sidelined or unaware of the true depth of the family's endeavors for too long. Ilara nodded, toweling her frizzy hair vigorously. Yes, Mr. Ainsworth. This aligns with historical patterns of wealth protection within family structures, often involving secrecy, parallel management structures, and, when challenged, surprising ruthlessness, especially concerning a primary seed asset like the original source of their power. The Oakhaven discovery is not merely a historical artifact, it's proof of a deeply hidden, potentially world-altering ingenuity, something worth not just stealing, but claiming lineage rights to. The conversation then turned to the artifact Alex had retrieved from the spinner's wellspring, the small, sealed case containing the carved wooden box, lens, and fragile scroll ciphers, partially deciphered. With warm blankets wrapped around them, sipping terrible coffee, Ilara and Jax turned their attention to this next stage of analysis, settling in a quiet, dry area of the safe house, tools and scanners spread out on a folding table. Alex sat nearby, exhausted, watching. This was their element. His role, for now, was custodial and observational. All right, Jax said, picking up the small wooden box, rotating it in his hands. So this looks like, what? Some kind of decryption keybox? Or just fancy packaging? Ilara adjusted her borrowed glasses, leaning closer. The external carvings, they aren't purely decorative. Alastair's notes referenced a portable seeing glass and its vessel, designed to interpret the layers of the original blueprint. The wooden box holds the lens. The carving lines match certain nodes on the layered vellum cipher, faint to the naked eye, but visible, I believe, when the specific lens from the box is held at a precise focal point. And the lines could be keyed to a physical alignment sequence on the box itself. The analysis and decryption process became the main scene, illustrating their expertise and deepening the historical theme. Ilara, with her encyclopedic knowledge and analytical mind, combined the clues from Alastair's notes, the vague Oakhaven lore he de-logged, and her understanding of archaic decryption methods and natural sciences. Jax, with his precise manual dexterity and innate understanding of mechanical material manipulation, worked with the physical aspects of the box, detecting microengravings, identifying potential pressure points based on Ilara's readings, carefully handling the fragile vellum. It was a dance of different disciplines. The small wooden box had panels that shifted, revealing hidden internal markings when combined with Ilara's deciphered alignment from the external carvings and Alastair's text notes hinting at stellar constellations relevant at Oakhaven's founding era. They aligned symbols on the rotating panels based on Ilara's intricate calculations. It required a frustrating level of precision. Alex, finding a brief resurgence of analytical focus despite his exhaustion, occasionally pointed out a pattern in the data Ilara was inputting, a number that correlated with something in Alastair's financial summaries related to early transport logistics. Even beige data skills could have relevance in this unexpectedly complex landscape. Finally, with a series of soft clicks orchestrated by Jax, a segment of the small wooden box opened, revealing a microscroll within, barely an inch long. It was made of incredibly fine, preserved material. Ilara carefully extracted it using tweezers provided by Operative K from a small, specialized kit. Under magnification provided by the encrypted device, they examined the material of the microscroll and the remnants of the larger spool from Oakhaven's chamber. Ilara ran preliminary material analysis with her scanner. Her face went pale again, but this time with shock, not fear. The material. It's unlike any known thread from that period, anywhere, she breathed, voice hushed. Not standard flax, hemp, wool, it tests like a protein structure, a complex organic polymer. It's sericin, yes, but genetically altered. A strain of silk unlike any naturally occurring Bombyx mori recorded, fortified, with proteins from another organism, aquatic? She tapped on the scanner. And, treated with an archaic biological process, using a specific geothermal microclimate. This was it. The secret of the silkworm spool. The original innovation. Not just buying low and selling high, but creating something unique. The first major Kincaid fortune wasn't just based on textiles, it was based on producing an unparalleled, super strong, exceptionally fine, resilient, and possibly dye-absorbent new type of silk through selective breeding or genetic alteration, remarkably advanced for the era, perhaps passed down generationally, or a single stunning breakthrough, combined with a secret processing method requiring Oak Haven's specific environmental conditions. The silent spinner's wellspring. Alistair Kincaid's ancestors weren't just clever merchants, they were secretive bioengineers, perhaps unintentionally, cultivating something truly revolutionary in their remote valley centuries ago, protecting its source with intense zeal, using its trade as the seed for their multi-generational empire. Ilara looked up at Alex, wonder in her eyes. Mr. Kincaid, this material, the process inferred from the Oak Haven chamber artifacts, if known today, it could revolutionize fabric engineering, create materials stronger than steel wires for half the cost, centuries before steel wire. Your ancestors didn't just trade silk. They created it. This is breathtaking. They were pioneers beyond anything documented. This revelation perfectly expanded on the summary point. Not just lucky, but innovators. It grounded the abstract billions in a tangible, incredible historical truth. This led to the suggestive but classy dialogue scene. The suggestion was about the potential and legacy unlocked by knowledge, not romance. "See, Alex," Jax said, gesturing to the samples with his probes. "Told you it was more than just money. This is inventing the internet in the Middle Ages and selling access by messenger pigeon." Ilara turned to Alex fully, her expression intense, the frizzy hair momentarily forgotten. "Mr. Kincaid, the capital, that is merely the result. This," she gestured to the artifacts, "this is the source. The knowledge. The audacity. The vision to create something fundamentally new and understand its value when the world didn't. That is the Kincaid legacy. Alistair didn't leave you an inheritance, he left you a birthright of ingenuity and the challenge to steward secrets this powerful. Your past wasn't beige, sir. It was built on a foundation of vibrant, clandestine color others couldn't perceive, because your family made sure they couldn't." She was practically glowing with intellectual passion. Understanding this, connecting to this heritage, that is the real enrichment journey. The fortune is merely facilitation, insulation, protection for the truly valuable commodity, knowledge and the capacity to create it. Her words resonated deep within Alex, settling the confusion and dread into something akin to awe. He hadn't just stumbled into money, he was part of a lineage of secret innovators who had shaped history from the shadows. His beige life wasn't just him, it was generations of successful concealment, a quiet continuation of a line whose fundamental act was finding value where no one else looked, even if it was breeding super silkworms in Austrian valleys. The revelation transcended mere wealth, it offered purpose, a terrifying but compelling link to a remarkable, hidden past. This truly deepened his investment in the quest. He wasn't just avoiding losing billions, he was trying to live up to a legacy far grander and stranger than he'd imagined. His transformation felt cemented. He looked at his hand, the one that tracked toner, and then at the glowing analysis results on the device. Could he possibly embody that audacity, that vision? It felt impossible, but the challenge now felt intensely personal, vital. Finally, they turned to the microscroll from within the wooden box. Carefully unfurling it under high magnification revealed minuscule, encoded symbols combined with partial diagrams. These were Alistair's true blueprints for the next step, derived from understanding the significance of the silkworm spool and the Oak Haven secrets. Ilara and Jax worked late into the night, decoding. The scroll referenced technical principles, chemical equations based on processes discovered in Oak Haven's chamber, and then, tied into geological references, the silicate synthesis required activation via specific geothermal node, correlation to porphyry deposit G4. Locality Alpha Centauri reference, section Epsilon Eridani, bearing corrected for epoch bias. Georeferences? Stellar correlations? Ilara looked up, baffled. Porphyry deposit G4, geological markers? Locality, These aren't standard terrestrial grid coordinate. Alpha Centauri reference, section Epsilon Eridani? Is this referring to star charts? Jax frowned, his cynicism returning, mixed with professional pique. Star charts? What, are we doing space real estate now? Alistair Kincaid Estate, Lunar Colony Branch? Ainsworth, who had remained connected to their secure channel, interjected, his voice grim. Mr. Alistair had eclectic interests that occasionally overlapped with his ventures. There are fragmented mentions in some of his earlier logs about researching certain elements or material properties theorized to be extraterrestrial in origin, based on anomalous metallurgical findings generations ago linked to. He checked something on his screen. A potential meteorite impact site near a disused mining area known historically for silicate deposits. Specifically, locality Alpha Centauri refers not to the star system itself, but his own private cataloging system, cross-referenced with publicly obscure data on porphyry deposits globally. He believed one specific site was connected to something extraordinary. He displayed a document on their screen. It was Alistair's geological research, focusing on anomalies. One entry, circled and annotated with correlation to Oakhaven sample A7 via silicate residue. Next vector potential, highlighted a remote mining location known for specific porphyry deposits and recorded atmospheric anomaly over a century prior, logged discreetly. The locality designation matched the cryptic star chart-like name on the scroll. This deposit, Ainsworth continued, his voice measured, was one of his long-term interests, never fully exploited, likely because he hadn't found the key to it. Alistair believed its value lay not just in rare minerals, but something else. Something linked to the Alpine Energetics Foundation? Maybe power source? A different kind of material? Or something, triggered by knowledge derived from the Oakhaven process. And the microscroll S reference seems to link it directly to a specific area within this locale. He displayed a map, zooming in on a remote, sparsely populated area. A single name, stark and isolated, marked the location, Vigil, S-End Mining Outpost. Surrounded by vast, empty landscapes. A place clearly designed for exploitation, isolation, and likely, danger. Another location critical to accessing the full legacy, and retrieving whatever was there clearly required understanding highly technical geological, and perhaps even astronomical data relative to specific timelines Alistair referenced in other logs. Skills neither Alex nor Jax nor Ilara possessed alone. But combined, perhaps. This felt like the true scope of Alistair's interests and ventures, not just ancient silk, but materials, energy sources, possibly derived from meteoric impact sites or ancient geological anomalies that nobody else recognized, linking historical alchemy or protoscience directly to modern material physics and potentially space science, a scope far exceeding anything they could have imagined. It perfectly matched Alistair's audacious ventures few knew about. Ainsworth looked at them, framed in the monitor light, his face grim. This location is registered privately, a Kincaid holding for generations. It has seen minimal recent activity according to our surveillance. It could be entirely inert. Or, given the nature of what you, VE found, and Mr. Montague's proactive interference, it could be monitored. Or even worse, a highly sensitive asset Alistair kept dormant for a specific moment. He paused, letting the implications sink in. The knowledge from Oakhaven gave you the map, Mr. Kincaid. But what waits at Vigil's end? That is another unknown entirely. And Montague knows you are seeking these things. He has analysts within his own network, attempting to duplicate your path, anticipating the next logical step. Your team needs to be there before them. To find what Alistair intended, and understand its potential value. And to secure it against anyone else seeking control. Ilara was already tapping at her device, correlating coordinates, pulling up old maps. Jax was watching the security monitors provided, eyes narrowed. Alex, wrapped in his dry but generic clothing, felt a renewed surge of both fear and something else. A deep-seated, surprising desire to understand this. To see what other incredible secrets this bizarre lineage held. He had navigated the social labyrinth of his own manor, badly, evaded pursuit in a treacherous Austrian garden, clumsily, survived a flood orchestrated by history, and helped unlock a millennium-old secret about supersilk and potentially something more incredible from the stars, all while dodging armed relatives led by a distant cousin. He was still overwhelmed, still prone to awkwardness, but he was no longer the beige analyst waiting for life to happen. Life, in all its strange, terrifying, colorful glory, had arrived with the force of an alpine flood and the weight of multi-generational secrets. Alistair's final message was clear, relayed through the cryptic microscroll and interpreted by his unexpected team. The core wealth stemmed from exploiting secret, advanced knowledge found in overlooked places. Oak Haven and its remarkable silk was step 1. Vigil, S-End, a desolate mining outpost, linked to something even more extraordinary by stellar data and historical anomaly, was step 2. What incredible, reality-bending innovation waited at a desolate mining site tied to meteorites and astronomical reference points, triggered by understanding the secret of the spinner's wellspring? And what other dangers? Perhaps Montague and his persistent relatives, or entirely new threats alerted by their success, would be waiting. As Ilara and Jax planned routes and analyzed geological data with intense focus, and Ainsworth arranged transport and contingency plans via the secure monitor, Alex stared at the complex star chart displayed on Ilara's screen. Symbols and patterns utterly alien to his experience, referencing cosmic directions and geological anomalies instead of street names or addresses. It pointed, unequivocally, to their next destination, somewhere remote, isolated, likely dangerous, but critically important to understanding the true, boundless nature of the Kincaid legacy. His beige life had expanded to the far reaches of human history, scientific potential, and potentially, even further. The vastness of the sky in the coordinates felt terrifyingly infinite, mirroring the immensity of the task ahead, and Alex had the distinct, unsettling feeling that Alistair's enrichment journey was leading them to something far more profound, and perhaps more dangerous, than just adding more zeros to a bank account. The next objective was clear. The location designated by a stellar cataloging system, referenced on an ancient scroll, pointing to a deserted mining outpost in a forgotten corner of the world. A place called Vigil's End, where potentially world-altering power or technology linked to an extraterrestrial anomaly might be waiting, needing specific knowledge derived from Oak Haven's ancient craft to be accessed or even understood. And they had to get there first, before anyone else. Alex felt a cold prickle run down his spine, not just from the remnants of the floodwater, but from the vast, silent potential and peril inherent in that destination. What unbelievable secret awaited at Vigil's End, guarded by remote terrain and Alistair Kincaid's final, cryptic tests? He knew, with a terrifying certainty, he was about to find out. The journey to Vigil's End was a test of endurance even before they arrived. After their cold, wet escape from the Oak Haven tunnels and the subsequent hurried briefing, Ainsworth laid out the grim logistics. Vigil's End mining outpost was situated in a vast, desolate, privately owned concession. Technically Kincaid property, yes, but one so remote it appeared on very few official maps. It was hundreds of miles from the nearest settlement, buried deep within a mountain range known for its difficult terrain and unpredictable weather. Flying directly in wasn't feasible. The nearest operational runway required days of rough overland travel or limited access helicopter hops, none of which provided security against pursuit from groups like Montague's, who clearly anticipated this as the next destination. Mr. Alistair catalogued this site meticulously but made it exceptionally difficult to access via conventional means, Ainsworth explained via the secure channel. Entry is recorded through specific narrow canyons only navigable by foot for the final approach. His journals refer to this deliberate inconvenience as a necessary filtration mechanism. Anyone seeking what is at G4 Porphyry would need determination, resources beyond standard wealth acquisition, likely needing knowledge from Oak Haven to pinpoint the approach correctly anyway, and critically, a willingness to put in the arduous physical effort. Alex sank back into the uncomfortable folding chair at the safe house. Put in the physical effort. Days ago, this would have felt like an abstract concept related to going to the gym, something he hadn't seriously considered since university. Now, after being chased, flooded, and facing down armed relatives, physical effort sounded less like a suggestion and more like a fresh circle of existential dread tailored specifically to his weaknesses. Ainsworth arranged a staged withdrawal from their secure site. Disinformation channels were used to suggest they were heading elsewhere entirely. They traveled under cover of darkness via reinforced transport to a regional airbase far from Oak Haven, then onto a quiet private jet that flew them over several hours, depositing them near a sparsely populated wilderness area many hours' drive from the final access point to Vigil's End. More overland transport followed. A tough, all-terrain vehicle driven by taciturn security personnel Ainsworth had briefed. Alex, Ilara, and Jax huddled in the back, reviewing encrypted data and Alistair's increasingly dense and cryptic journals on the devices. Ilara was focused on translating archaic references to mineral composition and telluric currents. Jax monitored local network signals and debated ingress points shown on geological survey maps that looked suspiciously like diagrams of impossible mountains. The true isolation of Vigil's End only became apparent after hours of bone-jarring travel off-road. The last secure team drop-off point was nothing more than a pre-cached supplies drop in a remote valley, guarded by two quiet individuals who vanished back into the wilderness the moment their cargo, the team, was delivered. Just the mountain range, towering and impassive. And Alistair's maps showing the entry point into the Vigil's End concession as a fissure or narrow canyon nestled miles away amongst towering, jagged peaks that appeared less like conquerable geological features and more like the petrified spine of some colossal, ancient beast. Alex looked up at them, the highest points lost in cloud, feeling incredibly small and overwhelmingly exhausted already. Right, Jax said, dropping his pack on the rough ground. He eyed the menacing skyline. The fun part. Based on Alistair's routes, we're talking, at least 2, maybe 3 days solid trek just to reach the outpost building from here. And the trickiest bit, locating the specific G4 deposit within the concession after that. Probably another day or 2 of technical ascent and mapping, unless we find a less documented service access Alistair might have had. Alex just stared. Days. Solid trek. Hiking, scrambling, maybe climbing up there. He thought about his beige existence. The most elevation he'd ever experienced was climbing 3 flights of stairs when the office elevator was broken, and he usually complained about that. This was the definition of treacherous terrain. The mountain range wasn't just scenery, it was the barrier. It was Alistair's next gatekeeper. Ilara, while academically brilliant, didn't exactly project the image of a seasoned mountaineer. Her slightly singed hair seemed less frizzy, flattened by repeated hat-wearing, but her spectacles still perched precariously, and she moved with the slightly disjointed air of someone whose body was merely a vehicle for her endlessly whirring brain. Jax, of course, looked infuriatingly comfortable in his element. Checking gear, strapping on layers, moving with quiet competence. First, we locate Alistair's ingress point into the canyon, Ilara stated, consulting the encrypted device, displaying detailed, annotated contour maps and old photographic negatives that looked like blurry artistic renderings of sheer rock faces. It's described as the shadow crack, beneath the Noman's scar. The Noman's scar appears to be a distinctive rock formation on a northern face. The beginning was brutal. Alex had civilian hiking boots, purchased hastily online, layered clothing that felt too hot then too cold, and a basic pack that quickly felt impossibly heavy. The incline started almost immediately, steep and unrelenting. The ground was loose scree, treacherous underfoot. Pine needles, damp earth, and the sharp, cold scent of granite filled the air. Within the first hour, Alex was utterly spent. His legs ached, his lungs burned, his beige body protesting every unaccustomed demand placed upon it. He stumbled repeatedly, sent small avalanches of rocks clattering down the slope. He sweated profusely under his layers, then shivered when the sweat dried in the wind. Jax moved ahead with effortless grace, periodically stopping to check on him, usually with a short, dry comment. Pacing yourself there, boss? Looks like you're auditioning for world's slowest stampede. Ilara, while not moving with Jax's effortless agility, was surprisingly steady, plotting their route, occasionally stooping to examine rock formations or flora with undiminished academic curiosity. Astounding sedimentation patterns, comment, pulling out a small notebook to make notes. Indicative of extreme localized thermal events, potentially related to meteoric activity. Mind that unstable outcrop, Mr. Kincaid, its compression fractures indicate a low tensile strength at atmospheric exposure levels. Alex would grunt in reply, trying to pull himself up the slope using the exposed root of a wind-battered tree, gasping for breath. This was his physical struggle, detailed and unforgiving. He tried to hide his misery initially, pride warring with his physical reality, but the mountain offered no quarter. He lagged further and further behind. During a brief, necessary rest stop, dictated by Alex's near collapse, Jax handed him a high-energy bar that tasted suspiciously like flavored sawdust. Eat. And drink. Slowly. You're burning through energy faster than a lottery winner through their first payout. This is awful, Alex wheezed, collapsing onto a damp rock, his entire body vibrating with exhaustion. Why couldn't Alistair put this somewhere flat? Like, a bank vault. Jax sat near him, cleaning mud from his bootlaces with a specialized tool. Probably didn't want people just walking up to his cosmic secrets. Filters the amateur fortune hunters. Also, based on the coordinates, Ilara's guessing the G4 deposit itself is high up. Location. Might be connected to cosmic rays, unique atmospheric conditions, or just Alistair thinking most difficult access means most secure. My most challenging ascent before this was fetching a dropped pen under my desk, Alex mumbled, half to himself. Pretty sure the training manuals at Pierce and Platt didn't cover emergency mountain escape. Ilara consulted a weathered piece of paper she photocopied from Alistair's file. He includes notes on trail markers, subtly placed cairns, rock piles used by local herders historically, indicating safe routes and warning signs. Beneath the raptor's watch, find the laird cairn. If we follow these, the path should be more stable, though potentially steeper. They won't be obvious, designed to look like natural accumulations. The tracking added a puzzle element to the physical challenge. Finding these cairns amidst the bewildering chaos of loose rocks required combining Ilara's understanding of Alistair's style and geological knowledge with acute visual scanning skills Jax seemed to possess naturally. Hour after hour, they pushed upwards. Alex's beige internal monologue became a battleground. You can, do this. Just stop. Hide under a rock. Call Ainsworth. He has helicopters. Contrasted with Alistair's test. Don, let them see you quit. Ilara and Jax are counting on you. They didn't run from Vladimir or the flood. Small, incremental pushes became triumphs. Managing a steep section without slipping. Getting into a rhythm, however labored, of breathing and climbing. His physical limits weren't a distant theoretical concept. They were here, immediate, screaming at him with every protesting muscle. Then came the vertical challenge, the satisfying action sequence and confrontation with Alex's specific personal dragon, his fear of heights. The path led to a sheer rock face, perhaps only 30 feet high, but vertical, daunting. Not a technical climb requiring ropes and harnesses, though Jax seemed ready, but a difficult scramble, requiring finding narrow handholds and foot projections. Below was a significant drop into a ravine. Alex froze at the base. Right, boss, Jax said, already testing holds, agile as a mountain goat. Looks stable. Ilara can identify pressure points based on rock structure analysis. You follow my instructions precisely. Hand here, foot there. Don't look down. Don't rush. Trust the rock. Trust us. Alex stared up at the rock face. It seemed immense, insurmountable, hostile. The drop below felt like an abyss actively pulling at him. His beige safety protocols went into overdrive. Bad idea. Retreat. Find an easier way. But the easier way didn't exist based on Alistair's maps. This was the filtration in action. Retreat meant giving up, returning to the ambiguity and waiting to be found by Montague, who would undoubtedly overcome the flood eventually. His options were surrender to fear or surrender to the terrifying, awkward process of physically attempting something beyond his conceived capabilities. I don't like heights, Alex stammered, voice weak. His hands felt cold, sweaty. Jax paused, looked down at him from a starting position a few feet up. For a fleeting second, the cynical smirk vanished, replaced by something quieter, almost empathetic. He was observing, not judging. Nobody likes falling, boss. Just focus on the next handhold. Break it down. It's not about the top, it's about here. He gestured to the rock face inches from his hand. Small, achievable steps. This was the start of the suggestive but classy dialogue scene for this chapter. Not about attraction, but about forming a genuine bond built on shared vulnerability and quiet, crucial support. It's about mutual respect forged in hardship, subtly suggesting the depth of trust and dependence forming between the billionaire heir and his unlikely team. Ilara, from below, offered words of encouragement steeped in surprising pragmatism. Observe the crystalline structure, Mr. Kincaid. Look for stress fissures. They indicate points to avoid. Aim for intrusions or fracture lines filled with more resilient minerals. Your pattern recognition skills could be useful here. Pattern recognition. Spreadsheets. Data analysis. He looked at the rock face, focusing on Alara's suggestion, trying to apply his office brain to this terrifying physical puzzle. He saw subtle differences in texture, faint lines running through the stone. He focused, concentrating on that, not on the terrifying space behind him. With Jax guiding his hand placements, giving curt, clear instructions, and Alara offering specific rock analysis from below, Alex began to climb. It was awkward, shaky. His muscles screamed protest. He scraped his knees, his hands were raw. He felt a jolt of primal panic more than once, having to press himself flat against the rock to steady his breathing. It was slow. Torturously slow. Every move was a deliberate act of overcoming internal resistance, fueled by external command and a desperate desire to do this, to not fail at this fundamental physical challenge. He focused relentlessly on Jax's voice, on Alara's specific pointers. Hand here. Foot there. Pressure point. Avoid. Find the intrusion. His mind, his analytical mind, engaged with the micro-problem, distracting him from the overwhelming macro-terror of the height and the sheer, ridiculous impossibility of the task. Midway up, he faltered. His foot slipped slightly on loose grit. He scrabbled for purchase, his body twisting, adrenaline surging in pure, nauseating panic. For a sickening second, he hung there, balance precarious over the dizzying drop, heart in his throat. This was his personal dragon attempting to consume him, whispering insidious doubts and paralyzing fear. Hold, Alex. Jax's voice was sharp, immediately beside him. Jax had moved into a position to brace against his fall if needed. Breathe. You've got it. Find the seam. Slightly left. There. Alara was yelling encouragement, providing technical analysis under stress, sounding less like a scientist and more like a surprisingly determined drill sergeant. Calcification layer there. Offers better grip. Utilize the diagonal fissure for upward momentum. He gritted his teeth, trembling, eyes squeezed shut for a second, focusing just on Alara's yelled instruction, on the feeling of the rough rock against his shaking hands, blocking out the abyss below. He found the described point, leveraged himself precariously. He had to push, physically heave himself upwards using raw strength and sheer, unadulterated willpower. He did it. With a gasp, he pulled himself up onto a slightly wider ledge. He hung there for a second, trembling, soaked in sweat. He'd almost fallen. But he hadn't. He was still climbing. He was doing something that minutes ago felt utterly impossible for him. A sense of bewildered astonishment flickered through the terror. He, Alex Kincaid, the man whose exercise routine involved pressing elevator buttons, was halfway up a mountain cliff face. He was capable of pushing past his limits, of forcing his body and his fear into submission through sheer refusal to quit. The transformation theme felt incredibly real, intensely physical. This wasn't abstract wealth changing his status. This was him, forcing his physical being into a new mold under pressure. The second half of the climb was still arduous, still terrifying in moments, but punctuated by a new, fierce determination. His breathing became ragged but purposeful. He stopped questioning whether he could do it, he simply focused on doing it. Handhold after handhold. Foothold after foothold. The rock face, previously an impassable barrier, was now just a series of solvable problems, a physical puzzle that required endurance and focus, applying Alistair's filtering method to his own internal resistance. Finally, hands scraped and trembling, muscles screaming protest, Alex pulled himself over the lip of the cliff face. He collapsed onto slightly more level ground at the top, breathing like a bellows. He was shaking, exhausted, mud-caked, scratched by brush, sore in every joint he possessed. But he had done it. Jax was already there, securing himself after moving with impossible speed, offering Alex a surprisingly cynical nod as he hauled himself the last foot. Alara was just making her careful way over the top, looking exhausted herself, her focus on the geological survey conducted mentally on the ascent unwavering even in her evident fatigue. Alex lay there for a few moments, feeling the rough stone beneath his back, gulping in the thin, cold mountain air. He looked back down, tracing their climb. A vertical line that represented a journey measured in far more than just feet. The ravine, previously a terrifying symbol of death, now just looked like a ravine. A thing he had overcome. Didn't think you had that in you, boss, Jax admitted, wiping sweat from his forehead, looking down the way they come. Looked like you were having an internal meltdown halfway. But you pushed through. Ilara adjusted her bent glasses. Impressive physiological and psychological fortitude, Mr. Kincaid. Counterintuitive given your initial biometric profile. Even her compliments sounded academic. But her voice held genuine surprise and a note of respect. Alex sat up slowly, muscles aching fiercely. He managed a shaky, genuine smile. It was messy, strained by pain and exhaustion, but it was real. Yeah. Me neither. He looked out across the vast mountain vista that spread before them from their newly gained vantage point. Jagged peaks stretching to the horizon, valleys hidden in shadow, an immense, unforgiving landscape utterly devoid of comfort or civilization. They had climbed this to get there. He looked down at his hands, raw and dirty, but capable. He had confronted his fear of heights, his physical limitations, and found a wellspring of surprising resilience buried under layers of beige. It wasn't just the prospect of losing billions that had motivated him anymore. It was the inherent, grueling, oddly satisfying challenge of this. Of discovering capability where he believed there was none. He had just surprised himself fundamentally, proving that Alistair's test was revealing far more than just location coordinates, it was revealing him. But the mountain wasn't the only challenge. It was the barrier to something. From their high vantage point, across a wide, uninhabited plateau littered with scattered rock formations and sudden, unnerving depressions in the terrain, they could see the destination laid out starkly. Vigil's End. Not the main mining complex itself, that seemed nestled deeper, partially obscured by a rise in the ground. But they could see structures. Desolate, weathered buildings clinging to a plateau, looking utterly abandoned. Corrugated iron sheds, derelict cabins, perhaps remnants of a long-disused temporary camp associated with the mine claim, or the entrance buildings to the core site itself. They looked like ghosts against the vastness of the landscape, weathered grey against the muted greens and browns of the rock. Isolated, silent, foreboding. Alistair's locality Alpha Centauri. As they watched the remote, desolate outpost from their high vantage point, catching their breath, a subtle detail registered. The quality of the light, the strange geometry of some of the weathered metal structures that didn't seem entirely functional for mining operations, a pervasive stillness that felt unnatural even for a deserted location. Something felt off. Ilara was already sweeping the area below with a pair of powerful binoculars, muttering scientific observations, cross-referencing visual cues with the highly complex, encoded star chart from Alistair's scroll. Yes, the formation aligns with Alistair's epoch correction annotation, the specific silicate trace elements on this plateau. G4 is proximal. Jax was scanning with a portable spectrum analyzer, his brow furrowed in confusion. Picking up weird energy signatures, he said, sounding perplexed. Nothing overtly broadcast. More like ambient background noise. Highly localized. Elevated across the plateau, stronger closer to the main buildings. Feels active. Not abandoned machinery power trails. Something else. The light began to fade, long shadows stretching across the bleak plateau and up the mountainsides, turning the distant structures of Vigil's End into angular, ominous shapes against the deepening sky. They needed to descend from their high point, reach the outpost before dark, assess the area, and locate the precise spot related to the G4 porphyry deposit where Alistair's blueprints led. But as the sun dipped lower, just as Ilara lowered her binoculars after spotting a potential structural anomaly in the buildings below, and Jax cursed at the increasingly strange readings on his device, Alex saw it. A glint of metal in the low sunlight reflected from the plateau. A glint that moved. Near the entrance to what looked like the largest, central building of the Vigil's End outpost. Small, almost invisible against the desolate landscape, a discreet figure emerged from the shadow of a structure. Uniformed. Carried a weapon. Not local. Professional. Followed closely by another figure, and then a third. They moved with silent, purposeful precision. They were establishing a perimeter. Securing the area. Just as Ainsworth feared. Contact, Jax stated flatly, looking up from his device towards where Alex was staring, following his gaze. His face hardened. Montague, perhaps? Or Ivan's relentless crew? Or someone else entirely, drawn by the potential riches of the G4 porphyry deposit? It didn't matter. They weren't alone at Vigil's end. They had endured the physical hardship, conquered the terrifying ascent, proven their tenacity and reliance on Alistair's obscure methods. But the reward for conquering one challenge was simply reaching the starting line for the next. The figures below continued their patrol, quiet, vigilant. Vigil's end wasn't an empty, forgotten mine. It was occupied, anticipated, protected. Alex's muscles screamed exhaustion from the climb, but a new kind of cold knot formed in his stomach. The physical journey might be momentarily paused at the threshold of their goal, but the peril, the pursuit, and the bewildering mystery of Alistair's legacy at this remote, vital location were just beginning. And they had pushed themselves to their physical limit, exhausted and exposed, arriving only to find the dragons waiting not on the peak, but already guarding the treasure buried somewhere beneath the desolate landscape stretching below them. Their challenging trek to this isolated spot hadn't won them the lead. It had led them directly into a new, unknown, and likely immediate confrontation with adversaries who were already inside. Vigil's end, meant to be a destination, felt chillingly like another, even more secure trap. The biting mountain wind seemed to carry the scent of distant metal and cold stone, a constant reminder of the bleak, potentially hostile landscape of Vigil's end laid out below them. Alex, still sore and aching from his ascent, watched the small, dark figures move around the distant outpost buildings, a cold knot of fear twisting in his stomach. They had overcome the physical filter Alistair had implemented. The grueling climb, only to find a new, active one already in place. They weren't alone. And they were, quite visibly, outnumbered. Jax, who had immediately pulled out more sophisticated optical gear after the initial sighting, lowered his binoculars with a grimace. Confirmed hostiles, boss. Multiple units. Not just guys with flashlights. Structured presence. Setting up checkpoints. Can you identify them? Ilara asked, scanning the geological readouts on her device, attempting to triangulate the position of the G4 porphyry deposit based on Alistair's stellar coordinate cipher cross-referenced with geological surveys, but her primary focus was now the tactical situation. Hard to be sure from this distance, and with light fading, Jax replied, pulling out another gadget, a long-range directional microphone, aiming it carefully towards the outpost. But the uniforms, partial camouflage patterns consistent with PMC fatigues, could be hired muscle. Montague using Ivan's wider connections, or another group entirely. Their communication net seems closed, can't pick up chatter. Private military contractors, Alex stated flatly, the phrase chilling him. It sounded terrifyingly professional. These weren't just opportunists, this was serious, well-funded opposition. Ainsworth's briefing notes about Montague being a vested interest suddenly took on a more menacing weight. The sun dipped lower, painting the rugged peaks in bruised purples and fiery oranges before giving way to the deepening twilight. Hiding on their rocky perch was becoming untenable as the temperature plummeted and the shadows elongated. They couldn't approach directly. They couldn't wait indefinitely, exposing themselves to the elements and potential discovery by heat signatures or roving patrols extending from the outpost. Retreat back the way they came, exhausted as they were, seemed less feasible than a controlled approach. Options? Alex asked, looking at Ilara and Jax. He wasn't pretending to be a military strategist. But Ainsworth's instruction? You will provide leadership and make the final decisions based on your collective assessment. Meant the call, however terrifying, rested with him. He had the resources, theoretically. They had the skills. What did they think? Ilara folded her own topographical map, her brow furrowed in academic intensity focused through a lens of very real peril. A direct approach, illogical without overwhelming force, which we lack. Retreat exposes us for hours to the cold and potentially puts us on an anticipated path. Subterfuge offers the lowest probability of immediate critical failure. Meaning stealth, Jax translated, confirming her assessment. Alistair's maps show service tunnels, lower entry points, may be related to extracting ore or materials from the G4 deposit without drawing attention to the main site. Designed for discreet use. Probably less guarded. Alistair designated a specific maintenance aperture linked to the epoch marker. A small rock formation described in his log related to the original anomaly, Alara added, scrolling through technical drawings on her device. The access is challenging, physically demanding, possibly restricted based on resonant frequency. She was back to complex variables, finding technical layers even in a hole in the ground. This was their chance. Not a charge, but a cautious, intelligence-driven infiltration. The satisfying action sequence for this chapter, showcasing their specific team strengths under pressure. Jax's uncanny ability for covert access, Alara's capacity to translate archaic clues into modern navigation, and Alex's increasingly crucial role coordinating them, applying logistical thinking, his version of strategy, and providing resources as needed. As darkness fell completely, guided only by filtered headlamps, the glow of Alara's device screen, and Jax's intuitive navigation through the treacherous terrain, they made their descent, moving parallel to the visible outpost lights but miles distant, aiming for the rough coordinates Alara calculated for the maintenance aperture below the epoch marker. It was painstaking. Stealth was paramount. Every dislodged rock sounded like a thunderclap in the stillness. The air grew colder. The descent tested Alex's battered muscles in new ways, controlled pressure instead of panicked flight. They found the epoch marker, a jagged, unusually smooth rock formation identified by Alara, miles from the main compound, tucked into a narrow, impassive ravine accessible only by rappelling down a sheer slope. Jax went first, swift and silent, disappearing into the darkness. Then Alara, guided by Jax from below. Alex followed, the cold fear of height returning but now layered with determined focus. He forced himself down the rope, muscles trembling, relying on Jax's quiet, specific instructions guiding his descent in the darkness below. His training on the earlier scramble was paying off. It was still terrifying, but he managed, breathing hard, finding purchase on the cold, slick stone. At the bottom of the short rappel, they found the aperture. A rough-cut tunnel entrance partially concealed by natural rock fall. It looked abandoned, dark, forbidding. "Okay," Jax whispered, securing their ropes, flashlight beam darting around the entrance. "This is it." Follows the porphyry vein downwards according to Alara's map overlay. Goes deep. Be ready for anything. Entering the tunnel was like stepping into the mountain's silent maw. The air was colder, thicker, smelling of damp earth and mineral dust. They moved in single file, lights low. Alara used her device to project Alistair's diagrams onto the rough-hewn walls, mapping their progress, identifying branching passages related to the mining claim that their objective, searching for markers Alistair had annotated relative to the G4 deposit itself. The resonating seam, the starfall scar. Jax kept watch behind and ahead, senses heightened for sounds beyond their own ragged breathing and the quiet drip of water. They weren't searching for riches in raw ore. Alistair's notes implied the value at G4 was something else entirely, linked to that anomalous metallurgical finding and the potential meteorite impact site. A process, an energy source, or a material. The clues Alara decoded from the Oak Haven artifact referenced specific geological conditions necessary to unlock or understand it. Their journey wasn't about claiming material assets, it was about accessing a fundamental source of knowledge and power generations in the making, hidden within the earth itself at this remote site. The tunnel was labyrinthine, but Alara's expertise shone. She translated the cryptic directional notes on Alistair's microscroll diagrams, follow the vein resonance south until celestial ingress, into practical headings using her scanner and the devices linked to geological surveys. They descended deep, deeper than Alex had expected. Time became abstract. Minutes or hours could have passed in the suffocating silence and monochrome gray of the tunnel. Finally, after following a faint, almost imperceptible humming signature detected by Alara's portable spectrometer, the resonating seam, she theorized, they entered a larger, rough-walled chamber. It was naturally formed, cavernous. And in its center, a geological anomaly that felt profoundly alien. Not simply a rock formation, but a colossal crystal structure. Dark, metallic-looking, shimmering with faint, internal light that pulsed with that same low-frequency humming Alara had detected. It didn't look like anything natural Alex had ever seen. This was the G4 porphyry, the source, the objective. And arrayed around it, partly obscuring the massive crystal, was machinery. Sleek, modern-looking, but strangely out of place in the raw cave. Consoles with blinking lights. thick cabling disappearing into the rock. Not mining equipment. Experimental apparatus. A team was clearly operating here, setting something up. Power generators whirring softly in the background. But no personnel currently visible in the central chamber. The hostiles on the surface were securing the perimeter, but others had clearly been working deep inside. Ilara breathed, her voice hushed with scientific or mixed with dawning fear. My gods, the alpine energetics, the anomalous metallurgical finding. It wasn't a historical reference. It's an active, energy conduit. A resonant amplification node? Possibly related to tapping a localized, deep earth geothermal power source or something linked to that mineral deposit's unique properties, maybe derived from the original meteor event itself. They are preparing to do something with it. Not just claim it. Use it. On a nearby table, amongst toolkits and specialized equipment, lay papers. Schematics, complex mathematical equations Alex couldn't hope to decipher. And a familiar seal embossed on some documents. Not Atherton and Stern, but another. Linked, Alex faintly recalled Ainsworth mentioning, to one of the secondary Kincaid holding corporations controlled by, yes, Montague's corporate interests. The adversarial Kincaid branch hadn't just traced their steps. They were actively exploiting Alistair's own dormant, deep-level assets using knowledge derived from his lineage, leveraging his original blueprints found through their own independent efforts, or perhaps old family records Alex never knew existed. They knew this site was crucial, and were here to activate or harvest its unique potential before Alex could even fully understand what it was. Montague, Jax breathed, confirming Alex's suspicion. He moved forward with quiet, rapid purpose, scanning the papers, relaying brief, crucial information to Alex and Ilara. Project notes indicate geothermal harvest, phase alpha. Leveraging the subterranean resonator, this crystal, for energy extraction or stabilization. Timeline accelerated due to recent activity trace. That's us. They moved up the schedule. Montague wasn't just collecting heirlooms, he was trying to seize control of a multi-billion-dollar energy source or unique material synthesis process. Something possibly more valuable than the liquid capital of the entire estate. Before Alex could. The true trick wasn't just accessing sites, it was preventing the wealth's generating engine from being stolen or misused. This was the core drama and the high stakes laid bare, controlling the past to secure the future, represented by an glowing, alien-looking crystal deep within a mountain. Ilara's focus snapped to a terminal built into one of the control consoles. She pulled up diagnostic screens, rapidly deciphering technical jargon. They're priming the resonator, power levels escalating, aligning with projected energy signatures detailed in Alistair's theoretical models of the G4 anomaly. But it's pushing stress fracture. They're pushing too hard, too fast. Her voice rose, urgency replacing awe. They don't fully understand Alistair's limiting factors. His calculations account for long-term stabilization cycles tied to that specific stellar epoch annotation, bypassing it risks unpredictable systemic collapse. Meaning, activating the source without Alistair's safety protocols based on cosmic cycles could trigger an environmental disaster, possibly seismic or worse. They weren't just thieves, they were potentially causing catastrophic damage for short-term gain. Then, the drama intensified. Footsteps echoed from a side passage. The technicians, returning to the main chamber. Caught. Ilara instinctively scrambled behind a console, frantically trying to interface with the system. Jax moved to position himself between the approaching sounds and Alex. Alex stood frozen near the central crystal, too large to conceal easily, bathed in its faint, pulsing glow. Security detail. We have unannounced arrivals in the resonator chamber. A voice barked from the side passage. Alarms began to sound quietly within the installation, then escalating to a loud, insistent blare that ripped through the underground silence. They were detected. The infiltration was over. More figures emerged. Professional security personnel, armed, not Montague's immediate circle this time, but hired guns, grim-faced, fanning out, weapons raised. Alex raised his hands slowly, instinct screaming surrender. This wasn't Caven. He couldn't outrun or confuse professionals in a confined space. Jax moved, not confronting them head-on, but agilely slipping around a piece of machinery, disappearing into the shadows, attempting a flanking maneuver, drawing attention. Elara, still hidden, worked frantically at the console. Halt. Identify yourselves. Do not move. The commands were crisp, authoritative. And then, walking calmly into the chamber behind the security team, the flashlight beam on his face highlighting his cultured annoyance, was Montague. Cleaner, less disheveled than after the flood, utterly composed. He saw Alex and a familiar flicker of cold recognition ignited in his eyes. The idiotic relative who'd shouted at him in the tunnel. Well, Cousin Alexander, Montague stated, voice cutting across the blaring alarm, a triumphant, chilling tone. Persistent, I'll grant you. Finding the access aperture, very Alistair. Though relying on brute effort does seem uncivilized. He gestured to the mud caked on Alex's clothing from the ascent and crawl through the tunnels. But also, foolish. This site is not for amateurs. It requires resources, capability, a lineage of understanding that has been unfairly withheld. He stepped closer to the colossal, humming crystal, proprietary pride warring with ruthless intent. You have, unintentionally, forced our hand and validated our knowledge. The information from Oakhaven, combined with our independent research. This G4 is the engine. It has the potential to power industries for generations, once stabilized and its properties harnessed. Value beyond measure. This was the suggested dialogue scene, refined into a tense confrontation revealing Montague's perspective. His sense of historical entitlement and calculated ruthlessness contrasted with Alex's awkward presence amidst such immense power and peril. You'll destabilize it, Alex blurted out, driven by Elara's earlier warnings. Alistair designed this to sync with the epoch, pushing it too hard, it'll break. Montague gave a short, sharp laugh. Impractical old man. Timelines were for his convoluted legacy games. We prefer results. Immediate, substantial results. Stability is relative when the value is exponential. Small tremors are acceptable collateral. He eyed the giant crystal possessively. Alistair intended this power for himself, to manipulate markets, control influence. We will use it to reshape global energy industries, disrupt geopolitical structures. The world will bow to the name Kincaid again. To our name. He took a step towards Alex. As for you, cousin, unfortunate. You led us directly here. But you clearly lack the vision. Now, you are merely excess baggage. Your inherited capital will be reabsorbed. The rest. He shrugged, a gesture of ultimate dismissal, colder than any threat. He raised the non-beige weapon again, his intent clear. This wasn't just about the asset anymore, it was personal, driven by historical resentment and a desire to eliminate the accidental heir standing in the way of their grand plan. Just as he did, Elara's voice rang out, clear and sharp from behind the console, cutting through the alarms and the tension, infused with pure intellectual fury. You idiot. You are operating on corrupted metrics. Your access codes, they bypassed only Alistair's financial release subroutines, not his geosynchronization safeties. They are tethered to the full epoch model, cross-referenced against historical stellar charting and local terrestrial magnetic field fluctuations tied to deep earth currents and the crystalline structure's specific lattice density. She was unleashing a torrent of highly technical, seemingly incomprehensible data at Montague and his team. It wasn't random. She was hitting specific jargon points designed to disorient. This crystal, Elara continued, her voice gaining frantic momentum, throwing caution to the wind, desperate to buy time as she clearly worked at the console, attempting something via the system interface, possibly trying to disrupt their activation sequence using Alistair's true, complex parameters against them. Its primary stability resonance is currently misaligned with the anticipated nodal frequency predicted for the convergence event at Julian date correction 8741 delta prime relative to galactic plane drift and porphyry stress vector epsilon. Applying the current power levels based on your simplified calculations will cause catastrophic cascade failure initiating approximately in 25 seconds. Initiating forced diagnostic shutdown sequence override protocol Alistair Kincaid beta. Inputting Kincaid Air primary biometric data override. Access confirmed, Kincaid Alex P, via networked device integrity profile. Triggering emergency realignment protocol Z9, as she yelled out commands, numbers, and alarming technical readouts, flashing visual data up on a larger monitor now visible near her position. Complex charts showing cascading failures, red lines spiking wildly. The low humming of the crystal began to change pitch. It pulsed faster, the internal light flaring and dimming erratically. The whirring of the generators intensified, whining under strain. The building around them groaned, faint cracks appearing in the cave walls. Montague stared, bewildered, then enraged, caught flat-footed again by Alistair's technical layers weaponized by a panicked academic. He didn't understand the specific terms, but he understood cascade failure, catastrophic, and 25 seconds. He yelled orders at his technicians, demanding confirmation, furious at being sabotaged through the very system he sought to control. This was it. Ilara's unexpected scientific prowess triggering a climactic technical sequence, acting as the action element by disrupting the adversaries. Plans using intellectual rather than physical means, interwoven with high drama. The theme of the clever twist reached a crescendo, with Alistair's labyrinthine foresight being turned against his greedy, short-sighted relatives by the unlikely team he'd assembled. The alarms blared louder. The entire chamber began to shake violently. Dust rained down in torrents. "Alex, go. Tunnel exit." Jax yelled from somewhere across the chamber, now re-emerging and sprinting towards a far-side passage he'd evidently scouted during the brief skirmish. He threw something heavy towards Alex. Maybe his pack. Alex didn't hesitate. Chaos was his element, not competence. He scrambled away from Montague and the destabilizing crystal, towards where Jax pointed, just grabbing the pack thrown at him on instinct. Montague's men were grappling with the suddenly terrifying, unstable machinery and receiving frantic reports from the surface about escalating structural instability. Their immediate focus had fragmented into desperate self-preservation and containing the escalating crisis Ilara had instigated through the very system they were attempting to seize. "Shut it down," Montague screamed, now abandoning Alex and his attempt at philosophical victory, scrambling towards the consoles, rage distorting his face as he saw his grand plan dissolving into catastrophic failure initiated by an unexpected hacker historian weaponizing decades-old safety protocols. He fired wildly, desperately, but aimed at the ceiling or machinery in panicked frustration. Ilara scrambled away from the console just as sparks flew and panels exploded inwards, escaping into a different side passage, clearly having initiated whatever critical sequence she could before abandoning ship. The noise was deafening now. Alarms blaring, machinery screaming, rock grinding on rock. The massive crystal at the center flared with intense, violent pulses of light, casting long, monstrous shadows as the cave chamber began to groan ominously. It was reaching critical instability. Alex lunged for the tunnel entrance Jax pointed to. It was small, almost a crack in the wall. He squeezed inside, hearing Ilara shouting from another passage. He plunged into darkness just as the entire central chamber erupted behind him in a cataclysm of grinding stone, crashing machinery, and what sounded like immense quantities of water rushing inwards, silencing the alarms, the screaming generators, the panicked shouts, the fury of Montague. Everything. In a terrifying, deafening rush. It sounded like the mountain itself was collapsing inward on the resonator chamber, on the Vigil SNG4 porphyry deposit, sealing itself off with deliberate, final violence initiated, intentionally or unintentionally, by Alistair Kincaid's own complex failsafes and exacerbated by Montague's greedy recklessness. He scrabbled blindly forward in the tight passage, hearing nothing but his own ragged breathing and the receding echoes of the subterranean apocalypse behind him. Dust and loose rock tumbled after him. He fumbled for his own flashlight in the dark. He emerged moments later into a different part of the mine system. Dark, derelict tunnels, untouched by the cataclysm behind him, except for a tremor that shuddered through the rock. He was alone. He shined his flashlight around. Silence. Had Ilara and Jax made it? Were they somewhere in these disused tunnels? Or were they gone? Casualties of the collapse triggered by their desperate, brilliant improvisation? And what of Montague? Trapped, killed by the very power he sought to control? Alex, shivering, alone, covered in dust and grime, sank back against the cold rock wall, completely drained, terrified, heartbroken at the thought of Ilara and Jax being caught in the collapse. He had come here looking for something, had been forced into this nightmare by a legacy he didn't understand, surrounded by dangerous relatives he never knew existed. He had overcome his fears, found courage he didn't possess, even helped piece together parts of the impossible puzzle. And now, in the dead silence after the terrible roar, illuminated only by the weak beam of his flashlight in a dark, forgotten tunnel, all the potential. The untold power, the historical secrets, the immense fortune, and the fragile connection D begun to build with the only people who seemed to understand any of this, felt reduced to nothing. He was alone in the darkness, with nothing but questions and the terrible possibility that his desperate, brilliant team had just sacrificed themselves to protect his secret source and get him out. What awaited him now, alone in this remote, broken mountain? The enrichment journey had led him to this isolated, devastating endpoint. He had escaped, but at what potential cost? Silence. After the roaring collapse of the resonator chamber, the underground silence of the abandoned vigil's-end tunnels felt absolute, oppressive. Dust motes danced in the narrow beam of Alex Kincaid's flashlight, the only light source in the suffocating blackness. He leaned against the cold, damp rock wall, body trembling not just from exhaustion and the mountain chill, but from shock and despair. The crash behind him hadn't just sealed a chamber, it had seemingly swallowed Ilara, Jax, and potentially Montague and his people, silencing the cacophony of peril and scientific marvel alike in one final, cataclysmic groan. He was alone. Utterly, profoundly alone again, just as he had been in his beige life, only now the stakes felt impossibly higher, the losses potentially irreparable. He had stumbled into a hidden world of inherited secrets, global ventures, and relentless enemies, and the few, fragile connections he'd made felt like they'd just been obliterated by the very force his family lineage had harnessed. His accidental inheritance, meant to enrich, felt like a terrible, devastating burden that had only brought him loss. Ilara? Jax? Alex called out, his voice thin and hoarse, swallowed immediately by the indifferent darkness. No reply. Just the rhythmic drip of water somewhere further down the passage. He shuffled forward, heart pounding, flashlight beam sweeping back and forth, revealing only rough-hewn walls, abandoned support timbers, and scattered debris. Relics of a past mining operation completely separate from Alistair's deeper, stranger asset. He was in a disused section of the mountain's gut, detached from the controlled chaos he fled. He called out again, louder this time, desperation lending a sharp edge to his tone. Ilara, Jax, can you hear me? Silence. Then, from somewhere ahead, further down the passage, a faint sound. Not an echo. More metallic. A sharp, single click. Then another. Faint, almost imperceptible against the drip, drip, drip. Alex froze, straining to listen. Click. Click. Familiar. Not human footsteps. Too regular. Could it be? He moved forward again, cautiously, pushing past his fear, focusing on the faint, distant sound. It was coming from deeper within the maze of tunnels. He navigated a turn, the passage branching off. Alistair's map of this mining section was minimal on the encrypted device, only highlighting outfall kappa's entrance and trajectory. The rest was a spiderweb of dashed, undefined lines indicating disused shafts. He had to rely on instinct, on following the sound, hoping it led somewhere, anywhere, that wasn't another dead end or, worse, towards more hostiles. He followed the sound, stumbling over loose rock. It grew slightly louder. Closer. Definitely metallic. And yes, he knew that sound. That was the sound of specialized tools, precisely manipulated. It was the sound of intricate work being done in a dark, confined space. Click. Click. Probe inserts. Tumbler yields. Mechanism responds. Hope, sudden and fierce, surged through Alex. It was Jax's sound. He was working. That meant he was alive. And if Jax was alive, there was a chance, however slim, that Ilara had made it too. He moved faster now, driven by renewed purpose. Rounding another bend in the tunnel, the air shifted slightly, less stagnant, fresher, and the sound was louder, closer now. Just around the next turn, he burst into a small, open space within the passage network. A collapse or perhaps simply long-abandoned detritus from mining activity had blocked the main thoroughfare here. Piled rock and heavy, rusted beams created a barrier. And in the partial light filtering from behind the obstruction, working with concentrated intensity, was Jax. He was positioned near the collapsed wall, light from his headlamp revealing fine particles of rock dust coating everything. He was kneeling by what appeared to be an old, rusted access panel set into the original passage wall behind the debris, somehow revealed by the disruption but seemingly too small for forced passage. It was an incredibly small space he was working in. He was methodically working his array of tools, precise metal slivers, into the complicated lock mechanism on the panel. His movements were quick, fluid, utterly focused. He was picking a lock. A very old, possibly heavily corroded lock, under duress. This was peak Jax, performing under pressure. The satisfying action sequence of the chapter was refined, focused, quiet, deeply technical problem-solving rather than explosive confrontation. Jax. Alex gasped, relief making his voice thick. Jax jumped, whirling, hand instinctively going to a hidden weapon, eyes scanning Alex from head to toe. The perpetual smirk wasn't present, replaced by sharp, focused intensity. Then, recognizing Alex, the tension eased minutely, though the urgency in his eyes remained. Alex. Gods, thought you were caught. When the chamber went. We had about 0.3 seconds. Ilara. Alex pressed, scrambling towards the barricade as fast as the remaining strength in his body allowed. Jax glanced behind the partial wall of rubble. Yeah. She's here. Mostly in one piece. Got herself stuck trying to gather something from the peripheral consoles she was interfaced with. Lucky timing with that flush system you tripped. Bought her about a second to dive into that side passage. But it sealed off right behind her with the main collapse. He gestured back towards the muffled echoes of the chamber collapse. Entrance caved completely. Massive structural failure. She's on the other side of maybe 40 tons of rock, just in there. I think her comms took a hit from the resonance pulse. Can't raise her. Panic surged again. Ilara was trapped. On the other side of the collapse. This panel. Jax continued, focusing Alex's panic onto immediate action, voice tight with concentration, eyes still on the intricate lock he was working. Looks like Alistair had a small auxiliary research transit access route built behind the primary chamber. Off the books. Not on main maps. Too small for full movement, probably just utility lines or drones historically, but maybe big enough for Ilara if we can open this thing and talk her through getting over whatever rubble piled on her end. It's old Kincaid emergency hardware, standard override protocols, but corrosion is a serious issue. He muttered something about differential thermal expansion and archaic alloys Alex didn't understand, his focus absolute on the task. Lock's a mechanical energy hybrid. Requires careful persuasion. Can you open it? Alex asked, feeling another surge of bewildered admiration for Jax's utterly unique skill set. Should be able to. Eventually, Jax grunted, concentration etched on his face. This isn't exactly like picking a safe door, though. Corroded alloys, stress fractures from the collapse. Might get loud if the whole panel fails. Just need to hit this sequence right. Click. Click. Another tumbler releases. Alex crouched beside him, peering through gaps in the rubble, trying to see if he could assist, feeling that familiar wave of powerlessness, now mingled with desperate urgency to free Ilara. He handed Jax a sturdier light source he retrieved. Held tools when asked. This was his contribution here, providing simple support, trying not to hinder, letting the expert work. What about Montague? And his men? Alex whispered, mindful of sounds echoing in the tunnel. Jax didn't look up, focused on a particularly tricky part of the lock. Hard to say. Sounded like they got hit pretty bad by that flush system and the initial chamber failure. They were scrambling towards their exit path further down, if it wasn't compromised. Maybe they made it out another way before the main collapse. Or they're in there with whatever Alistair kept at the core. Don't know. Assume they're still a threat until confirmed otherwise. Best guess. Some survived the immediate failure but won't be operating for a while, probably dealing with casualties or finding a different way out. We worry about Ilara first. Click. A more definite snap. A piece of the lock gave slightly. Got it. Jax whispered, excitement lacing his voice despite the peril. The old, rusted panel swung inwards a few inches on squealing hinges, revealing a narrow gap and pitch darkness beyond. Cold air wafted out. A passage, impossibly narrow. But potentially, Ilara's way out, or at least, a way to communicate. Ilara, Jax called out, keeping his voice low. Can you hear us? Silence. Just the drip, drip. Ilara, it's Jax. Are you there? Can you hear me? A beat of anxious quiet. Then, from within the utter darkness beyond the narrow opening, a faint, familiar voice. Raspy. Strain. But unmistakable. Jax. Alex. My glasses. Where are my glasses? Ilara. Relief, so profound it made Alex, Esne's weak, flooded him. She was alive. Trapped, maybe hurt, but alive. Ilara, we hear you. Can you hear us clearly? What's your status? Jax was rapid-fire professional now, abandoning the lockpicks for crisis communication. Yes. Faintly. Rubble. Pressure. Stabilization protocols. Not entirely clear. Minor contusions. Pinched nerve maybe. Access portal appears compromised. Structural support column compromised on this side, blocking path. Her voice faded in and out, muffled by the collapsed rock between them. Ambient energy field erratic. Affecting device functionality. We found a secondary maintenance tunnel. Small access panel near the base of the chamber wall. Alistair, S-Notes, Jax explained. Opened it from our side. Can you see this access point from your position? Is it cleared? Silence again, longer this time. Only the dripping. Alex held his breath. He was suddenly reminded of those anxious moments waiting on a response from Beryl at work after sending an important email, amplified by infinite stakes. Yes, faint light. Visible. Restricted access, debris partially blocking. Unable to fully clear, manual labor required. Ilara's voice returned, stronger now. She was gathering her focus. The sound of shifting rock accompanied her words, muted. Attempting, fine motor manipulation. Relocating. Minor structural impedance. Can push some. Not heavy material. Okay, Ilara, we, try to get heavier tools from our side. Jax was already looking around the abandoned passage, scanning for anything useful amongst the discarded mining detritus. Picks. Shovels. Anything heavy enough to leverage stone. This was the assembling and trusting a team aspect again, not just of capabilities, but reliance under pressure. Ilara, the intellectual powerhouse, relying on Jax's brute force skills, relative, but superior to Alex's, Jax relying on Ilara's technical understanding of Alistair's obscure construction notes to know this tunnel even existed and how it related to the primary chamber. And both implicitly relying on Alex's decision-making to get them to these critical points. Their combined efforts over the next grueling hours became a quiet, desperate rhythm of focused struggle and hushed communication. Jax worked the narrow opening from their side, using bent rebar found amongst the rubble and discarded tools, trying to pry and shift just enough rock from their end to loosen Ilara's constraint or widen the opening. Alex assisted as best he could, hauling smaller pieces, acting as spotter with his light, or passing tools. Ilara, trapped on the other side, gave strained updates on the situation within her section of the collapsed chamber. Ambient energy readings, still unstable near where the crystal had been, temperature changes, sounds, faint, rhythmic tapping or scraping further off, perhaps suggesting others were indeed attempting to access the main chamber area or retrieve something else, and her best guesses at the physical impediments blocking her path based on Ilara's technical diagnostics on her encrypted device and strained observations in the flickering light. It was excruciatingly slow, frustrating work. Every slight shift in the tons of rubble risked triggering further collapse or drawing unwanted attention if others heard them. But they worked with a grim determination born of the near-death experience and the absolute necessity of rescuing their colleague, their friend. Friendship. Alex registered the thought with surprise. Yes. After everything, they were friends now. Bonded in chaos, danger, and the absurdity of inheriting billions and getting chased by greedy relatives wielding historical diagrams. This transformation theme manifested not just in Alex's capabilities but in his capacity for connection, forming deep bonds with incredibly strange but genuinely competent and loyal individuals under the pressure of Alistair's gauntlet. As the hours dragged on, the dramatic irony hummed subtly. The billions Alex theoretically commanded were utterly useless in this situation. A checkbook, a credit card? Meaningless. What mattered were strength, agility, specialized knowledge, and a deep understanding of old locks and precarious tunnels. His vast wealth couldn't buy them out of this rockfall. It had led them here, certainly, finance the planes and tools and logistics, but the actual solution required ingenuity, manual labor, and risking life, skills money couldn't directly purchase or outsource in these moments of desperate confinement. During a brief, strained conversation through the narrow passage, after Jax had successfully pried loose a crucial, large stone section blocking much of Ilara's movement. A complex maneuver that risked bringing the whole thing down but paid off. Ilara spoke about what she'd glimpsed before the collapse, fueled by coffee sips sent precariously through the narrow opening. I saw it, brief schematics on a secondary console. She wheezed, exhausted. Alistair's original vision for the G4 resonator. Not just an energy source, but potentially a portal. Leveraging interdimensional resonances, based on the unique properties of that crystal and its stellar alignment. 4. Transport. Or observation. It was just theoretical in his notes, but the technical specifications they were activating. Oh, dear gods. Montague wasn't just building a power plant. He was attempting to access something entirely beyond anything documented. Linked, potentially, to other Kincaid assets catalogued using the Alpha Centauri indexing system. A portal. The scramble through the outer tunnels of Vigil's End, dust clinging to their wet clothing, lungs burning, was a blur of raw instinct and panicked motion. Alex Kincaid ran, propelled by a primal fear and the constant presence of Ilara and Jax beside him, somehow keeping pace even as Ilara, scraped and aching, pulled the awkward console behind her with desperate strength, while Jax guided them through the collapsing, confusing maze. The sounds of pursuit. Shouts, crashing rock, even the distinct clang of metal on metal, echoed behind them, chillingly close, confirming their escape hadn't been undetected. They were still in extreme peril, deep underground, hunted. The tunnel eventually narrowed further, the air growing thin and stale. It was clear this was a maintenance passage, old, unstable, and unlikely to be pursued through by adversaries relying on heavy equipment and speed. It dead-ended not with an external exit, but into a completely choked shaft. Collapsed millennia ago by geological action. They were truly trapped, kilometers inside the mountain, no obvious way out, their immediate pursuers potentially just minutes behind, slowed perhaps, but definitely persistent. This was Alistair Kincaid's filter taken to its brutal, final extreme, not a path through, but an impossible obstacle forcing reliance on improvisation beyond physical or technological limits. Jax, his face grim in his flashlight beam, examined the choked shaft, ran his hand over the sheer rock. Solid collapse, boss. Been here a while. No going through. Not quickly. And they'll track us here. Bottleneck. Trapped. But Ilara, clutching the precious salvaged console, looked up, her eyes alight with sudden, strained revelation, her breath hitching. Wait, the resonance. Alistair's deep Earth power model. It's not just about energy. The stellar correlations, not location, time, frequency, the G4 deposit, the anomaly. What if it resonates with something when activated by a specific energy frequency based on those calculations? Not a portal for objects, a communication locus, interdimensional, or maybe remote activation. Controlling another Kincaid asset remotely using the Vigil's End energy signature, she fumbled with the salvaged console, using scraped fingers to navigate menus, ignoring the fresh scrape on her hand. The raw wires Ilara had snatched from the main console during the chamber's implosion seemed to connect miraculously to the main console frame, somehow scavenging residual power, or maybe tapping into some other energy source in the chamber's residual field before the main collapse severed connections entirely. It was jury-rigged brilliance under fire. The salvaged part whirred faintly to life, displaying cryptic data and access protocols, surprisingly resistant to the cataclysm. Emergency Protocol Omega, Ilara muttered, deciphering Alistair's arcane interface. It allows secondary transmission array activation, keyed to Alistair Kincaid beta override credentials. She jabbed frantically at the damaged screen, navigating firewalled subroutines. Transmit, distress, signal. No, encrypted command stream. Target location. Cross-referenced Kincaid secure localities map overlay with Protocol Omega parameters. She found it. A destination. A signal frequency. Based on the portal resonator's energy parameters salvaged from the failing system. Alistair's true emergency broadcast system, designed to call for backup not just to a static location, but utilizing the specific power signatures generated by the G4 porphyry deposit when in extremis, likely requiring a direct interaction with that site while it was active or failing to access or power. Another twisted layer, their near-death triggered the next clue resource. Alex. Input Kincaid Alpha. Air ID. Now. Authenticate Protocol Omega, Elara ordered, thrusting a part of the damaged console towards him, displaying a field requiring specific, multi-stage authentication, genetic data, biographical data, a unique access code tied to his status as verified heir, credentials previously provided by Atherton and Stern and logged on his encrypted device. His awkward entry into the financial network was now the key to an impossible escape. He fumbled with his main encrypted device, his fingers clumsy, accessing his sensitive biometric scan and multi-factor authentication code, syncing them via physical connection to the jury-rigged console section. Alarms blared on the device again, less a system failure, more like a protest against its use in a way Alistair never intended. He held his finger to a small scanner, spoke specific phrases prompted by Elara while looking into the camera. Multi-level authentication needed to use this last-ditch Protocol Omega system. Confirm. Elara gasped, pulling back the console. Transmitting. Location coordinates locked. Data packet preparing for burst transmission. Leveraging remaining G4 energy signatures. Using the final localized resonance cascade as a carrier wave. Transmission in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now. The salvaged console pulsed with intense light, a high-pitched whine emitting from its internal components, amplifying the energy signature from the now collapsed, roaring chamber they had fled. The noise was deafening, agonizing. It felt like his very bones were vibrating. And then, silence again. Absolute, profound silence, save for their gasping breaths. The light faded from the console. It felt inert, lifeless. The brief, violent flare of Alistair's most esoteric technology, harnessed by Elara's desperate brilliance and Alex's authenticated heritage, had been deployed. Sent out into the desolate mountains, broadcast using the energy remnants of a destabilized, impossible geological structure. Did it work? Was anyone receiving? Or had they simply wasted the last vestiges of a hidden power source on an unanswered scream into the void, simultaneously alerting any nearby hostile forces still active after the main collapse that survivors were deep within this tunnel system? They didn't have time to wait for a reply. The sounds of pursuit were closer. Not directly behind them anymore, they had chosen the blocked passage, which momentarily confused their hunters. But distinct sounds of scaling ladders, explosives perhaps, attempts to enter secondary vertical shafts. Ivan's more robust team? Another element of Montague's network? They were methodical, not panicking. They were getting closer, likely mapping the tunnels remotely via sound or thermal imaging. Doesn't matter if it worked or not, Jack stated, scanning the dead-end passage, assessing chances of survival if they just stayed here and tried to fight, low to non-existent. Need to keep moving. Double back. Find a deeper side shaft. Something they might miss in a quick sweep. Hope that transmission, if it worked, reaches someone capable. So they went back the way they came, crawling and scrambling through the narrow passages, reversing their steps, moving deeper into the unmapped, truly forgotten parts of the mine system, away from any sounds of movement, guided only by Jack's uncanny spatial reasoning and Elara's knowledge of basic geological safety, avoiding areas prone to further collapse, identifying shafts potentially filled with noxious gases. Helpful. They sought out the deepest, most remote, structurally sound section they could find. A low-ceilinged cavern accessed via a crawlspace. It smelled faintly of sulfur and damp earth. No sounds penetrated here beyond the eternal drip, drip, drip. They were completely hidden. And potentially completely abandoned. They stayed there for what felt like days. Hiding. Listening. Cold, wet, exhausted. Elara treated their scrapes and bruises with materials from a minimalist medical kit Jax somehow produced. They rationed meager emergency rations from Jax, and Elara's packs, along with Alex's unopened sawdust-flavored bar from the earlier climb. The silence of the mountain swallowed them. Days did pass, or what felt like them in the pitch blackness underground. Without chronometers, most had broken or lost signal, light, or external sounds to measure time by, Existence was reduced to hushed whispers, rationing supplies, the slow, relentless drip, and the constant, low thrum of nervous energy. Ilara pored over what she could salvage from the damaged console's limited diagnostic capabilities, making frantic notes. Jax remained vigilant, constantly listening, assessing. Alex mostly existed, supporting Ilara, listening for Jax's low warnings, trying to keep a terrifying surge of despair from consuming him. He had money beyond imagination, yet it couldn't buy them food, water, warmth, or freedom from this silent, subterranean prison. The dramatic irony was so complete it wasn't even funny anymore, it was just reality. And then, on the 7th cycle by Ilara's count based on their remaining ration allocation, they heard it. Faint, rhythmic, not searching footsteps. Too even. Metallic against stone. Repeating. A vibration through the rock floor. Growing stronger. Consistent. It wasn't Ivan's clumsy crew or Montague's men clearing rubble. It was different. Soon, they could make out the sounds clearly. Heavy, mechanized boring. Precision drills cutting through solid rock, accompanied by sounds of professional bracing, ground monitoring, calculated, purposeful work. Above ground, or further down in a previously inaccessible primary tunnel, someone was cutting through rock layers, approaching their estimated location. Their transmission, Protocol Omega, if it had worked, might be answered. Or maybe, someone was simply searching for them very, very effectively, leveraging the information gained from capturing or securing the outer areas of the mine complex and pinpointing their likely survival zone within the tunnels. Hours of anxious waiting followed. The sounds grew closer, louder. The grinding of machinery felt deafening, utterly exposed. Escape from the little cavern was impossible. They could only wait. Then, the sound shifted. The grinding stopped. Voices, closer now. More distinct. Speaking. English. Polished. Authoritative. Not rough German. Hope and fear twisted in Alex's gut. And then, a voice, clear, amplified, and startlingly familiar, echoed down the passage towards their hidden cavern. Mr. Kincaid. Dr. Vance. Mr. Jax. This is Mr. Ainsworth. Acknowledging Protocol Omega burst transmission and cross-correlating distress signals from Kincaid secure site designations 7.4 and 8.9. Mr. Kincaid. Are you receiving? Our breach team is 30 meters from your extrapolated position. Maintain visual on sound source. Ainsworth. It had worked. Somehow, their desperate, last-ditch transmission from the core of the collapsing Vigil's end site, piggybacking on unstable, esoteric energy signatures, had reached him. Their desperate gamble paid off. They were rescued. Relief, overwhelming and absolute, washed over Alex. He couldn't speak, just choked back a sob, feeling the tightness in his chest finally loosen. Jax slumped against the cavern wall, his rigid vigilance finally releasing. Ilara sank onto the cold floor, hugging the console frame, whispering scientific jargon of gratitude Alex couldn't understand. They emerged from the cavern into bright lights and efficiency. Ainsworth wasn't there in person, naturally. The level of resources required here necessitated a specialized extraction force. A team of trained personnel, led by a familiar face, Frank, the discreet security head from Blackwood Manor, looking relieved and intensely professional. They were clean, geared up, working with precision. High-tech bores were parked nearby, hydraulic braces holding back sections of the tunnel. They brought supplies, immediate medical checks, secure comms. Alex was safe. His team was safe. Getting back to the surface and eventually airlifted to a highly secure, remote facility run by Ainsworth's broader network was another process of controlled motion, sterile environments, and thorough medical psychological evaluation. They showered, received proper food, clothing, rest. The feeling of sunlight on his face, cold mountain air filling his lungs, felt unbelievably precious after the absolute blackness underground. They spent days in the facility, debriefing, recovering, and focusing on deciphering Ilara's findings from the salvaged console. Precious fragments of Alistair's intentions regarding the G4 porphyry, potential schematics of the portal concept, as she suspected, fragmented location data tied to other Kincaid localities. And during one debrief with Ainsworth, several days after their extraction, the serpent in the suite began to reveal itself. The facility was comfortable, sterile, heavily secured. Alex, Ilara, and Jax had dedicated debriefing sessions, reviewed evidence, consolidated Ilara's fragmented notes from the salvaged console into preliminary actionable data with specialist help provided by Ainsworth. The tension from the tunnels was gone, replaced by an eerie sense of enforced calm, the hum of technology, and the quiet presence of countless anonymous security and support staff. They felt insulated. Perhaps too much. Ainsworth appeared on the screen, reviewing intelligence reports with a strained professionalism. While your recovery has been our primary focus, Mr. Kincaid, investigation into the events at Vigil's end has proceeded. The structural integrity of the resonator chamber area appears severely compromised. No immediate sign of Mr. Montague or his primary command staff among any recovered organic or tech signatures proximal to the core collapse area, consistent with total environmental suppression at point zero. Meaning Montague and many of his immediate group likely hadn't survived the primary implosion triggered, unintentionally or intentionally, by Ilara's last-ditch protocol or his own overtaxing of Alistair's system. A chillingly neat resolution to a direct threat, engineered by Alistair's own redundancies turned weapon. However, Ainsworth continued, his gaze sharpening, subsidiary investigations, correlating communication logs, asset movements, and specifically, analysis of certain anomalies noted within our own network during this phase of the enrichment journey, indicate that Mr. Montague received high-level, specific information about your intended trajectory and critical asset status on more than one occasion. Alex straightened, tension returning. Information about their movements. Given how few people knew, Ainsworth displayed a complex network map on screen, highlighting data trails. The precise Oak Haven location. Knowledge of Alistair's specific emergency tunneling system at Vigil's end. Early warning regarding the identifier key's retrieval from Schloss Forken. Too much was known by parties who should have had zero direct access to the highly compartmentalized intelligence our firm manages regarding Alistair's core legacies and your activities on this journey. How could they know? Alex asked, bewildered. The only people with that kind of knowledge were Ainsworth's direct team, the ones managing his inheritance. Ainsworth himself, Miss Albright, or the immediate circle Ainsworth had briefly connected him with when trying to facilitate early social engagements into this new world. Trusted advisors, initial key Kincaid Trust Oversight members. Ainsworth leaned closer to the screen, his face grim. Initial analysis of secure network integrity shows no direct external breach. This suggests the compromise originated within the trusted network circle surrounding Mr. Alistair's protocols. Someone with a degree of access. And based on the timestamps and the nature of the information leakage correlating precisely with critical operational stages of your journey, he paused, the implication hanging heavy in the sterile air of the debriefing room. The data strongly suggests compromise by someone interacting directly, or having immediate access to, the secure planning environment designed to support your journey. Alex stared at the network diagram, a cold, sick feeling settling in his stomach. It wasn't just an abstract network on screen. It represented people. Individuals he had perhaps met briefly, smiled at politely, taken advice from, however awkward the interaction might have been. Someone supposedly helping him was actively feeding critical information to the people who tried to capture him, potentially kill him, and ultimately seize his legacy. Someone inside. One of his initial friends or advisors from the very beginning of this process. Betrayal? Jax stated flatly from his seat, his expression hardening, vigilant cynicism sharpening into dangerous certainty. He'd seen enough of the underbelly to recognize the pattern. A mole in the tent, boss. Someone inside Ainsworth's golden circle. Ilara, her analytical mind instantly pivoting from ancient energy physics to modern security analysis, added, given the timing, the specificity of leaked data aligning with specific points of progress and discovery on the journey, the compromised agent likely possessed oversight regarding logistical support for your immediate progress. She was piecing together the bumbling deduction phase through hyper-focusing on system anomalies evident from the partial console data she salvaged combined with debrief reports. Ainsworth noticing strategic vulnerabilities being consistently generated ahead of Alex, while Ilara's deep dive into the G4 consoles potentially picked up echoes or fragments of manipulated internal logs. The data didn't point a finger at a name immediately, but it pointed unequivocally at a role within Alex's newly established, high-security network, indicating systemic compromise from within. Ainsworth nodded slowly. Precisely, Dr. Vance. The compromised channel appears to be tied to the logistics and planning protocols facilitated for your early movements. Coordination regarding access to secure sites, initial financial allocations used to grease wheels or facilitate movement. Someone monitoring and reporting your path and activities, specifically designed by Alistair's protocols for this precise purpose, supporting his heir. Alex felt hurt. Confused. How could someone helping him betray him? It was illogical. People in suits, in fancy offices, managing billions. They were supposed to be trustworthy professionals. He, D, never questioned the logistics, the access being cleared, the contacts being made. He just assumed it was part of the vast, silent infrastructure managing wealth. He, D, been focused on the external threats, Montague and his thugs, never the quiet rot within. His ability to read people was famously non-existent. He was used to the overt performance of politeness in a corporate setting, not the layered masks of high finance and legacy protection. This blindsided him. He was a perfect target for this type of internal threat. Naive, trusting, out of his element. Do you know who it is? Alex asked, voice strained, trying to understand this new, insidious layer of danger. The external threats, you could run from, fight, escape. Internal threats, they had access. They knew things. They poisoned trust. Ainsworth's expression was grim. We have narrowed the potential points of compromise based on the access logs required for coordinating these logistics. It is restricted circle. Currently under discreet surveillance. He paused. One individual, Mr. Kincaid. Someone placed within the primary structure assisting Atherton and Stern in your daily logistics oversight. Positioned there precisely because their brief requires minute-by-minute knowledge of your whereabouts, needs, and activities. The necessary degree of access makes them an exceptionally potent channel. The scope narrowed. Not an abstract employee. Someone directly involved with his immediate affairs through Atherton and Stern. Daily oversight. Someone positioned to know his movements and operational needs. Ilara spoke, looking from her device screen displaying complex data fragments linking internal reports with unusual timestamps, to Ainsworth's face. The fragments from the Vigil's end console, related to energy harvesting overrides. I found partial Kincaid network internal logging references within their operational matrix. Seems their plan factored in circumventing standard Atherton and Stern protocols, relying on an insider for specific access. Someone capable of manipulating system logging around specific logistical commands related to your financial drawdown and transit authorizations. Manipulation of financial drawdown and transit authorizations. That brought it closer. Someone who processed his requests for funds needed for logistics. Someone who authorized secure transport. Someone overseeing the direct deployment of money relative to movement. This was pinpointing a very specific operational role. Ainsworth closed his file on screen, the network diagram vanishing, replaced by his grave expression. The correlation of anomalous financial activity signatures required for off-book asset acquisition concurrent with critical moments of your journey, cross-referenced with compromised logistical data logs and specific override credentials, is focusing suspicion on one individual. Their actions correlate perfectly with the type of information being leaked, and the access necessary to provide it, invisibly, leveraging protocols they are ostensibly entrusted to manage for you. They have operated by enabling logistical steps essential to your journey, while simultaneously providing the details of those steps to Mr. Montague and his network. Alex felt a sick wave of recognition. Logistics. Financial access. Oversight. One person Ainsworth had initially vouched for, recommended be placed into a position of critical importance specifically to support Alex's entry into this world, someone given comprehensive oversight because his previous experience with the corporate world meant he knew nothing about managing significant affairs. An initial advisor, presented by Atherton and Stern as crucial to navigating the complexities. Someone placed there to help. Or to betray. Suddenly, flashes of conversations came back. Advice taken at face value. Questions asked that seemed benign but, in retrospect, confirmed location or asset status. Discussions about security protocols at properties. Recommendations on who to involve in different steps of the enrichment journey. Little details, filed away in his beige brain as necessary, bureaucratic noise associated with managing wealth. Now replaying with sinister undertones. The drama was palpable. Someone he trusted, however nominally, was a snake. Someone in his gilded inner circle, facilitating his journey and informing his hunters, at the same time. Who? It wasn't Ainsworth himself. His authority and methods here clearly showed loyalty to Alistair's true legacy. Albright. Frank. Mrs. Higgins and Beecham back at Blackwood Manor, unlikely, but who knew? Or one of the dedicated Kincaid family trust oversight people introduced early on as vital for understanding Alistair's structures? We believe we have confirmed the individual's identity, Ainsworth stated, his voice carefully neutral, suppressing any emotional indicators. Evidence gathered here, consolidated with monitoring underway remotely. He paused. The confirmation was undeniable this morning. The clever twist of betrayal began to settle. It wasn't a stranger, it was someone within the carefully curated sphere of support Alistair and Atherton and Stern had created around Alex to ostensibly facilitate his path. Someone designed to help him, turning their privileged access into a weapon. The ironic tragedy of his isolation within the mansion in Chapter 4 took a dark turn. He had been exposed, but not by grand parties or public missteps, but by the subtle actions of a trusted advisor operating within the structures meant to protect him. Alex felt a wave of bewildered fury and cold, bitter hurt. They had faced down gunmen, floods, rockfalls, terrifying relative predators, escaped imminent capture multiple times by seconds, survived a mountain collapse, and the entire time, their path was being broadcast to the very people trying to hunt them by someone right beside them, or near them, leveraging Alex's inherent trusting nature and profound ignorance about the reality of managing high-stakes wealth. It made their terrifying struggle feel manipulated, controlled. It made their near-deaths feel less like fortunate escapes and more like outcomes precisely predicted and narrowly averted despite fundamental, high-level sabotage from the core of the system meant to support him. We require your authorization to apprehend the individual and commence immediate isolation of their communication channels, Ainsworth said, his expression unreadable. This is a sensitive operation. Requires immediate action from our side. Alex swallowed. He was supposed to authorize this. Order the capture of someone he didn't really know well, but had seemingly relied on? Yes. Absolutely. There was no question. His naivety was finally breaking against the sharp edge of reality. The ruthlessness Alistair mentioned wasn't just about competitors, it was required for self-preservation. Yes, Alex said, voice hard, decisive for the first time about anything this direct. Yes, authorize it. Secure them. Find out what they've shared. How much they've compromised. His view of his own position matured abruptly, shedding the last vestiges of the beige clerk bewildered by inheritance. He wasn't just a recipient of wealth, he was its guardian. And guarding it meant making brutal decisions, questioning every smiling face, understanding the high price of trust in a world where billions were at stake, and generations-long rivalries unfolded with lethal intent. Suddenly, Ainsworth's professional demeanor shifted, a new, strained intensity replacing his usual composed neutrality. His eyes flickered, a signal imperceptible to Alex, likely clear to trained eyes like Jax's and perhaps noticed intuitively by Alara despite her weariness. Confirming authorization, Mr. Kincaid? Ainsworth stated, his voice pitched slightly higher than normal, clipped, almost rushed. His eyes seemed to be focused past the camera, not on Alex. Initiating isolation protocols. Asset recovery unit, phase Delta go. He spoke quickly into a hidden MIC, giving a string of complex codes and instructions. And then, something was visibly wrong on Ainsworth's side. His head snapped to the side. Voices shouted, muffled, distant, coming from somewhere within the sterile confines of his secure office facility, wherever he was located. Urgent, startled calls. Disruption. Ainsworth's eyes widened fractionally, professionalism struggling with dawning alarm. He said something sharp, rapid into his MIC, not English. The security around them in their debriefing facility also shifted. Frank, near the door, immediately moved to a state of high alert, hand going to a concealed weapon. Personnel outside their debriefing room could be heard moving quickly, orders given in low, urgent tones. The sudden chaos wasn't on their end. It was on Ainsworth. Ainsworth turned back to the screen, his face a mask of controlled fury and deep-seated apprehension. Protocol Delta has been enacted, Mr. Kincaid. However, his voice was low, tight, carrying an icy edge of profound, terrifying certainty. Simultaneous intrusion detected here. Their core protocols, likely compromised. Activation was a signal. He meant initiating the trap on the traitor had, as the traitor anticipated, triggered their countermeasure, attacking the very heart of Ainsworth's operational network, the seat of their intelligence and coordination. Their identity was a countermeasure, Ainsworth said, his voice clipped, realizing a horrifying implication in real time, assessing information rapidly even as his location was clearly compromised. Leveraged. Not just passive leak. An active component. Protocol Alpha. Zero access point compromised. His words became a stream of technical jargon Alex couldn't follow, but the tone conveyed everything. Betrayal. Deeper than anticipated. His betrayal authorization hadn't just stopped the leak, it had sprung a carefully laid trap against the rescuers, targeting Ainsworth himself and likely the core database of Alistair's network, containing potentially all knowledge of Kincaid's secure sites, protocol keys, other air details. Everything. The serpent in the suite wasn't alone, wasn't just a simple mole feeding information. They were connected to something far more dangerous and far-reaching, positioned precisely to cripple the Loyalist network at a critical juncture. My location? Compromised. Ainsworth stated flatly, addressing Alex through the screen, voice strained but calm, authority overriding the personal danger. It was contingent. Our knowledge against theirs. You authorized. Protocol Omega's success, Vigil's end stabilization confirmed as tactical asset denial. Alerted everyone with protocol parameters to this network's resilience and recovery point. His thought process, cold and strategic even facing immediate threat, was alarming. Alex's actions, however accidental or desperate, had consequences ripples couldn't even map. Montague might be gone, but others in his network were clearly not. And they were striking now, at the heart of Alex's protection. Ainsworth looked directly into the camera, speaking urgently now to Alex, cutting through the noise clearly despite the chaos implied around him. This was Alistair's foresight again, contingency within contingency, training his heir even through direct chaos. Mr. Kincaid. Dr. Vance. Mr. Jax. Our primary server array holding comprehensive details on remaining Alistair Kincaid legacy assets, operational parameters, protocol keys beyond those currently issued to you, other known active networks, secure site catalog. The master Alistair protocol database. Location. Currently under duress from external penetration simultaneous to internal agent activation. His words laid out the potential scope of the disaster. Losing Alistair's entire roadmap and infrastructure data. Contingency protocols initiate automatic deletion of critical database clusters under confirmed level red breach conditions, Ainsworth explained, his voice strained, implying a terrible consequence. Initiated. Approximately 1 minute. Unless specific Kincaid protocol sequence authenticated. Bypass necessary. To salvage. Or confirm critical data migration prior to core deletion. His eyes, wide now, darted off screen again. The sound of muffled struggle intensified. Shouting. Closer. Secure network redundancy, protocol Zeta. Core access point. Known only to Alistair Protocol Alpha Air. Located within Legacy Archive Node Epsilon. Physical location. Blackwood Manor Library. Hidden study chamber. Beneath the rosewood floor section. Ainsworth gasped. The feed from his side distorted, flickered. Alarms blared, sharper. His voice cut out briefly, choked by sudden, close noise. The betrayer? Ainsworth's voice cut through the static, raw, urgent now. He said a name. It wasn't anyone Alex immediately knew well, but one that placed them precisely within the requested scope. An individual connected to early advice or logistics, their role appearing innocuous but proving utterly compromised, someone Ainsworth trusted. Access code Alpha 0 override activated. Location. His voice grew fainter, strained, distorted by noise. Compromising Blackwood node connection. Physical asset risk. Critical. His face was pale, eyes wide with terror as the video feed finally dissolved completely into a scramble of static, replaced by the sterile emergency icon of the secured network system. Only his voice remained, now frantic, distant, cut short by a sudden, choked sound, raw, immediate, full of pain and terminal failure. Delete protocol bypassed. Access secured. Buy them. Get. Blackwood. Now. Master assets. Gone. And then silence. Utter silence from Ainsworth's side. Just the sterile emergency network static remaining on the screen. Ainsworth, their primary contact, their lifeline, their protector, was gone. Silence implied his location had been overrun, perhaps the core database containing everything about Alistair's complex, dangerous legacy had been accessed or seized before critical deletion could occur. And before losing communication, he had given a location. Blackwood Manor. A secondary protocol access point, perhaps holding a full database copy or final instructions, but accessible only via Alistair's core network, which was now compromised, a database override key accessed by the betrayer. Located within Alex's mansion, under a specific part of the library floor. Ainsworth's final, fragmented message hung in the air. The traitor had allowed access to the master asset database via Ainsworth's own location, likely using a simultaneously launched attack on his network core timed to Alex's authorization request, leveraging a vulnerability facilitated by their internal position, and specifically circumventing safety protocols at Blackwood Manor, enabling adversaries potentially familiar with the mansion and its specific hidden nodes, Montague's group. Surviving or another part of the traitor's wider network? To access a physical backup or crucial element hidden there. Their rescue, Alistair's Omega Protocol success, hadn't guaranteed safety. It had just initiated the next phase of peril, a targeted strike at the heart of Alistair's protective network, launched by someone close, striking now, directly at Blackwood Manor. Their betrayal hadn't been passive, it had been a complex, layered, high-stakes tactical move targeting multiple Kincaid strongholds simultaneously. Ainsworth's digital core, Alistair's remote backup location, and whoever else in Alistair's broader network was just alerted to their survival and imminent peril. The most dangerous threat wasn't out there, hidden in distant places. It was inside, embedded, active, targeting the air by leveraging his own structures. And now, they knew Alex's most likely destination upon escaping the mountains, returning to safety. And where the crucial master asset was physically located, his mansion. The very place Alex had purchased for its illusion of privacy was now compromised from within, holding something critical to Alistair's entire network. Something that Ainsworth's desperate last words, before the feed went silent, indicated was now under immediate, critical physical risk from adversaries who were potentially already there. His luxurious prison wasn't a retreat anymore, it was the center of a new, high-stakes conflict triggered by his actions, a target of his enemies and the place where the final core secrets and power base of Alistair's labyrinthine legacy were possibly now directly exposed and on the verge of being stolen by betrayers who used their internal access to turn his world against him. The true masters of the game were no longer just Alistair, but those who knew how to subvert his entire network from within, leaving Alex, Ilara, and Jax alive but effectively orphaned, cut off, with only a fragmented warning and a terrifying target on a location they inadvertently just had confirmed as crucial, leaving him isolated at a time when he most needed the resources Alistair had intended. They were safe, yes, rescued by Ainsworth. But Alistair's network was falling, possibly seizing all their core data as it did so, leaving Alex alone to protect the physical backup located within his own compromised mansion. The clock on protecting the entire legacy had just reset to zero, in a race against a terrifying, capable, treacherous new network rising from the shadows. The air in the sterile secure facility hummed with a persistent, unsettling energy after Ainsworth's feed went silent. Alex, Ilara, and Jax stood there, clean but bone-tired, the stark silence after the catastrophic news far louder than any alarm. Their protector, their primary lifeline, was gone. Alistair's core network, database, everything Ainsworth commanded, was likely compromised, possibly seized by the betrayer and their network. And the location of the master backup, within Blackwood Manor Library, was now potentially known to ruthless enemies already leveraging internal access. Right. Jax said, his voice low, cutting through the shock. He walked over to the secured communication panel in the debriefing room. He tapped at the screen. It remained stubbornly blank. Primary comms offline. This facility likely operating in full lockdown on local power. Which means nobody here knows what just happened to Ainsworth. And we can raise anyone outside. Cut off. Ilara was already accessing what remained of the salvaged console's connection protocols. It only spoke to local network echoes within this facility. Nothing out. Firewall robust, she stated, frustration in her voice. Designed to keep things in under level red. Alistair's digital bomb shelter. 4 specific assets. Unfortunately, it includes us right now. They were safe from the immediate chaos, secure within Ainsworth's contingency site. But entirely isolated. A luxurious cage designed for holding high-value individuals without independent network access. Dramatic irony, bitter and sharp. They had escaped physical entrapment underground, only to be caught in a digital and informational lockdown above ground, ironically put in place by the very network they now desperately needed to contact. Blackwood Manor, Alex said, the name of his strange, solitary home feeling suddenly profoundly important, terrifyingly vulnerable. Ainsworth said the backup was in the library, under the rosewood floor section. And they were compromising the connection. Attacking the node. It means the master asset database is probably in physical storage there. Jax finished, his gaze distant, assessing threats unseen. Or at least a critical access point. And the betrayer network knows exactly where that is. If Ainsworth's location was compromised right after he confirmed their identity and gave us the Blackwood info, their strike wasn't just digital. It was coordinated. They hit him to seize the core data while simultaneously moving on physical assets related to that data. If they secured the database core from Ainsworth, Ilara added, eyes scanning the limited data she could access from the salvaged console's residual logs, which confirmed the attack parameters matched known Kincaid asset types related to master node control, then whoever is hitting Blackwood probably knows the access protocol or requires that specific physical asset. The master protocol asset Ainsworth referred to make full use of what they stolen digitally, or to erase its potential recovery elsewhere. This was the terrifying synergy of the enemy network revealed through Ainsworth's desperate last words and Ilara's quick analysis, a combined digital and physical strike orchestrated by someone with deep internal knowledge. Betrayal turned weaponized coordinated assault. And their goal was Blackwood Manor. We have to get there, Alex stated, feeling a grim determination solidify. He wasn't naive anymore. This wasn't about wealth acquisition, it was about protecting a legacy, yes, but also striking back, denying these people the full scope of Alistair's power and influence. If Ainsworth, their protector, was gone, who else was there? It fell to them. To him. The accidental heir turned unlikely, under-equipped defender. No digital link to arrange transit. Jax noted pragmatically. Secure assets require remote authentication through the network. Which is gone. Our access to chartered Kincaid flights, vehicles, assets on demand? 0. We use my liquid assets, Alex said. His fortune, a concept he still struggled to fully grasp, suddenly felt concrete, his last independent resource. Ainsworth said he had billions in accessible funds. Not through the secure network, clearly, but through mainstream financial channels initially set up by Atherton and Stern. Those weren't tied into Alistair's deep network layers, precisely to give the air leverage for basic operations if the high-security stuff faltered. He used that non-network linked black card in the deli. That card represented funds potentially outside the compromised core. This was where financial resources were employed in strategic, unconventional ways dictated by raw necessity. Normal money, Jax stated flatly. To acquire discreet, immediate international transit from the middle of nowhere, and avoid being traced by people who might have bought or corrupted sections of the mainstream transport data grid after crippling Ainsworth's network. Not impossible. Just requires significant outlay and a lot of risk assessment on the fly. How? Alex asked, focusing, ready to act, frustration overriding fatigue. Their transit from the facility back to the accessible outside world, still needing security support facilitated discreetly by Frank, who himself was clearly working blind after losing comms with Ainsworth, involved using non-Alistair, commercially available assets purchased on Alex's independent multi-billion-dollar account through convoluted, layered transactions. Ainsworth's emergency protocols had somehow left accessible through Alex's black card facility. This meant private car hires, quickly purchasing airport slots at less secure regional fields, chartering available aircraft without layers of vetted, confidential network personnel, using commercial data streams. This lack of vetted, secret infrastructure immediately created a drama element, exposing them to scrutiny. Every transaction was visible on some level, however masked, creating a potential trail. Every hired service provider, every pilot, every transport manager. A potential risk in a world where allegiances were unknown, and money bought access or loyalty to the highest bidder, even adversaries. This journey back to Blackwood Manor was not a direct flight. It was a high-stakes pursuit disguised as frantic, expensive travel, dictated by avoiding established routes the enemy might anticipate and the scattered availability of last-minute commercial charters large enough to move them swiftly across continents without relying on Kincaid's secure assets. The destination was Blackwood, yes, but their path led them across elaborate, often historic locations that represented the unexpected scope of the Kincaid family's public facade of influence or served as practical points of contact or observation post the betrayers might hit, leading to a pursuit involving staged elaborate heists or evidence of such attempts having just happened. Using Alex's vast fortune for last-minute, private travel on this scale wasn't seamless like Alistair's network. It was an expensive, awkward brute force. Buying flights from regional airports on planes not usually for private hire. Bribing port officials to arrange swift, unnoticed transitions from smaller aircraft to maritime transit to bridge gaps where air travel was impractical or monitored. Renting an entire ferry or securing a last-minute passage on a cargo ship via astronomical fees to move between mainland Europe and the British Isles discreetly when private jets would attract too much attention after reaching coastal airfields. The sheer cost was absurd. Paying thousands, hundreds of thousands, for hours of difficult transit. Highlighting Alex's vast but currently blunt wealth against the delicate, surgical precision of Alistair's lost network. Comedic fumbles intertwined with genuine peril. Alex trying to explain their erratic travel needs to bewildered logistics managers who couldn't comprehend needing 3 types of transit within 12 hours, crossing borders without conventional advance notice. It's for a research project. Highly time-sensitive, requires multiple geographic transitions, very spontaneous elicited confused, greedy smiles. Paying eye-watering sums in cash and feeling intensely vulnerable while doing so. Dealing with corrupt officials openly attempting to extort more money, a different kind of predatory behavior attracted by blatant wealth when layers of sophisticated insulation were removed. He navigated this by deferring completely to Jax's judgment on whom to trust, very few, and how much blatant leverage was necessary, all of it, while Alara focused on finding less obvious, less monitored transition points based on interpreting old geological maps and Kincaid property proximity. At one point, needing to move rapidly from a European coastal airfield inland, and unable to secure immediate road transport without attracting significant attention, they used Alex's funds to secure a last-minute, bizarre asset acquisition. Negotiating purchase of a large, relatively discreet high-performance motor yacht within hours and leveraging the astronomical purchase price, hundreds of millions written away for a few hours' travel, to ensure immediate availability and crew silence. This wasn't a sensible investment, it was weaponized money used for immediate, urgent mobility. Riding across rough waters in absurd luxury while terrified, relying on a purchased crew's professional neutrality, was peak Kincaid chaos. Alex awkwardly giving commands that were politely reinterpreted by seasoned professionals utterly baffled by his civilian cluelessness juxtaposed with his casual dispersal of vast capital. So, where exactly are we heading in such urgency, Mr. Kincaid? The captain of their instantly acquired yacht asked, a weathered professional with decades at sea who clearly suspected far more than he was saying. Towards the Isles, Alex stammered, looking out at the vast, dark sea, a stark contrast to the tunnels and mountains he left. Urgency. Yes. Time-sensitive, asset relocation. The captain's expression remained neutral, but the corner of his eye twitched. He likely thought they were running drugs or avoiding authorities. Alex found this partial misunderstanding almost preferable to the complex, terrifying reality of his actual situation. At least he had an explanation for drug running. Inheriting world-altering secrets from bioengineering cosmic geologists and getting chased by vengeful relatives and network betrayers? Less common. The captain's silent, professional dismissal of his vague answers was another layer of amusing, if nerve-wracking, interaction unique to his situation. Suggested but classy dialogue, delivered by a professional interpreting chaotic events and overwhelming payment for quiet compliance, a subtle commentary on the anonymity and power of limitless finance detached from visible, logical purpose. Their route involved touching base at various Kincaid assets listed in basic registers accessible via Elara's damaged console before its limited battery fully died. Places Alex owned but had never seen. Remote safehouses, old industrial properties repurposed subtly, strategically located antique collection warehouses acting as documented but unobtrusive holdings. It was on attempting to use one of these as a brief staging point. A sprawling, ancient structure designated in a limited Kincaid ledger as Logistical Collection Point Omicron, outwardly appearing as a historical private library and research archive linked to the Kincaid Arts and History Foundation Alastair controlled, that the scale of the enemy's reach became chillingly apparent and offered their satisfying action sequence. Approaching the property late at night after yet another complicated overland journey segment financed by Alex's cash, hoping for a few hours of quiet, discreet access via a remote, listed, private entry code, one of Alastair's subtle entries given in a secondary data pack Elara had salvaged, they found its grounds subtly wrong. Lights were on in unexpected places. Security personnel were visible, but they didn't move like Alastair's network, more rigid, aggressive postures. Similar to Montague's men at Vigil's End, or those at the Oakhaven breach. The specific pattern of exterior cameras and security positions was familiar from debrief notes about Vigil's End perimeter structure and the Oakhaven raid analysis. Same signature? Jax whispered, using stolen enemy frequency scanners adapted by Elara from the salvaged console wiring into their limited gear. He saw visual patterns. They're here. Or just finished here. Securing the asset or denying entry. They had been preempted again. The betrayer's network knew this collection point was a node Alastair's heir might use or rely on. It wasn't enough to track Alex, they were systematically securing the locations his fragmented data and Alastair's patterns might lead him to. This was terrifying efficiency. Rather than retreat, they chose to push. This was a specific scene, breaking into collection point Omicron to glean what the enemy was after here, assess their methods firsthand, and potentially plant misinformation or retrieve secondary assets before they could fully clear out or reset security. It was a risky maneuver, transforming pursuit into limited, tactical engagement on hostile ground, leveraged by their skills and Alastair's architectural security layerings which enemies might override but still had to navigate. Elara found an obscure, older service tunnel annotated in Alastair's building blueprints listed on the salvaged console debris fragments. Not designed for secure access, but maintenance. Jax navigated it. Low, cramped, dark, filled with grime and nesting animals. Alex, the former inhabitant of clean office cubicles, crawled behind him, experiencing new depths of grime and physical discomfort, but pushing past his revulsion, focused on the need to move quickly and quietly, lending assistance where needed, controlling his breathing even as his nerves screamed protest in the claustrophobic space. It wasn't action, it was controlled insertion requiring patience, agility, and resilience Alex had painfully acquired. More physical obstacle comedy fumbles. Scraping face on pipes, accidentally sending spiders down someone's neck, small sounds requiring desperate freezes. They breached the building interior through a floor grate into a service corridor. It was tense, dark, alarms on silent bypass, indicating the adversaries had already compromised the main system. But they heard them. Low voices, movements. Within the main collection vaults nearby. The adversaries were focused there. This bought them critical seconds to operate in a different wing of the massive building. Using a map salvaged from the defunct console overlaid onto Alex's personal encrypted device, which had recovered partial local functionality when in range of this specific Kincaid historical asset's internal, if compromised, local network, Elara found a minor cataloging office adjacent to a main archival room. The goal, access Alastair's local asset manifests and security override specific to this location. Information wasn't centrally stored in Alistair's digital master, it was layered across his physical nodes, accessible if you knew how to penetrate his protocols. Or if the enemy had already breached the master database and was systematically extracting specific location protocols remotely. The adversaries were professionals. Main vaults showed signs of hurried but effective access. Security systems overridden, not destroyed, by someone highly skilled. Potentially from Ainsworth's internal protocols, a reflection of the traitor's capability. They knew exactly what to take here, Jax muttered, surveying forced open storage units in a different room nearby. Not just random antiques. Specific item identifiers from a manifest list Ainsworth probably had. Artifacts, perhaps related to the Alpha Centauri coordinate cipher system. Not G4 related this time, but subsequent stages? The suggestive dialogue scene arrived when Alara found Alistair's local secure workstation within the archival office, bypassed its localized security protocols, a mini-action sequence combining tech, Alara's expertise, and Alex funding specialized bypass tools sent via fast, private courier earlier at staggering expense. Financial resource at work. Accessing Alistair's private records at this location revealed more about the purpose of Collection Point Omicron. Not just storage, but an interim analysis hub for certain artifacts related to later stages of Alistair's planned trajectory for his heir. And information about other nodes like this one, globally distributed. And critically, fragments related to communication network dead drops and coded alerts only Alistair's loyalist network would recognize, buried deep within this physical node's layered system. It wasn't the master database, but pieces of it, stored physically as redundant backups or historical context archives related to this specific category of Alistair's ventures. Look, Alara whispered, voice hushed with strained urgency as complex data displays filled the screen from Alistair's accessed local files. Alistair foresaw total network collapse. He built physical failsafes into each core collection point. Specific protocols for restoring data integrity, secondary access parameters, encrypted caches within these physical nodes, containing pieces of the larger map. Pieces that need each other. He planned for redundancy on every level, anticipating sabotage. This was the essence of Alistair's multi-layered trick. The data needed wasn't just one digital file or physical object. It was fragmented, requiring gathering pieces from various locations, each with its own access protocols, security layers, and physical hiding places, a process enemies gaining control of some pieces could track, but needed all pieces to reconstruct Alistair's full vision and infrastructure access. The collection points were not just places to hit, they were necessary stages on a different kind of hunt. Gathering the fragmented elements of Alistair's master plan after the network went down. This node has information about other collection points, their locations, the assets they hold, Alara continued rapidly, downloading data frantically to her portable device using scavenged connectors. And critical dead drops Alistair maintained with individuals outside his primary command structure, old associates, contingencies for total systemic failure, ways to attempt re-establishing limited contact with fragments of his loyalist network, a potential path back to support. Hope flared again. The betrayer hadn't gotten everything from Ainsworth's central database before critical systems initiated. Alistair's plan relied on layers of physical and digital backups scattered globally. But Alara's face paled. These locations, the manifest data, cross-referenced with active and authorized energy signatures captured incidentally by local facility monitors before their systems were scrubbed. This point was hit, yes? But other Kincaid nodes are also showing signs of activity, simultaneously or based on a rapid timeline since Ainsworth's fall. New York, Hong Kong, Geneva, all listed here. They systematically raiding the physical collection points. This was the core of the chase, a global race against the betrayer network, targeting Alistair's dispersed physical assets. Alex and his team were hunting fragmented clues at these locations, while the enemy hunted the assets and possibly hunted them, knowing Alex would need these nodes. This was the pursuit across multiple historic, significant locations. And look, Jax whispered sharply from near the entrance of the archive, who had been maintaining vigilance. Security feed bypass? Still operational on Alistair, archaic frequency. Found one they missed. Someone just logged access. Specific terminal in the main collection vault. Standard Kincaid internal logging credentials, correlated against system access codes Elara found here. Identity trace. Partial match against known Kincaid Associates access protocols issued decades ago, but tied to current biometric signature anomaly. He paused, the meaning dawning with cold certainty. The traitor. He's here. Or was here very recently. He wasn't just remote coordinating. The head of the snake, or a critical part of their immediate command group, was physically present at some of these target locations, confirming acquisitions, ensuring control, leveraging their deep knowledge of Alistair's obscure system architecture and specific access protocols. The sounds from the main vault areas nearby shifted. Louder. More concentrated. Heavy items being moved. People clearing out, their task accomplished. They were finishing up here. They had timed it perfectly, hitting the collection point, grabbing what they wanted, and likely extracting just as Alex's frantic transit led him towards this very location. They had preempted him, leveraged the betrayer's access to bypass security and retrieve assets, confirming Ainsworth's deepest fear. His protective measures compromised by his own internal structures. Leaving. Elara hissed, disconnecting rapidly, transferring the core data to Alex's device. Going through service entry beta. Access points sealing remotely. Their chance to glean intel was fleeting. Now, survival demanded swift extraction. They scrambled out of the archive, back through the grimy service passages, following the complex, layered layout Alistair designed to confound trespassers, but also potentially confuse authorized personnel under pressure. Sounds of departure, distant vehicle engines, faint shouting echoing, indicated the adversaries were making their exit, likely with valuable Kincaid assets from this collection point, and with knowledge that someone, maybe them, maybe another remnant of Alistair's network, had just accessed the archaic local systems, confirming its still vital nature. They might even suspect Alex and his team are involved or located here, making pursuit from this location imminent once they sweep the internal structure they thought they controlled. Bursting from the maintenance aperture back onto the grounds into the cold pre-dawn air, dirty and exhausted, they were moments behind the enemy's departure, marked by disturbed earth where vehicles had just driven away and lingering security sensor disruptions Elara's adapted equipment could detect. They hadn't stopped them, they'd merely collected residual intelligence and a fragmented next step. Their wealth-enabled physical presence, their ingenuity gleaned limited information. But they were always just slightly too late to prevent the objective. This race wasn't measured in miles, but in fractions of minutes. Blackwood Manor. It was the ultimate target, the suspected location of Alistair's master asset, the core repository that contained perhaps everything about his global network, his deepest secrets, his long-term goals, and perhaps the protocols needed to rebuild his shattered network and re-engage the loyalist fragments Ainsworth hinted at. It wasn't just a safe house, it was the ultimate objective, the place Alistair intended his heir to consolidate everything, and now the heart of the battleground, compromised by the very internal structures meant to protect it. Ainsworth's dying warning, Blackwood was targeted. Critically. Their complex, financially engineered, continent-spanning pursuit culminated in arriving discreetly back near Blackwood Manor grounds via yet another unconventional, expensive transit method secured via Alex's bank account. Maybe chartered small craft flight landing in a discreet field kilometers away, followed by rapid overland movement. Approaching the perimeter walls of his sprawling estate in the grey dawn light, tired, bruised, but alive and now armed with a fragmented knowledge base and a desperate resolve, Alex felt a profound sense of trespass, not just as a returned owner, but as an intruder on his own, compromised home. The high walls looked imposing, the grounds silent and vast under the weak morning sun. But subtle signs were there, clear to eyes now trained by observation and narrow escapes. The familiar pattern of natural shrubbery along the perimeter wall slightly disturbed. A faint energy signature Alex's salvaged device parts picked up from the outer gates. Identical to the bypass resonance used at the collection point Omicron main gates. Security cameras slightly angled, repositioned. Alistair's extensive external defenses at the manor, far more sophisticated than Vigil's End or Oak Haven, seemed bypassed or turned. Not crashed through with force, but opened with subtle, invisible precision. The calling card of someone with deep system knowledge. The quiet, almost sterile technical instructions coming from within the Blackwood Manor library were a chilling contrast to the desperation Alex, Elara, and Jax felt lurking in the hidden service corridor behind the heavy antique tapestry. Initiating master asset data migration. Estimated remaining, 6 minutes. The countdown was absolute, each second feeling like a physical blow. They were at the precipice of losing everything. Not just billions, but the entirety of Alistair Kincaid's operational map, his deep secrets, his contingency network data, the potential to even begin to understand or control the true nature of the legacy. It was being siphoned away, block by block, from its final physical repository within his own home, by people who had wormed their way into his trust. Alex's focus narrowed to the muffled voice. Refined, calculating, issuing commands with a terrifying, detached authority. He heard that voice before. During the brief, disastrous social gathering Ainsworth had pushed him into at Blackwood Manor. One of the trust oversight individuals. An early advisor Ainsworth brought in. Someone Ainsworth had presented as integral to navigating this new world, perhaps the person with the elegant but terrifyingly capable look from the Sterling Building foyer, part of the network managing Alex's earliest movements under Ainsworth's overall command. Yes. It clicked into place, chillingly. A voice and a demeanor that felt like competence layered over something cold and fundamentally alien to his world. This wasn't a mere operative, this was a key architect of the hostile network. The voice felt utterly in command, orchestrating this final, critical seizure of Alistair's control panel for his hidden global system. Who is it? Alex whispered, the question less about identity and more about capability and role. Elara, still analyzing the scant data gleaned from the collection point Omicron internal network and correlating it with residual energy signatures the damaged console picked up at Vigil's end before Ainsworth's presumed demise, looked grim. Based on partial voice print analysis correlated against Alistair's audio logs regarding trust structures and key oversight personnel, he permitted proximity to core operational data before initiating his final protocols, and combining that with the override credentials used to bypass local Blackwood node security accessed remotely from the compromised master network link. She looked up at Alex, her face stark in the faint light from their devices. It's one of Alistair's top-tier legacy analysts, ostensibly working for his long-term strategic implementation trusts. A deep expert in the structure of his asset management, digital and physical protocols. They know Alistair's architecture from the inside out. That level of access, and their willingness to betray. Her voice trailed off. The architect wasn't just someone with a key, they understood the building plans intimately. Jax, already evaluating points of potential, if risky, entry into the library space from the service corridor, air ducts, structural weaknesses, emergency panels only he could possibly leverage unseen, offered his own assessment, grim and pragmatic. This voice, this technical setup, they didn't just get access, boss. They effectively set up a hostile command center right there, managing the data siphoning remotely while ensuring local control. They likely surrounded by their own close protection detail within the library. Minutes ticking down. 6 minutes until the master asset was gone, its power and information siphoned away. The intricate, multi-layered secrets of Alistair's global web potentially unraveled and weaponized by adversaries with a comprehensive blueprint gained from internal compromise. Alistair's long-term plans? Building this vast, layered structure not just to hide secrets, but to ensure the legacy continued, passed to a capable heir, would fail completely. All the ventures, the unique technologies, the network, the power, the centuries of hidden influence, would be consolidated, stolen, likely used for far darker purposes than Alistair intended. The core tragedy wasn't the loss of money, it was the potential for all that careful, complex history and innovative capacity to fall into ruthless, unchecked hands. This put Alex's previous life and struggles into context. His accidental inheritance was merely the catalyst thrusting him into a hidden, existential struggle for control of knowledge and power that predated him by centuries. His survival and journey weren't just about protecting his wealth, but about determining who controlled a profound historical and scientific heritage with global ramifications. Alistair's enrichment journey was not a simple inheritance process, it was an urgent, high-stakes induction into custodianship, and it was on the verge of complete failure due to internal sabotage. The air duct entry Jax was scouting was narrow, loud if used quickly. Not ideal. The main door, too obvious, too guarded likely. Other service points in the library? Hidden entrances Alistair had designed, perhaps linked to his private, non-digital archive redundancies. That felt like a classic Alistair layer. The hidden study chamber? Alex said, his mind flashing back to Ainsworth's last words before the feed died. Beneath the rosewood floor section. He said the access node was there. Was it the main physical asset storage, not just a digital link? Ilara pulled up schematics from her remaining local Blackwood Manor system data fragments, cross-referencing with salvaged console diagrams showing Alistair's master node network architecture and failsafe layering, trying to deduce based on the data being accessed remotely. Yes. Look. Master asset isn't stored digitally only. The Rosewood Floor node isn't just a network hub, it's labeled as the primary physical key repository, a multi-stage hard data backup device requiring not just digital keys, but physical presence and authentication combined with specific environmental triggers Alistair configured. A layered defense. She traced it on the schematic, a hidden chamber beneath the main library floor, accessible through specific mechanisms, containing the ultimate key to accessing Alistair's deeper wealth layers and likely a final comprehensive blueprint of his network. A physical, fail-safe core designed to survive even digital collapse. The Rosewood node wasn't the data source they were accessing from, the master database, compromised from Ainsworth's end. It was the master blueprint they were trying to get TO before it was extracted or neutralized by the enemies who had compromised Ainsworth's digital core. They, re-siphoning something from there using that access node connection, Ilara explained, her voice gaining scientific clarity despite the stress. Likely crucial digital fragments, codes needed to unlock other nodes across Alistair's entire network even without physical access to the Rosewood unit. Hijacking its authority while they can, bypassing its multi-factor authentication. That sustained whine? High-frequency magnetic coupling, bypassing local mechanical or environmental interlocks. They can steal control, potentially gain permanent access to anywhere in the network that acknowledges this Rosewood unit's master key authority, before the device physically self-destructs if full extraction fails. So, the goal wasn't just digital data, it was bypassing a physical security core designed by Alistair as the ultimate failsafe against remote compromise or betrayal. Stealing the keys to the kingdom, physically present within the master asset. And the only way to stop it was to get to that chamber, under the Rosewood floor, interrupt the process, secure the asset physically, or trigger Alistair's own layered defense destruction protocols for that physical asset at its location. This redefined the mission, less chase, more frantic recovery and terminal defense on home ground. Access point? Alex asked, his mind sharp, processing the details. Getting into the library wasn't enough. They needed into the chamber under the floor. Alistair had layers upon layers. How did you get under the Rosewood floor? Was it via a specific section? Did it require a mechanism, like the sundial, or a sequence, like the wellspring fountain? Ilara was cross-referencing more schematics on the salvaged console. Historical renovation plans of the library, Alistair's specific notations hidden within architect drawings, linking structural details to energy signatures and material properties that might reveal mechanisms. Alistair rarely did anything simply. This hidden chamber would be accessible in a way that reflected his multidisciplinary interests. It links structural support points to resonance. The Rosewood is an older inlay. The access mechanism isn't visible from above. It's connected to the foundational structure beneath. Access seems tied to harmonics. Acoustically isolated, specific, frequency range, and she squinted, translating archaic notation overlaid on architectural renders, a physical leverage point. Coordinated resonance and structural interaction. Harmony. Sound. Music. Leveraging a hidden structure beneath the Rosewood floor using coordinated acoustic resonance. Alistair, the inventor of Supersilk, the architect of cosmic geothermal portals, and now, potentially, using musical principles for structural access. The creative twist reached its height of beautiful, baffling ingenuity, making perfect sense in the context of a billionaire who operated completely outside conventional parameters and whose security layering reflected his holistic, unconventional approach to integrating complex systems, whether biological, physical, or aesthetic. This was the setup for the satisfying action sequence, not a traditional gunfight, though peril remained, but a frantic, clever, unique technical physical infiltration involving harnessing specific frequencies. They needed to access a hidden chamber under the floor while armed adversaries were in the room directly above, siphoning critical data from that same spot. This required exploiting Alistair's specific design layer and the unique skills of the team. Acoustic access? Jax breathed, understanding the implication. His lock-picking skill set wasn't just about physical tumblers. He had sensitive audio analysis gear used for safecracking or identifying subtle movements in structures. Ilara understood the principle, could find the frequency. Jax had the equipment and finesse to isolate control it without drawing attention. This was their kind of fight. Alex's role? Coordinate, support, be ready for things to go catastrophically wrong if the delicate operation was discovered by adversaries mere feet above them. And possibly identify elements related to Alistair's taste or collections in the library that Ilara's pure data analysis might miss but could be hinted at in his coded journals about this specific location, tying the historical personal element to the mechanical requirement. A subtle echo of the sundial puzzle. The library itself? Ilara whispered, eyes scanning the library layout schematics alongside structural overlays. Alistair catalogued his possessions with incredible detail. Their essay collection, listed as resonant instruments, in his local manifest. Specific acoustic properties, tested extensively, located in the West Wing, perhaps. Required elements for this access. This added another layer of complexity. They needed specific objects within the library itself, acoustic instruments from Alistair's personal collection, to bypass his chosen resonance lock on the master asset chamber floor access point. This made the pursuit and the heist elements converge directly within the manor. They weren't just getting in, they were actively performing a micro-heist for necessary access components under duress. Minutes ticking down, less than 6 now. Ainsworth's database was potentially being plundered from afar via this library node as they stood there, the ultimate failsafe bypassed by someone who knew the protocols. Their mission wasn't to recover the entire database now, likely impossible. It was to reach the master asset device in its chamber, physically, before it was drained or destroyed, potentially use its functions or activate its final sequence before its authority was completely usurped. Plunging down the steps into the hidden chamber beneath Blackwood Manor's library was like diving into the Earth's cold, silent core. Alex Kincaid, with Ilara Vance scrambling in close pursuit and Jax covering their precarious entry, left behind the muffled sounds of Mr. Sterling's calm, methodical voice issuing commands above. The sound of their enemy securing the ground above their heads. Alistair's architectural security protocol, triggered by Ilara accessing the inner sanctum and physically crossing its threshold via the acoustic sequence, had slid the heavy rosewood floor panel back into place above them with a final, solid thud, plunging them into immediate, profound darkness. It also initiated the chamber's own, layered internal defenses. A low, powerful humming began, felt through the stone steps, followed by a brief, intense energy field bloom. Ilara's remaining device detected from inside the chamber itself before settling to a low, constant thrum, indicating activation and lockdown. They were sealed in. Safe from immediate entry by Sterling's team, but potentially trapped within Alistair's final vault, unsure of what or who waited within. The air was cooler here, intensely dry, smelling faintly of ozone and clean metal. Unlike the rough-hewn tunnels of Vigil's End or Oak Haven, this chamber was clearly engineered. As Alex fumbled with his flashlight, thankfully not submerged in the flood at Oak Haven or lost in the mountain descent, a constant, small miracle in a sea of chaos, his beam revealed walls not of raw stone, but of precisely cut, interlocking blocks of an unknown dark material, seamless and formidable. The space was surprisingly large, maybe 50 feet across, dominated by strange, sleek technological installations that pulsed with internal, cold light. Control panels, data banks, crystalline arrays far more sophisticated and alien than the rough resonator they encountered at Vigil's End. Thick cables, not like conventional wiring but bundled strands of woven, luminescent material, snaked across the floor, disappearing into the dark material of the walls and the central installations. This wasn't a dusty historical storage room, it was a fully operational, deep-level command and archive center. This was the heart of the Kincaid network. The master asset node wasn't just a physical key, it was a comprehensive operational core. And in the very center of the chamber, standing on a raised platform of the same dark material, was a singular structure. Not massive like the Vigil, S-end crystal, but elegant, menacing. A towering, crystalline entity, slender and faceted, humming softly, emanating that strange internal light. Blues, greens, deep violets pulsing in a silent, rhythmic pattern. At its base were multiple ports, consoles, terminals. Clearly the primary access point, the Rosewood node, core device Alistair had spoken of. This was what Sterling was trying to steal access to from afar, and potentially compromise physically once inside. It felt intensely powerful, almost alive. Elara, despite her weariness and injuries, moved with renewed focus, shining her small light, examining the tech with awestruck scientific intensity. Jax systematically swept the perimeter with his more powerful beam, checking for any other access points, any signs of recent forced entry that Sterling's team might have used or bypassed before they got here, confirming the seamless nature of the walls and the impenetrable feel of the room. No other way in or out seemed immediately apparent, except the now sealed steps above. Sealed tight, boss? Jax stated, tapping the underside of the now locked floor panel. Alistair's last layer of defense. Nobody getting in through our way. Probably nobody getting out through ours either, short of major excavation or overriding Alistair's own lockdown. The chamber integrity is immense. Elara breathed, placing a hand on the dark wall, her scanner useless against the material's density. Structurally designed to withstand catastrophic external pressure. And note the energy signature. This isn't merely archival storage. This entire chamber. It's self-sustaining, powering itself somehow, tapping a very deep, stable terrestrial or maybe interdimensional source. Not aggressively like Vigil, S-end, but contained. A perfect, self-sustaining core. She moved towards the central crystalline structure, eyes wide with academic wonder overriding caution, like a moth drawn to an alien flame. This isn't just a data drive. It's a locus. A central point. The brain of Alistair's network. It receives, processes, archives, perhaps transmits. Controlling all those scattered Kincaid secure localities, the collections points, accessing deeper layers of ventures, everywhere across the globe. This was the discovery of the full scope of Alistair's network in its nerve center. More than scattered assets, it was a deliberately engineered global infrastructure, all linked to this one point. Elara found an interface console nearby that activated as she approached, sensing her presence via an internal, benign Kincaid bioauthentication check triggered by her extended time exposed to Kincaid network energy signatures perhaps, a detail only someone deeply integrated into Alistair's infrastructure like Elara had become through proximity and shared peril, could even perceive let alone activate intuitively without traditional access codes. Alistair's system seemed to subtly adapt to those who interacted profoundly with its layers. The console displayed complex information in clear, efficient visual formats, but using Alistair's unique nomenclature and categorization system Elara and Jax were now partially familiar with. Not just lists of assets, but documentation showing the full impact of the Kincaid Empire. Cross-referenced histories of financial maneuvers initiated from specific nodes subtly influencing global markets for centuries. Evidence of unique materials research, beyond Oakhaven, S-Silk or Vigil, S-End's mineral anomaly, accelerating technological developments generations before public understanding. Influence in geopolitics, steering decisions, subtly shaping major historical events through leveraging hidden resources or unparalleled informational advantages derived from ventures nobody else could conceive. A hidden current flowing through documented history, guided by Alistair Kincaid and generations before him. They found projected growth models of various venture categories. Not simple profit forecasting, but analyses of their impact on potential global trends. From energy futures shaped by access to clean geothermal power from places like Vigil, S-End to global commodities markets influenced by supply of materials harvested from forgotten sources. Documentation on contingency protocols not just for asset protection, but for deploying Kincaid resources in case of predicted global instability, environmental collapse, or even undetected extraterrestrial influence events. projects bordering on philanthropic, or profoundly manipulative. This was the chilling potential, the immense power, and the pervasive secrecy articulated by Alistair in his earlier messages, laid bare here in operational detail. They hadn't just inherited money, they had stumbled into custodianship of an entity capable of fundamentally altering the human condition, held in strict secrecy and wielded from the shadows. The master asset wasn't just data, it was the blueprint and operational key to a secret, functional superpower network embedded within the mundane world. This wealth came with a terrifying history, woven into global events like a secret, influential thread spun from Oakhaven's silk. The irony was absolute. Alex Kincaid, the man who felt insignificant, whose job was tracking staples, was revealed to be the inheritor of a legacy that measured its success in subtle, centuries-long geopolitical and scientific manipulations. His past struggles with feeling like a background character in his own life now seemed a grotesque microcosm of his family's actual role in global history. The architects in the shadows, designing reality while others believed they were living independently. The weight of this knowledge was immediate and immense, far heavier than the mountain. Discovering the full scope wasn't an academic exercise for Alex, it was a visceral confrontation with his own lineage's actions and capabilities. This information was not just historical, it was a roadmap for exercising power on an unprecedented scale. His beige past was not an escape, it was a veil Alistair had potentially designed, or at least passively accepted, to keep this truth hidden until a candidate was deemed capable. He wasn't meant to spend billions, he was meant to potentially command global altering forces, making invisible choices with profound consequences for everyone. On the primary console, amidst the bewildering array of charts and diagrams, Ilara located a prominent operational interface module labeled Core Alistair Directive. It required physical activation via the central crystalline structure, S interface and a multi-tiered bio-credential authentication process clearly designed for final handover to a confirmed Kincaid heir. As Alex approached the structure, guided by Ilara, stepping onto the raised platform, the faint light pulsed around him more strongly, reacting to his presence, to his lineage. A voice synthesized directly by the chamber, S system, smooth and familiar, though not strictly recorded, emanated from speakers. A perfect simulation of Alistair Kincaid himself. Welcome, Heir Protocol Alpha. Authenticating lineage. Initiating final directive overlay. The voice was calm, resonant, detached, speaking with the objective tone of an architect explaining a completed blueprint, stripped of the prior recording, wry humor. My network. My assets. My ventures. Constitute an unparalleled legacy. Power requires custody, not for gain, but for governance. To perceive reality not as it appears, but as it is. To act, not merely react. I sought to influence human progress, steer humanity's trajectory subtly, preventing missteps on a global scale using resources few possessed, superior knowledge, concealed assets, calculated influence. The voice presented data feeds illustrating potential futures, outcomes based on different actions. The devastating results of unregulated release of technologies derived from G4 porphyry versus their contained, subtle integration, global market instability versus managed flow, resource wars versus curated access to hidden sources. The narrative presented by the system painted Alistair as a silent, benevolent, or perhaps supremely arrogant and controlling, global puppet master, pulling strings from the shadows, using his inherited discovered power to govern rather than merely profit. His was not merely a financial empire, it was a secret, global power structure based on advanced, hidden knowledge wielded in profound secrecy. This was the final, core clever twist, revealing Alistair's true scope of influence and the hidden purpose of the multi-layered legacy. Custodianship requires absolute discretion. Alistair's simulated voice continued, data illustrating leakages and internal compromises appearing starkly on console screens around them. Threats exist. External competitors seeking this influence. Internal deviations. Disunity is weakness. Revelation, catastrophic. Humanity, unchecked, is often its own worst enemy, wielding power it does not understand with reckless abandon. My network was built to prevent this. To contain, curate, and deploy power for calculated outcomes, not for chaotic public distribution. Then, the moral dilemma was presented, explicitly framed by Alistair's final, stark options, master asset functionality at Heir Protocol Alpha command node, fully available. Digital migration sequence initiated externally confirmed. Critical data siphoned. Compromise protocol in effect. This node remains primary authority locus unless its control is fully usurped or its failsafe destruct sequence is engaged manually by a verified heir. Your master key credentials allow command override alpha. Full, unilateral control of all remaining accessible Kincaid secure network assets. Contingency operational pathways available to locate loyalist fragments identified during phase gamma delta failure cascade of my network core. The simulated voice paused, its tone absolute. You possess the core control. The knowledge. The network architecture blueprint. Within this asset. What action do you take? Images flickered on the console walls, visions of unleashed energy, crashing markets, global panic, societal breakdown juxtaposed with images of quiet technological leaps, hidden resource management stabilizing industries, discrete influence guiding policy. And images of his betrayers, Sterling's face appearing starkly, demonstrating their capture of core data and control of assets across the network already compromised. Option A. Alistair's voice stated, presenting the first stark choice. Total declassification protocol. Utilize residual, inaccessible Kincaid assets for global data broadcast. Release everything. Ventures. Technologies. True Kincaid history. Full revelation. Cataclysmic societal upheaval and unpredictable outcomes, but perhaps a chance for collective human evolution. Risk. Total chaos, vulnerability, possible extinction event via misapplication of uncontrolled knowledge by others, rendering your lineage merely a historical footnote with fatal consequences for the globe. Option B. The voice continued, the other choice presented. Core resecurement protocol. Utilize master asset control for rapid network recovery, purge compromised elements from the system, rebuild structure discreetly using contingency data pathways and loyalist fragments data now accessible via your validated authority. Continue custodianship. Maintain secrecy. Govern the power. Preserve Alistair protocol hierarchy for next cycle. Risk, relentless, multi-front conflict against compromised elements of my network now leveraging siphoned assets knowledge against you, perpetual secrecy and paranoia, possible loss of freedom, ongoing personal danger. Success ensures stability. Alistair's vision sustained. Your own nature redefined irrevocably as a hidden architect in the human system. Access time on master asset with external adversary active within 100 meters and internal compromise indicators confirmed system-wide. Estimated 7 minutes until external breach bypasses current physical lockdown sequence or successful master key control usurpation by compromised protocol network nodes remotely using siphoned authority achieves full dominance. Action required. Final directive. Choose. 7 minutes. Revelation and global chaos, risking extinction, rendering himself just a catalyst in a societal cataclysm. Or silent custodianship and endless, ruthless war from the shadows against terrifyingly capable adversaries, risking perpetual danger and turning his life into a paranoid, lonely game of strategic control over others, becoming like Alistair, an invisible ruler manipulating the world. His inherent solitude in his beige life felt terrifyingly prescient, a precursor to the profound isolation this path demanded. His former struggles felt ridiculous, petty. This was the crushing weight of his heritage, presented at the barrel of a ticking clock with enemies breaching just above their heads. Alex Kincaid, the man who sorted staple reports, felt his very soul recoil from both choices. Total revelation? The destruction it hinted at. The responsibility to potentially doom humanity, however accidentally, with knowledge it wasn't ready for? That felt overwhelmingly hubristic, irresponsible. But custodianship? Maintaining this brutal, secret network? Living a life of constant danger and calculated manipulation, hiding in plain sight, becoming a ghost pulling unseen levers in a world of billions? That felt equally horrifying, a betrayal of his own desire for genuine connection, a transformation into a figure of immense, isolated power that terrified him. He wasn't a conqueror. He wasn't an architect. He was Alex. A man who just wanted a bit of unpredictable color, not the keys to a doomsday arsenal masquerading as a historical investment portfolio. This was the core of Alex's moral dilemma and his crucial moment of transformation. His choice wouldn't be about what Alistair wanted, or what the betrayers wanted. It would be about what he wanted for himself and for the legacy he inherited. Not money, not power, but purpose. What did he want this bizarre heritage to mean? Ilara and Jax watched him, faces etched with exhaustion and tense anticipation, but remaining silent. They understood this wasn't their call to make. It was his. The heir's. He was the verified key. They had done their part, survived, recovered data, facilitated access. Now the future of this insane inheritance rested entirely on Alex's choice. They were ready to follow whichever path he chose, to unleash the chaos or embark on the endless, dangerous secret war. Alex looked from the blinding possibility of option A, total reveal, unpredictable chaos, to the daunting reality of option B, stewardship, secret war. He thought of the betrayer network, of Sterling, using their knowledge, their calculated ruthlessness, driven by resentment and greed. Letting them seize control, unleash Alistair's technology for their own warped vision, that felt wrong. Utterly, fundamentally wrong. Like handing a child matches in a dynamite factory, scaled to the level of global potential. Even if Alistair was arrogant, perhaps too controlling, his intent here, based on his automated assessment, was apparently preservation of stability, containment of knowledge, guiding trajectory away from chaos. His was a form of terrifying order, contrasted with the clear predatory self-interest of the betrayers seeking unrestrained access for selfish gain. He couldn't stomach option A, the nihilistic, universe-shattering chaos. Releasing uncontrolled, world-altering power seemed the ultimate act of abdication and irresponsibility, risking everything Alistair's network had apparently worked to subtly protect. Even the messy, imperfect reality felt worth safeguarding against absolute anarchy wrought by sudden, unregulated access to power humanity wasn't ready for. It felt profoundly wrong to simply open the box and watch the world burn because he didn't like the job of watching it silently. His beige life had taught him the value of quiet persistence, of necessary structure, however dull. The absurdity of it was his reality. Embracing necessary action, even when utterly unprepared, was a capability he painfully learned. And the custodianship. Option B. The endless war, the secrecy, the isolation, terrifying. Becoming a ghost. But was that truly the only interpretation? Alistair built the structure, set the rules. But Alex was the heir, the new steward. Did following, option B, mean becoming exactly like Alistair, the distant puppet master? Or could it mean wielding that power differently? Not necessarily for manipulation, but for protection, for subtle course correction against the most egregious dangers? Could he accept the responsibility of guarding this power without being consumed by it, or using it just for selfish gain like the betrayers? Could he, Alex Kincaid, find a third path within Alistair's rigid choices? He had the key, the ultimate control. Maybe he could use that control not just to govern others, but to find his own way of stewardship. He had a team now. Ilara and Jax. Individuals who had navigated this chaos alongside him, whose loyalty and unique capabilities were now integral. They weren't parts of Alistair's sterile network, they were people. Perhaps his custodianship didn't have to be solitary. Perhaps it could be different. This decision point, a moment of pure existential definition, culminated in his choice. His core wasn't that of an architect or a puppet master. It was that of someone who believed in doing what was necessary to prevent fundamental failure, who valued the hard-won connection of a true team over solitary power, and who had glimpsed the terrible cost of unchecked power. He couldn't prevent his family's past. He couldn't embrace chaos. He had to attempt to prevent others from using Alistair's legacy destructively, using the power entrusted to him, in his own way. He would step into the role, but he would define what that role meant, not simply inherit Alistair's singular vision. His transformation wasn't about being like Alistair, it was about using the power and knowledge Alistair bestowed to become the kind of custodian he, Alex, needed to be. He would accept the fight. But he wouldn't be the lone ghost Alistair seemed to envision. Core resecurement protocol? Alex stated, his voice low, steady, emanating a quiet resolve born from surviving the impossible, a choice that affirmed his journey and reshaped his identity forever. Option B, authenticate heir protocol alpha, command override active. Initiate purge and network recovery subroutines as directed by Alistair protocol parameters under compromised conditions. Target betrayer elements using all available Kincaid network resources accessible through this command node, cross-referenced against compromised identifiers transmitted during network failure gamma delta. And he looked at the screens, at the flashing information regarding loyalist fragments, potential allies isolated across the globe. Open contingency protocol pathways. Re-engage loyalists. Assess recoverable assets. We secure this network. We prevent others from wielding this power for destruction. But, he added, meeting Alara and Jack's eyes, the subtle addition defining his own take on custodianship, we find a different way to steward it. Not just Alistair's way. Our way. He wouldn't be a solo architect, he would be a leader, albeit of the most unlikely, hidden organization on the planet. He placed his hands on the central control surface of the crystalline structure, initiated the required verbal sequence confirming his command. The light pulsed faster, stronger. Systems hummed into higher life. A command interface overlaid Alistair's original message, displaying strategic priorities, immediate network status, accessible assets globally marked in real time as either secure, contested, or compromised likely lost. Coordinates appeared. Resource estimates. Operational timelines. Access points. The immense power, the knowledge, rushed into his hands, into his mind, via the interface. Overwhelming, terrifying, a raw, abstract control over assets, information flows, hidden structures across the world. It felt dizzyingly real, orders of magnitude beyond merely inheriting capital. It was command of an engine of unseen influence and capacity. This was Alistair's true legacy, bestowed fully upon its unlikely inheritor. Alex had the reins. Now he had to use them. Outside the impervious walls of the chamber, sounds of forceful, determined entry escalated. Loud impacts, the screech of high-intensity cutting tools attempting to breach the layered defenses. Sterling and his team knew exactly where he was now, and knew someone was inside initiating core resecurement, directly challenging their usurpation of control. Time had effectively run out. A major global map blossomed on the consoles. Icons representing various Kincaid nodes flickered across continents. Most of Ainsworth's immediate core network points were dark, labeled compromised. Scattered Kincaid secure sites glowed green. Secure. Many collection points and some lesser-known assets glowed yellow. Contested, under potential threat or already hit but integrity not fully overridden yet. Red markers bloomed violently. Intrusion detected master protocol bypass alert. One massive red indicator pulsed over Blackwood Manor itself. Level red, core node physical integrity under duous access breach imminent external. They were almost through. Sterling's team was about to break into Alistair's final sanctuary, not to siphon data remotely anymore, but physically, perhaps to seize or destroy the master asset Alex just took control of. Alex, seated now at the command console, his face grimly illuminated by the console glow, his initial overwhelm receding slightly in the face of immediate, directed threat, turned to Alara and Jax. "Okay," he said, voice steady, though exhaustion still resonated beneath the newfound command authority. He had chosen the path, embraced the fight, redefined the role. The terrifying knowledge and responsibility felt crushing, but it was his now. Blackwood is breached. Our enemies are minutes from getting in here. He gestured at the global map displaying fragmented information, compromised points, loyal fragments isolated but potentially reachable. And Alistair's network? It's in pieces. They have core data. Control of vital points. We're cut off, outnumbered, outmaneuvered. We need to secure this chamber first, deny them physical access. Then we find who among Alistair's network is left, consolidate remaining secure assets using Protocol Zeta pathways available through this node, try to build something from the fragments. He pointed to the screens displaying the master asset's functional interfaces and layered command options, the vast network spread out before him, fractured but not yet entirely destroyed. It was a war room. Buried under his house. Controlling invisible forces. Status check on immediate Blackwood external threats, real-time projection. Alex commanded the system, finding his stride with Alistair's interface, applying his analytical mind to managing complex data feeds under pressure, a terrifying fusion of beige skills and world-altering capabilities. A holographic overlay appeared over the central console, live schematics of Blackwood Manor, pressure points glowing red. Entry path overlaid. Precise cutting through the layered walls and original secure tunnel systems Alistair had used to construct the chamber beneath the library. External penetration team Delta. The system stated flatly. Progress, estimated T-3 minutes until breach of chamber vestibule pressure seals. Requires multi-layered high-intensity plasma tools and calibrated phased drill arrays. Consistent with sophisticated mercenary demolition protocol? Or dedicated high-resource adversary profile. Confirming access vectors align with those utilized by Mr. Sterling's associated network nodes compromised earlier. 3 minutes. Total access. To Alex, Ilara, Jax. To the master asset node. To the very heart of Alistair's legacy. The enemies weren't just trying to steal power, they were here for the physical asset. Perhaps its contained integrity was a final barrier they needed to overcome after digital acquisition, or needed it physically to fully leverage what they deciphered. Alex looked at the controls, at the options flashing for immediate chamber defense protocols. Alistair had built final lines. He had the access. The authority. But what kind of defense? Security measures here, linked to the ultimate power source and architecture, wouldn't be simple reinforced walls or guns. Alistair built his defense systems linked to his ventures, perhaps using amplified harmonic resonance, geomagnetic pulses, energy siphoned violently from a deep source to overload an attacker, or activating some terrible mechanism linked to the resonator crystal technology, unleashing something designed to simply neutralize or permanently eliminate any detected external threats attempting to breach the chamber. Final, absolute measures. The kind Alistair might implement to protect a global control hub. This was where the reality of Alistair's cold, protective approach, bordering on ruthless indifference to external collateral when his core interests were threatened, collided violently with the immediate physical threat bearing down on them. Protecting this legacy required contemplating terminal defense protocols potentially unleashed not against anonymous digital signals, but physical beings moments from crashing into the chamber. The sound of the heavy drilling just overhead intensified, biting into the multi-layered material of the chamber. Sparks showered, faint vibrations running through the dark walls. They were through one layer. Nearing the next. 2 minutes, T-. Initiate final tier defense protocols. Alex stated, the words difficult, terrifying, an acceptance of the deadly nature of the game. His transformation wasn't just acceptance of purpose, it was acceptance of power, and its necessary, potentially brutal application when faced with existential threat, wielding control not over global trajectories yet, but over whether his enemies gained final access to its heart. He navigated the master asset interface, applying the access code, activating the protocol. Alistair's system responded instantly, parameters loading. He chose the most effective projected countermeasure protocol. System overload purge epsilon prime, specifically designed by Alistair for dealing with confirmed external physical penetration of the core node, designed to use focused energy disruption targeting intrusion vectors, a non-physical defense using manipulated localized forces potentially leveraging the chamber's contained energy source against physical breach points. It wasn't destruction, it was neutralization via contained force. But the potential scope of even contained energy against material designed to contain near unlimited power was chilling. This was Alistair's architect persona fully deployed in defense mode, his brilliant over-engineering against hostile penetration. This was Alex, wielding terrifying power to survive. A low hum in the chamber escalated. Lights flickered. A different, higher-frequency whine started emanating from the central crystalline structure, mirroring the dangerous build-up he heard at Vigil's end, but this time controlled, directed, lethal. It was harnessing the chamber's contained power, ready to unleash it precisely at the intrusion vectors the system had detected. This was the climax action sequence for this chapter, not a hand-to-hand battle, but a confrontation leveraging technology and the power inherent in the legacy, initiated by Alex's terrifying decision to use Alistair's final, powerful, likely terminal defenses. The battle wasn't in the library, it was against the structure itself as both refuge and weapon, leveraged by their strategic positioning inside the final layered defense. T-30 seconds. The sound of cutting and drilling just overhead stopped abruptly. A confused shout. Then, sounds of desperation. Pounding. Shouting from Sterling and his team, less commands, more fear. They felt the activation of the core node defenses, realizing the chamber was inert, that its formidable power was turning against them the moment they initiated breach from the specific location Ainsworth's final warnings specified they had gained physical access to. Then, a series of terrifyingly loud, resonant booms rocked the chamber, muffled by its immense construction but powerful enough to rattle the very air they breathed. Followed by the grinding scream of tortured metal, splitting stone, compressed energy unleashing with devastating, localized effect precisely at the intrusion vectors detected. The layers Sterling and his team were actively breaching, sections of wall, points of entry being atomized or vaporized by a focused energy countermeasure directly linked to the core asset, powered by the contained energy source. Alistair's failsafe wasn't a locked door, it was a weapon designed to simply remove the part of the universe that was attempting to breach its sanctuary, rendering penetration pathways useless and terrifyingly fatal to those caught within their localized impact zones. The betrayal attempt was just thwarted. It was likely met with complete, final, brutal negation. The violence wasn't from physical combat but from technology wielding forces of geological, even potentially dimensional scope in a controlled, lethal pulse designed to secure the perimeter through annihilating its point of contact. Alistair had not just hidden his secrets, he had buried them within layers of self-preserving destruction and empowered his heir to command the very weapon intended to prevent them from falling into the wrong hands by making entry deadly. This was the confrontation at the convergence point, the intersection of external breach, internal defense activation, and Alistair's core, lethal will manifest through the heir's choice. Silence fell again. Abruptly. After the short, violent burst of defensive countermeasure. Outside the chamber, silence. No more shouting. No more drilling. No sounds of struggle. Only the low, contained hum of the crystalline structure in the chamber and the rhythmic pulsing of its lights, confirming core protocol was now online and secure, powered by Alex Kincaid's choice and lineage validation. Alex, breathing hard, staring at the command console displaying the all-clear and critical mission parameters under secure status, felt the immense weight of what he had just done. What he had just commanded Alistair's core asset to unleash. Terminal defenses. Aimed precisely at the intrusion points moments before breach completion. He had defended the asset. But the cost felt absolute, final. His enemies were silenced. Annihilated. Caught by Alistair's final, most lethal failsafe system unleashed at his command. He hadn't just decided to be a steward. He had, in the same instant, become an executor of Alistair's terrifying, destructive will, using knowledge and power that felt simultaneously alien and terrifyingly potent in his own hands, stained with the implied violence just unleashed inches from where he stood. His path chosen, protection of the legacy through direct, unquestioning utilization of its most absolute defenses when challenged, potentially against adversaries, even family. He had just ordered lethal action on a scale he couldn't grasp, impacting people whose specific fates he didn't even know, leveraging technology from a long-dead ancestor's ultimate, lethal contingency protocol, confirming the depth of Alistair's reach and the necessary ruthlessness his path of custodianship required. This silent, final effectiveness of Alistair's defenses confirmed the profound scope of the legacy and its founder's mindset. Built not on simple secrecy, but absolute, annihilating deterrence wielded from the shadows when containment failed. And now, Alex Kincaid was the master of that deterrence, sealed within its core, the weight of that power a physical press on his chest, facing the blank, terrifying silence of a defended fortress and the reality that the line between protective stewardship and terrifying, invisible control was impossibly fine, mediated only by the will of the man now seated at the command console of the entire master asset network. He was secure. The asset was secure. His betrayers, likely neutralized in brutal, final fashion moments from success by Alistair's terrible, layered ingenuity weaponized by the master key heir's desperate choice. His transformation into the conscious steward was complete. But what kind of steward? What did the silence outside mean? Had they truly been stopped? Had the blast been that absolute? Or had he just bought himself moments, or hours, before other layers of adversaries descended? What was the cost of securing this asset, this power, this legacy? And could he bear its terrifying weight, After leveraging its most absolute defenses, the command console hummed, its glowing presence inviting interaction, promising answers, operational capacity, the potential to pick up the pieces of Alistair's network, to potentially understand and utilize its global reach, the immense, world-altering power now entirely in his command, contained within the chamber, shielded from the silence and the implied devastation just above his head, awaiting his next command as the architect and primary operational authority of a secured but fractured, deadly, invisible empire he never asked to lead. He looked at the interface, the silent world outside, his tired team watching him with a mixture of awe and dread. The Enrichment Journey had delivered him to this moment of absolute power, acquired through surviving insurmountable odds and making a choice of terrifying consequence, confronting him with the full reality of Alistair's ruthless vision and placing the unpredictable fate of an immense legacy and perhaps its future influence on the global stage entirely within the bruised, raw, unexpectedly capable hands of the former beige analyst. Now, what was he going to do with it? What secrets would the master asset reveal now that it was securely in his command? And who, in Alistair's fractured network or the betrayed network fragments seeking vengeance or residual power, were waiting to challenge his newfound, terrifying command outside the inviolable walls of the core asset vault he had just defended so brutally, as the true battle for control of the hidden legacy began, global in scope and absolute in its stakes. Silence held court in the hidden chamber beneath Blackwood Manor, a profound stillness after the concentrated, devastating sound of Alistair Kincaid's final tier defenses unleashing their contained fury. The low hum of the central crystalline master asset node was the only consistent sound, a soft counterpoint to the frantic rhythm of 3 sets of lungs rediscovering the ability to breathe. Alex Kincaid remained at the primary console, hands still resting on the alien material of the interface, eyes wide, staring at the complex operational readouts now pulsing under a secure status banner. Dust motes, disturbed by the tremors, danced in the cold light emanating from the towering crystal, the vibrant pulses now softer, steadier, confirming the system was online and under Air Protocol Alpha control. Above them, only seconds ago, had been the violent sounds of drilling and shouted commands. Now, silence. Absolute, chilling silence where moments before relentless force had been aimed precisely at the point where Alex, Ilara, and Jax now stood. The chamber itself, a fortress of dark, seamless material, was inviolable. Whatever happened outside the inner core was over. The intrusion vectors were gone. Annihilated by Alistair's absolute countermeasures. Directed energy, localized force, precisely targeted to break and destroy anything attempting to penetrate this ultimate sanctuary from a known point. The terrifying, quiet effectiveness of Alistair's engineering, weaponized by Alex's hand, left a hollow space where panic had just resided. Ilara Vance scrambled closer, pulling herself upright, body aching, scraped from the desperate ascent and crawl, but her eyes alight with a feverish mixture of scientific shock and awe. She touched the seamless chamber wall tentatively, feeling its faint, cool vibration. Gods! The energy, the harmonic frequency signature correlates with rapid localized entropy application on the intrusion vector. Targeted material disruption field containment. At the molecular level, the sheer audacity of Alistair's final layered defenses. He wasn't just reinforcing walls, he was atomizing entry points the moment compromise protocol hit 97% structural breach. Jax, less outwardly expressive but no less affected, moved to the steps leading back up towards the rosewood floor panel, listening intently. His expression was grim. He shone his flashlight up towards where the thud of the closing panel still echoed in their memory. Nothing. Silence. No returning sound. Sterling. Alex finally managed, his voice raspy. Jax hesitated, then gave a low, toneless confirmation, the pragmatist confronting brutal reality. If they were still within the impact zone, caught at the leading edge of the breach vector when that energy burst hit. He didn't finish the sentence. The implications were absolute. They hadn't just stopped Sterling's team. They had removed them. Completely. An hour ago, Mr. Sterling was facilitating Alex's purchase of this very house, the height of composed, professional service. Now, potentially, vaporized atoms against the unyielding material of a secret chamber he was attempting to plunder. Dramatic irony wasn't just biting, it was consuming. But Alistair's system status on the main console screen painted a more complex picture than absolute, all-clear safety. While the core node, the chamber, registered green, secure, impenetrable now from above, and critical compromised points, Sterling's known breach teams, directly neutralized threats, registered as neutralized contained, a vast portion of the network overlay remained illuminated with danger. Countless points across the global map Alex had glimpsed earlier still flickered with red and yellow markers. Compromised, contested. The purge and recovery protocols Alistair's system had initiated upon Alex's command were active, yes? Sweeping fragments of the network, isolating compromised data trails, initiating recovery efforts for secure sites. But this was a massive, global, behind-the-scenes cyber and possibly physical battle still raging, coordinated by AI protocols Alistair had embedded but now fighting against a complex, deeply infiltrated enemy network also leveraging siphoned data and tactical control from myriad nodes. And Blackwood Manor itself. The schematics of the mansion on a secondary monitor screen showed large areas registering yellow. Contested. Other sections flickered red. Intrusion detected active adversaries. They were an T or with Sterling's breach team, Jack stated, his voice low, confirming Alex's fear from before. Montague's wider network, Ivan's people, whoever else they brought. They were outside the immediate lethal zone. Securing outer corridors. Perimeter defense. Maybe alternative penetration teams trying different routes or waiting for primary team confirmation before advancing. When the blast hit, and they got that energy signature, they know something happened. They know the chamber is active. They know we are likely in here now, at the core. The entire manor. It's become the contested zone around this location. The low hum of the chamber's internal power was constant. But now, a new, distant sound began to register. Faint at first, muffled by the thick material walls and layers of the building. Different from the focused, precise drilling of Sterling's team. More diffuse. Banging. Crashing. Shouts, more varied. They were attempting brute force entry, potentially, elsewhere around the library, trying to crack through Alistair's secondary protective layers leading to the core chamber area. Or searching the wider library levels frantically for alternative access, trying to breach the reinforced structure surrounding this ultimate vault by different, less sophisticated, but more persistent means. The most desperate assault was over. It had simply changed tactics after its initial surgical attempt met with localized annihilation. The fight was still here. Now, the perimeter of the master asset, its outer layered defenses within Blackwood, was under attack by adversaries who were not neutralized. The manor is still full of them, Alex said, his voice steady, his mind shifting gears from terror to grim analysis. The master asset core node was secured by its own defenses from direct penetration through specific entry points. But this was one layer of a far more complex battle. If they, pushing in, and no we, likely here, we need to know where, how many, and what assets Alistair left in this layer of defense accessible via this core node to reinforce the immediate perimeter. He was talking like Ainsworth now, like the command interface. The mantle of the unexpected architect and leader, forged in terror, was settling. Ilara, her attention now entirely on the chamber's integrated data feed displaying the manor's internal security schematics updated live, began issuing rapid observations, interpreting symbols and readings with academic speed translated into tactical intel. Adversaries converging on level 3 access corridors proximate to the library. Utilizing high-impact charges on reinforced internal service portals. Significant structural stress alerts registering on architectural schematics. Alistair integrated seismic disruption buffers into key load-bearing elements surrounding the core, but limited. Sustained force application risks destabilization of the outer chamber shell after core energy discharge, meaning the defenses he used on Sterling Warren, T-infinite. They protected the inner chamber, annihilated intrusion vectors, but their very deployment might have put stress on Alistair's outer protective shell around the core. Prolonged, brute force attacks from enemies hitting external walls near the core could still compromise his position by eventually breaking through the outer fortified layers and trapping them here in a sealed, vulnerable command post unless its localized, directional defenses could be recharged or reactivated. They needed to delay or deter the current attack now, using whatever means available via the master asset node and Alistair's broader defensive architecture linked to this command hub, specifically designed for integrated responses, to hold the line at the perimeter of this ultimate location against those who were not vaporized by the immediate counterblast but who survived within the Manor's walls, having perhaps heard the Protocol Omega activation earlier via compromised local channels, witnessed the lethal effectiveness of the countermeasures, and knew the stakes were now absolute. Control this site or lose everything. Local defense protocols? Alex stated, turning to the command interface menu. Alistair's system presented for Blackwood Manor specific operational layers accessible from the master node. Options flickered. Less abstract than system overload. Specific responses tied to the Manor's built-in systems. Climate control lockdown and air toxicity agents, nasty, but potentially affecting the Manor's surviving staff, though unlikely to stop determined PMCs. Localized sonic deterrence, unpleasant, could buy time. Integrated energy redirection, routing local grid power to defensive points. Requires power source integration. Blackwood had its own secondary generator. Security turrets, unlikely in an old manor house, too overt, unless Alistair hid them. Integrated countermeasure dispensaries. Remote lockdowns. And then he saw one. Layered response protocols. Architectural leverage. Utilizing environmental anomalies. Contingency system. Library sector Epsilon 9. Ilara pointed to it, cross-referencing with a partial internal drainage service plan for the manor acquired with Omicron data, overlaid on the Blackwood structural schema showing potential vulnerabilities. Alistair had extensive historical knowledge of this house. Incorporated the older design elements into defenses. Epsilon 9 is an antique sub-basement cistern system beneath the library's original wing, linked to groundwater, possibly redirected as a countermeasure. Unlikely to be in active security logs of external teams. Hidden physical anomaly utilized as functional asset. Water pressure could create flooding. Deter entry. Another echo of Oakhaven's flood, but on a potentially different scale, contained within the specific section of the manor directly adjacent to the library sector where adversaries were converging. Not a system self-cleaning, a deliberate tactical inundation leveraging the location's unique structure and its contained energy source to manipulate an existing vulnerability Alistair designed for this purpose. A specific form of Alistair's architectural leverage, turning mundane infrastructure into defensive measures. This wasn't high-energy annihilation, it was strategic manipulation of the environment, scaled down to local application against an encroaching force targeting the secure inner core area. Another level of Alistair's brilliant layering revealed and placed at Alex's command, designed for defending exactly this final convergence point within his property. Deploy Epsilon 9 environmental countermeasure. Alex ordered, decisive. The decision wasn't about destroying, it was about disrupting, delaying, containing a localized threat that knew where they were and was bearing down on their sanctuary. It felt less absolute than the prior countermeasure, a deliberate tactical choice reflecting the complexity of this local struggle against the remaining enemies within his home, who hadn't been vaporized, and required a different, more targeted defensive response tied to this physical location. Alistair's contingency for prolonged sieges on the core by threats who survived initial failsafes or attacked through alternative channels. Jax nodded grimly, ready to observe the results of this unconventional tactic on the enemy's progress indicators the node provided. Ilara input commands. On the manor schematic overlay, water lines glowed red in the section under attack. System pressures built. Sounds of pounding from above briefly ceased, replaced by confused shouts. They sensed something was happening below, within the structure itself, but its nature was perhaps baffling, unlisted in their schematics if Alistair truly kept this off external data nets. Then, loud, distinct splashing sounds echoed down towards them, muffled but audible through the surrounding reinforced layers of the library and chamber vestibule. Shouts of surprise, alarm, cursing in multiple languages, water gurgling, rushing. It was working. The antiquated cistern system was being flooded, creating a deterrent or obstruction in the path the adversaries were taking, using Blackwood's specific structure as a defensive weapon. Projected effect, adversary penetration vectors Epsilon 9 significantly impeded. Movement delayed minimum 5 minutes. The system stated flatly on the console, updating the manor overlay. The red intrusion zones in the adjacent corridors pulsed, then changed to yellow. Contested impeded movement. It wasn't a kill order, it was tactical disruption. But it was temporary. 5 minutes bought them nothing against an entire coordinated force searching his own manor. They needed more. They needed a plan beyond just sealing and delaying within this final chamber, however impenetrable it seemed internally. Alistair hadn't just built a bunker, he built an operational core designed to allow interaction with a global network. The answer wasn't passive defense. It was leveraging the command node. Alex turned back to the global network map displayed on the console, now operational via the secured node core. It showed Alistair's network, fractured, embattled. Secure assets blinked like solitary stars in a vast darkness of red and yellow. He zoomed in on key Kincaid secure localities, properties, archives, hidden facilities far across the world that Ilara and Jax had identified from initial recovered data as significant potential strongpoints Alistair intended his heir to rally or utilize. A number of them still showed green status. Remnants of Alistair's loyalist network holding the line, or simply isolated and unaware of the scope of the fall. These were the loyalist fragments Alistair's final directive hinted at as their last hope. Contingency protocol pathways? Alex murmured, locating the corresponding interface on the console. We need to initiate re-engagement. Broadcast authentication protocols using core node authority. Try to contact any secure points still responding. Assess viable recovery options. Figure out how to counterstrike using existing Kincaid assets before they all compromised, using this command center. This was the heart of strategic thinking now required, going from isolated survivor to commanding operations from a newly secured stronghold, needing to comprehend vast distances and global complexities from a console, planning abstract counteroffensives against known threats in contested zones. He was learning Alistair's game, not as a player being directed, but as the reluctant, emergency game master. Their efforts became a furious race against the clock within the chamber. Alex, using his inherited master asset credentials and relying heavily on Ilara's rapid deciphering of Alistair's complex communication protocols, began broadcasting authentication codes, encrypted rally signals, blind calls out to the last known secure points of the Kincaid network scattered across continents. Messages containing parameters derived from the salvaged console and the core node's access logs. Critical info only true loyalists would understand, a new handshake in the ruins of Alistair's primary command structure, leveraging the core asset's operational authority to speak for Alistair's lineage in the network's collapse, testing for responses across a shattered infrastructure where betrayal ran deep and trust was the most precious commodity. Jax wasn't idly waiting, he was studying the manor's defensive overlay more deeply, looking for localized structural weaknesses adversaries might still leverage against even Alistair's defenses, especially after the stress of prior countermeasures. He spotted one, alerted Alex and Ilara. An older ventilation shaft access points, not part of the reinforced defense layers immediately surrounding the core, perhaps too small for rapid force insertion, but a possible slow penetration route the enemy might shift focus to after the Epsilon 9 flood bought them time. Another specific, localized threat, potentially subtle, demanding unconventional local defense. And here, Alex Kincaid's unexpected transformation and continued awkwardness began to blend effectively. The second wave of attackers hammering at Blackwood's adjacent sections after surviving Sterling's fate were a brutal, persistent problem, temporarily delayed by the flood, but relentless. As Ilara worked furiously at a terminal processing communication echoes from their outgoing authentication bursts, pinging potential loyalists, receiving confusing or hostile signals in return, a sign the battle raged across Alistair's entire fragmented digital-physical world, and Jax identified critical pressure points within the adjacent service tunnels near their position the enemy might target after the flood. Alex found himself unable to just sit at the main console. He had to do something immediate, tactical, grounded. He had physical presence, his adversaries currently lacked easy physical access. The tension was building as the flood sounds receded and ominous clangs returned from nearby. They were adapting, changing tactics, trying other ways to them. Driven by nervous energy and the claustrophobic feeling of being surrounded just outside this final stronghold, Alex spotted something near the base of the steps leading to their sealed entrance. Boxes. Just storage boxes, Mundane plastic containers Alistair's logistics staff must have left there from pre-collapse preparations related to securing the library area. Useless artifacts of normal chaos, entirely out of place beside world-altering technology. A thought struck him, absurd, unexpected, fueled by desperation and the returning memory of clumsy panic overriding fear. They needed a more personal deterrent than just structural flooding and high-tech defenses hours away. Something localized, annoying, disruptive, leveraging Alistair's mundane possessions and Blackwood's ordinary flaws. As Alara received a brief, confirmed echo of response from one, seemingly secure Kincaid node far overseas, a tiny spark of hope that Alistair's network wasn't entirely lost. The hammering and drilling sounds from outside the chamber structure adjacent grew louder, closer. They were almost through the flood zone, regrouping, focusing. Jax positioned himself near a potentially weak point in the chamber wall Alara indicated, a geological anomaly overlaid by reinforced building plans, should adversaries utilize focused plasma or similar tools, preparing Alistair's defensive countersignature emitter there for tactical local deployment as a deterrent, but its energy discharge capacity after the Sterling neutralization was likely depleted for critical application against heavy force. In a surge of unexpected, almost manic energy, Alex started pulling boxes towards the sealed access panel. Random boxes. File storage, packaging material, even one labeled, Alistair's vintage record collection. Handle with care. He wasn't using power, he was creating an obstacle. Jamming them against the bottom of the sealed rosewood panel. Simple, mundane, frustrating chaos, deployed physically in moments of grace bought by the Epsilon 9 flood and the microseconds bought by their counterstrike and entry. His inherent awkwardness manifested not as helplessness but as resourceful, unconventional problem-solving on a granular, irritating scale. Alex, what are you doing? We need strategic assets, not clutter. Alara snapped, distracted by the faint signal confirmation arriving on screen, but keeping one eye on his strange behavior. Defense. Alex gasped, shoving boxes with all his might against the impenetrable wall above. Non-protocol-led response. Alistair didn't plan for mundane inconvenience being applied structurally. It's unexpected. His mind, processing threat layers, was oddly fixated on this. The ultimate defense against betrayal using internal system knowledge wouldn't be found in code or force, but in the chaos of human oversight Alistair's own meticulousness likely eliminated. Maybe someone who could override every security code couldn't override physics combined with bureaucratic neglect manifested as poorly placed boxes. His most Kincaid, beige bureaucratic action against lethal force. It felt strangely logical in his current state. It was using his environment. His own house, his own detritus of managing life before chaos hit. Against an external enemy. Then, with a frustrated yell that cut through the increasing hammering, the sound from directly above, near the rosewood panel itself, indicated another potential breach point. Someone trying to crack through exactly where the lethal blast just occurred. A side consequence or aftereffect rendering that area vulnerable. Or someone exploiting the debris field itself left by Alistair's primary countermeasure, realizing that while the immediate vector was annihilated, the structural damage allowed new weaknesses immediately around the former penetration zone. And sounds. Voices again. Clearer. One voice, icy, controlled, giving orders, echoing the detached command of Sterling. And with that voice, familiar, dreadful resonance Alex instantly recognized despite not being directly told this person was the betrayer, now confirming identity via audio fingerprint cross-referenced with Kincaid voice authentication parameters available via the master node. Not Sterling, not exactly. But another Kincaid voice Alex knew, associated with power, oversight, trusted authority. Ainsworth's initial contacts into Alistair's financial structures, brought in early. It was Mrs. Windsor, head of Kincaid asset allocation and strategic procurement oversight he had met fleetingly. Presented by Ainsworth as a bedrock of Kincaid infrastructure. An impeccably composed woman who radiated control. And who, apparently, was using that control and deep systemic knowledge against them now, leading her own penetration attempt at the literal ruins left by Ali's first defensive action. The core betrayer network wasn't one person, it was a dedicated group of top-tier Kincaid associates led by key individuals who had strategically placed themselves within Ainsworth's network for years, preparing for this. The architects of betrayal weren't just Sterling and Ivan's crews as instruments, it was individuals like Mrs. Windsor, capable, cold, and knowledgeable of Alistair's inner workings from deep inside the layers. Her cool, terrifying voice emanating from the weakened breach area near the library reinforced that this was not random thuggery, it was a calculated hostile takeover from within Alistair's own ranks. The sounds from overhead, now dangerously close, weren't drilling anymore. Grinding metal against loosened stone, scraping sounds of debris being shifted, levers leveraged. Working through the literal debris field of Sterling's failure to create a new, albeit messy and smaller, intrusion point right where the chamber's most powerful countermeasure just unleashed itself. Jax, seeing Alara wrestling with initiating communication links and assessing global network status via the commander node display, moved rapidly to implement Alistair's next planned localized defense for this specific penetration vector and its proximity to the core. He identified manual controls near the base of the chamber steps for an independent environmental release mechanism, also triggered via air authentication. System Response Protocol Zeta, Environmental Disruption, Subterranean Atmospheric Decompression, Low Tier? Something Alistair designed to clear confined passages near critical nodes in emergencies using localized pressure vacuum shifts, causing disorientation and discomfort but unlikely lethal. Requires rapid evacuation from path of effect. Unlikely to stop motivated enemies entirely, but another delay tactic based on environmental leverage designed by Alistair. A localized air counterpressure, potentially involving suction or blasts of inert gas stored locally, targeting their entry point just above. Another non-physical, contained defensive countermeasure designed by the master architect, executed by his stand-in air. As Jax wrestled with manual controls Alara's diagnostics now outlined, inputting system Zeta's authentication overrides via a local interface based on the core node's protocols. Seconds ticking down until Mrs. Windsor and her team broke through the rubble and debris above. Alex was still shoving boxes, sweat staining his plain clothing, feeling his strength dwindle but refusing to stop. His mundane task was taking up valuable milliseconds, energy, mental focus. Utterly absurd, profoundly Kincaid in its complete divergence from standard, action hero logic. He was blocking a state-of-the-art, shielded chamber entry with storage clutter, powered by panic and an inexplicable conviction in the strategic utility of annoying inconveniences applied physically at a crucial junction against a threat used to purely sophisticated digital kinetic bypass. Alex, go! Jax yelled, struggling with the manual override lever and local node interface. Alara pointed out from across the room, this defense protocol required physical action here. He couldn't leave it. Alara was routed to the commander node console, relaying system updates, trying to connect to potential global allies while confirming external threat vectors for Jax and Alex in real time. Classic division of labor, specialized focus essential for survival in the complex environment. Just as Alara shouted, Ingress team breach 99% containment failure, the grinding and scraping and leveraging above their heads reached a peak crescendo. Alex completed his bizarre, desperate act. He slammed the last large plastic storage box against the opening, using his foot to shove it under the lip of the descending rosewood panel cover with unnecessary force. It jammed precariously, a mundane, fragile barrier inches thick across an opening in a layered shield designed to stop plasma charges. It was utterly, ridiculously insufficient by any logical standard of tactical defense against armed professionals. But it was his defense. Born of desperation, powered by residual beige defiance, implemented with chaotic, surprising conviction right at the crucial junction. And in the very instant the grinding metal above indicated their imminent success, breaking through the weakened breach point into the chamber vestibule above, precisely where the Protocol Zeta atmospheric countermeasure was targeting, just as Jax managed to wrench the manual override lever and triggered the local defense burst emanating from the chamber vestibule infrastructure around the Rosewood access, seconds before Mrs. Windsor and her team physically crossed the threshold into the very entrance area of their target objective, where the environmental effect was most lethal. A voice, distorted but chillingly familiar, cut through the chaos from above. Secure master asset, Beta Echo Protocol. Neutralize remaining. The last words were swallowed by a sudden, powerful rush of displaced air from just above their heads, emanating outwards into the adjacent areas of Blackwood. Not an explosion, but a sudden, disorienting pressure shift, followed immediately by sounds of startled cries, stumbling, impact, objects flying, gasping. Less terminal than the protocol epsilon countermeasure used on Sterling directly attempting main chamber breach, but effective at close range for disorienting or disabling adversaries in the narrow confines near the master node entry, pushing them back, knocking them off balance, incapacitating them with non-lethal or lesser lethal environmental force contained within the affected vestibule areas around the main entrance of the master node itself. Alistair's more nuanced answer for lower tier, physical breaching after main defense, aimed at stunning or forcing retreat from the breach location using targeted atmospheric forces, leveraging local chamber protocols activated via air. This was the action scene culmination, a layered technical, physical, and localized fight for control of the master asset's final access points against resourceful, relentless, identified Kincaid adversaries attempting secondary breach after main containment was initiated by the air and subsequent localized vulnerabilities emerged around the blast zone. It was the strategic application of chaotic local countermeasure derived from Alistair's architectural ingenuity by the surviving heir and his team using knowledge, resources, and unconventional actions within moments of their absolute demise being accomplished, specifically using Alex's unconventional tactical thought process leading to an additional, mundane countermeasure right at the point of expected lethal impact and ultimate betrayer entry which served as perhaps final straw against sophisticated physical breach efforts against redundant systems, forcing manual environmental manipulation just in time as final layered protection failed and ultimate adversaries physically reached the very access they sought. Then, silence again. Except for the sounds of labored breathing in the chamber. And a low, almost indignant scraping sound coming from above. Alex's strategically placed plastic boxes, caught by the brief but violent localized atmospheric counterpulse, were protesting their sudden tactical importance, grinding slightly against the edge of the now closed rosewood panel above as if demanding acknowledgement for their vital contribution. They had jammed the gap just enough. They had acted as crucial, mundane, chaotic countermeasures right where the structured technological defense had targeted. The unexpected interaction of mundane object with layered, high-tech localized energy field had perhaps created unexpected turbulence or delay exactly where the secondary penetration was occurring at the critical moment. Just enough leverage at the key point to enhance Alistair's designed atmospheric countermeasure's effectiveness. A final, absurd, essential part of the successful defense, initiated by Alex Kincaid, the man who excelled at making things awkward in important situations, inadvertently using a core aspect of his beige bureaucratic life to survive lethal combat against a brilliant enemy network moments from victory, sealing the last desperate breach with discarded office supplies enhanced by esoteric technology activated at his command. They had defended the core, the master asset node, against a complex, persistent, lethal adversary network who had breached his house and its multiple layered defenses through strategic compromise and high-resource physical assault. Alex, Ilara, and Jax, bruised, battered, but ultimately successful in protecting the ultimate prize from its intended, brutal hijackers. The master asset was secure, deep beneath Blackwood. The primary point of contention was defended. Their immediate threat was likely neutralized or critically impeded, trapped by the chamber's final layered defenses within the chaos of Blackwood's disrupted corridors just outside the reinforced core. But the struggle wasn't over. Not even close. Ilara was already turning back to the commander console, eyes glued to the screen, interpreting the sudden flood of data rushing in from the node now that it was fully secured under verified command, assessing the wider network status, trying to re-establish links, locate other secure assets, find fragments of the loyalist network amidst the global ruins. Jax was confirming structural integrity within the chamber, assessing the state of their immediate access routes, ever the pragmatist, ready for whatever came next. Whether it was deeper penetration attempts from other parts of the house or, perhaps, extraction finally possible. Alex sank back onto the hard stone step, catching his breath, watching the humming crystalline entity at the center of the room. The physical chamber was secured, a small island of inviolate Kincaid power in a hostile, crumbling world. The ultimate asset was in his command. The crucial master protocol node was secured. He had defended the core. At this crucial juncture, the confrontation at the heart of Alistair's layered legacy against betrayal, within the most protected location designed as its ultimate sanctuary, they had held the line, using everything learned, every skill, leveraging Alistair's architecture, trusting each other, and somehow, weaving Alex's persistent awkwardness and logistical clutter management into the very fabric of victory at the point of maximum crisis. He was no longer the beige analyst. He was the accidental heir, thrust into unimaginable wealth and peril, transformed by adversity, who had just commanded terminal defenses from within the secured heart of a secret global empire against sophisticated adversaries, surviving against all odds, protecting the core of Alistair's legacy at the literal 11th hour. He looked up at the command console, at the fragmented global map. He had secured this specific location. But Alistair's network was still largely compromised. His adversaries still held power, resources, potentially critical information. They knew he was alive. They knew where the master asset was. They were defeated here, at this moment, in their concentrated push. But what other vectors, other forces, other players were in motion across the world, activated by this struggle? Securing the master asset was the climax of the physical fight for this location, but it was just the opening move in the global struggle for control of Alistair Kincaid's bewildering, world-altering inheritance, a legacy far more profound, dangerous, and fragmented than Alex could have possibly conceived. What was next? Now that he held the ultimate power within this secured, isolated core node, what did he do? Where did the fight move now? What new threats, born of the events here, were even now taking shape in the wider world? And how could he possibly pick up the pieces of a shattered global network and command it effectively from a hidden chamber under his house, surrounded by the implied devastation wrought by his own hand, with only a historian and a rogue as his lieutenants, facing adversaries who knew Alistair's system as well as he, potentially, had? The profound silence following the core node's defensive discharge held for a long moment. Alex Kincaid sat before the master asset console, heart hammering, mind reeling, the low, contained hum of the crystalline structure a stark counterpoint to the chaos and silence above. Ilara and Jax, also catching their breath, slowly straightened from defensive postures, surveying the clean, austere interior of the hidden chamber with a mixture of exhaustion, awe, and grim relief. The scent of ozone hung faintly in the air, a silent testament to the controlled power just unleashed. Report: external intrusion vectors neutralized. Ilara confirmed, looking at a specific display on the console monitoring external sensor feeds from the Blackwood Manor perimeter, rerouted through the core node. Layered defenses successfully. Disintegrated physical breach attempt across all active points in close proximity to core shell. System operating parameters within stable thresholds. Contained. She sounded academically impressed by the efficiency of their near demise and the brutal effectiveness of Alistair's defenses. Jax cautiously approached the steps, shining his powerful flashlight up at the sealed rosewood panel, which remained closed, silent. He gently prodded the edge of one of Alex's strategically placed plastic boxes, which remained stubbornly, ludicrously jammed. "Your countermeasure seems to have held, boss," he noted dryly, gesturing to the silent obstruction. Layered with Alistair's, apparently it created enough of an additional impedance, perhaps unpredictable turbulence at the point of expulsion from Protocol Zeta, effectively preventing successful immediate re-entry or structural stability after initial blast pattern. Nobody getting through this way. On their side, at least. The irony wasn't lost on them. State-of-the-art localized energy field combined with office supplies, achieving complete, brutal containment. It encapsulated the entire bizarre nature of this journey, the blending of profound, reality-bending power with the mundane, messy chaos of real life and unexpected actions. Their lives, a blend of cosmic ventures and literal box forts as critical defense mechanisms. This was Alistair's architectural vision realized through unexpected, very human execution. Their unlikely victory, verifiable. Alex finally pushed back from the console, the initial overwhelming rush of absolute command giving way to bone-deep exhaustion. His physical and emotional reserves were entirely depleted. He, stared down betrayal, escaped literal collapses, commanded the core of a global power structure, and survived it all with a resourceful historian whose hair defied gravity even in underground bunkers, and a cynical rogue whose true skill set included precision safecracking and the tactical application of passive resistance. The transformation wasn't just conceptual anymore, it was embodied in the raw ache of his muscles, the grim lines of exhaustion on his face, and the terrifying confidence that, however clumsily, he had navigated impossible challenges. He wasn't just lucky, he had proven capable, brave, in his own clumsy way, and resourceful, earning the respect of his team. That respect wasn't stated in grand pronouncements but in simple acknowledgements, shared tasks, quiet reliance under duress. Ilara, S. analytical precision, Jax, S. pragmatic competence, and Alex, S. relentless ability to just keep pushing through and making incredibly unconventional, surprisingly effective, panic-fueled choices, had combined to achieve the impossible. But securing the core was just that. The global map on the console remained alight with flashing red and yellow. The master asset was secure. The physical stronghold was impregnable, for now. But Alistair's network outside the Blackwood node was in ruins, compromised, under attack, its elements isolated. And the adversaries? Mrs. Windsor, potentially parts of Montague's surviving network, other elements of the traitor network? Were still active, likely cut off from the core node for now, possibly unaware of Alex's specific control of the master asset unless their siphoning process had gleaned enough critical data to reconstruct authority pathways and master key copies remotely, or identify secondary core nodes to target with lethal prejudice now that the Blackwood primary access was denied them and lethal countermeasures engaged. The global chase was not over. It had simply reached a new stage defined by chaos and fragmented authority. The main conflict regarding Alistair's will and initial stage of the enrichment journey, obtaining the master asset and its secrets, proving airship via navigating challenges laid out by Alistair, was completed. But the greater conflict, controlling the network and dealing with adversaries capable of compromising Alistair's own internal protocols, was just beginning. "All right," Alex said, standing slowly, body protesting every movement. He looked at Ilara and Jax. The silent strength in their shared gaze, forged in chaos and mutual dependence, was more valuable than any billion Alistair's wealth represented. This was the real richness from the journey. The bond of a functioning team where isolated competence withered. He felt profoundly less alone facing the glowing, overwhelming console and the shattered world beyond. He found balance, navigating the world of extreme wealth with a grounded perspective gained from his journey, retaining his dry wit and occasional awkwardness, now the confident, benevolent, and truly enriched accidental inheritor, ready for whatever came next. His inherent awkwardness wasn't gone, it was just a tool now, unexpectedly valuable, uniquely his, layered onto hard-won competence. He was no longer beige, but his experiences had ingrained a pragmatic reality, a resistance to mere spectacle. He was something else. Someone forged in the fire. Step 1. Recovery? Alex continued, his voice still raw, but firm. He gestured to the console displaying communication arrays. "Ilara, can we use the core node to attempt secure communication with any identified loyal fragment sites that acknowledged our Omega burst? Reaching out. Finding allies. Rebuilding Alistair's broken shield. Verify security status first. Use Protocol Zeta credentials. Anyone contaminated, quarantine." Ainsworth's network was designed for control, he would use that, but also trust earned through fire. This wasn't Alistair's cold assessment, it was building trust on a global, abstract scale using digital breadcrumbs. Working on authentication sequences and secure channel routing now? Ilara confirmed, settling onto a chair beside the console, immediately focused, translating Alistair's archaic system logic into usable command pathways. The complex display was overwhelming to Alex, but in Ilara's hands, navigating it was like interpreting an ancient, powerful text. Painstaking, requiring profound knowledge, but yielding results. Step 2. Assessment of this location's integrity and resource? Alex added, looking at the schematics of Blackwood Manor now updated with real-time threat monitoring. "Jax, can we confirm the status of any other enemy forces within the manor beyond those engaged, directly adjacent to the core? Any signs of additional entry points? Potential traps left? Sweeping now, boss." Jax replied, already pulling up secondary sensor feeds on a handheld device syncing to the core node's monitoring array. Infrared, motion, acoustic analysis. Assessing the larger Blackwood structure. He moved with silent competence, establishing a secondary internal perimeter defense monitoring based on Alistair's internal security protocols, leveraging his understanding of how enemies think and operate against defensive structures. His quiet confidence was reassuring. This initial phase within the core chamber was about triage. Healing, regrouping, planning, utilizing the resources they had just risked everything to secure. The Master Asset Command node wasn't just a database, it was the ultimate operations hub. They used its vast processing power, its secure communication arrays, its incredible access to fragments of information Alistair had stored throughout the shattered network, and its operational control over any remaining secure Kincaid assets that recognized core authority. This became a quiet, intensely focused period within the Inviolate Chamber. Hours blurred as they worked. Ilara, communicating across continents through fragmented, secure Kincaid channels, reaching out to coordinates associated with glowing green secure points on the global map, attempting handshake protocols, discerning trust signals designed by Alistair's final system parameters to filter out the contaminated or the captured. Fragments of hesitant responses trickled back. Loyalists, isolated, cautious, damaged, survivors in Alistair's collapse, receiving their signal from the unexpectedly reactivated, verified air command node. These were the true fragments of Alistair's loyal network, individuals or small teams holding discrete Kincaid secure sites against pressure, relying on Alistair's contingency data they possessed. A network reduced, but not annihilated. Alistair's elaborate architecture, fractured, was attempting self-repair around its now activated, central core and validated air. Jax monitored the periphery, identifying remaining threat vectors. They confirmed other pockets of hostile forces scattered throughout Blackwood Manor, adapting after the flood and initial strike, likely consolidating their position after losing primary penetration teams. Still a significant, direct threat, denied access to the core but contained within Alex's manor walls for now. Dealing with them, and assessing the level of external perimeter security those external enemy forces still controlled outside the walls of the manor and the core itself, became the next localized challenge. Alistair's architectural prowess wasn't just about hidden rooms, it was about multi-layered defense that created strategic problem sets for intruders within its confines, forcing them to negotiate within the environment Alistair built. Alex, in this period, wasn't just barking orders from the console. He facilitated Ilara's work, asking clarifying questions about network structure Ilara hadn't fully grasped before, his logistical analyst brain now applying itself to comprehending the sheer, mind-bending scale of Alistair's network in its fractured state, translating Alistair's grand architecture diagrams into understandable pathways of communication, resource allocation, and operational priorities. He worked with Jax, using the command node's internal sensor networks to map hostile movements within the manor with terrifying detail, analyzing patterns of movement, identifying potential fallback positions or access routes the enemies might still have, using real-time threat assessment and Kincaid tactical intelligence systems Alistair had layered into the building's core protocols, designed for defense. This wasn't just commanding Alistair's network, it was understanding its immense, bewildering complexity. He found his contribution in synthesizing information, facilitating the connection between Ilara's fragmented data recovery and Jax's tactical ground assessment relayed via internal sensor feeds. He wasn't the lone architect, he was the central hub, the validator, the decision-maker combining his team's insights, applying his mind to strategic analysis on a scale that would have caused his beige past self a fatal existential crisis, but which his transformed self was confronting, hour by hour, fueled by necessity. His ability to form meaningful connections and leverage the unique strengths of others proved crucial. He was the conductor of this desperate, hidden orchestra, his clumsy past informing his current measured pace. As they worked, fragmented pieces of information arrived. Partial details about the extent of compromise across Alistair's digital assets, critical data was siphoned by the Betrayer network, status updates on certain key financial assets, mostly secure but potentially targetable based on siphoned information, confirmations on casualties within Ainsworth's original team, tragic but not total annihilation, small survivor cells confirmed and actively engaging recovery protocols initiated by the core, and chilling details about the nature of the Betrayer network, fragments correlating them to a sophisticated, global organization that had roots within Alistair's network stretching back decades. Far more than simple opportunistic cousins or corporate raiders, this was a multi-generational conspiracy Alistair had fought silently for years, using his master protocol system not just to control his legacy but specifically against their influence. A hidden war Alex had been unexpectedly drafted into as Commander-in-Chief upon Master Asset Command takeover. This chilling discovery underscored the clever twist. Alistair's empire was both inheritance and war chest, his final directive an active deployment of his heir into an ongoing, profound hidden conflict. His entire life, the layered obscurity, the filtering process, the defensive protocols, it wasn't just against theoretical threats, but specific, known adversaries of unparalleled resource and reach, embedded at every level, even within his own trust. Over a span of approximately 2 days, spent entirely within the chamber, surviving on remaining emergency rations and recycled air, coordinating silently with fragment loyalist pockets and continuously monitoring the Blackwood perimeter for remaining threats, who remained inside the manor, contained but not neutralized, sporadically triggering perimeter alarms designed to keep them inside if they attempted unauthorized escape or regroup in specific highly monitored points. Alistair used as localized holding pens via secondary defense systems connected to core. A new form of stability emerged. Alex and his team had taken control of the heart of the network. Initiated a response. Located scattered allies. Assessed the scope of their new reality. Alistair's world wasn't monolithic. It was a war zone of distributed control, layered defense, and hidden factions. His task wasn't to just claim an inheritance, it was to command an intelligence network and global operational infrastructure actively fighting against its own compromised elements on behalf of a fragmented loyalist core against enemies embedded everywhere, potentially including other secure Kincaid nodes yet to acknowledge their presence as the verified new core command authority. Ilara successfully initiated first-stage resynchronization with a limited number of secure loyalist fragments located globally, isolated groups controlling discrete Kincaid assets. This required complex authentication protocols designed to prove Alistair's true successor had secured the core and was verified master protocol heir via Air Protocol Alpha, a challenging digital handshake in a zero-trust environment, verifying against residual authentication data. Alistair's master asset node somehow preserved from total betrayer siphoning or retrieved via system recovery parameters. Maybe bits of info from Oakhaven Vigil's end needed to re-establish deeper-level protocols, pieces only they possessed and combined here at the core. Their journey and retrieved assets became the critical credential proving Alex was the rightful, activated core authority. This layered verification was another testament to Alistair's extreme paranoia and ingenious, fragmented defense layers that defeated attempts at simple usurpation via siphoned data alone without air authentication or physical core asset control. Through tense, limited communication links, always with fear of it being compromised, they began coordinating. Loyal Fragment Beta in Geneva controlled significant liquid financial reserves untouched by initial network collapse and remote digital siphoning, and had retained specific, sensitive physical Kincaid property locations data unaffected by the initial network master database strike. Likely a separate cold storage asset data key split by Alistair across distributed loyalist elements. Loyalist Group Alpha in Hong Kong commanded specialized maritime and logistical transport assets, Loyal Node. Delta in New York retained key personnel and intelligence on US-based financial sector vulnerabilities Alistair was monitoring, including partial intel on adversary corporate structures and key front operations used by Mrs. Windsor's broader network, likely related to asset stripping or hostile M&A activities. Piece by piece, connecting scattered, damaged, terrified fragments, a picture of a broken but not annihilated Kincaid network began to form under Alex's hesitant direction. These were verifiable victories, re-establishing command with key loyalists, confirming resource nodes survived, gaining tactical intel, turning passive fragmented resistance into nascent active command under Alex's centralized direction from the core. But each connection brought news of threats, compromises, pressure from the betrayer network relentlessly pursuing fragmented targets across the globe. Jack's continued assessment of Blackwood's remaining physical threats yielded grim results. The betrayer force inside was adapting. Retreating to key choke points within the manor architecture. Alistair also designed for internal control and security layering, passages near service stairs, access to lower upper floors near specific internal defense nodes. Likely consolidating their positions, possibly waiting for external backup if the siege around the core stretched on. They had secured control of key levels and corridors within the manor, making a non-defensive move from the chamber perimeter exceptionally hazardous without significant resource deployment. Resources Alex needed to coordinate from the fragmented loyalist network he was only just starting to communicate with reliably, which were distributed globally, cut off by hostile territories, cautious and uncertain. The internal structure of Blackwood Manor itself, Alistair's design, layered security systems within layers of hidden historical structure designed to both protect its inhabitants and compartmentalize access and funnel trap intruders into specific defensible zones accessible from key control nodes, now represented both Alex's immediate battlefield and the operational space he had to reclaim piece by agonizing piece if he wanted to physically leave the core command node and eventually access external world with authority beyond simple hidden survival. Reclaiming his own home had become the microcosm of reclaiming Alistair's broken global network. His first, most immediate operational priority wasn't abstract global strategy. It was literal ground-level tactical recovery of Blackwood Manor, his gilded cage turned high-security war zone. This brought about a period of relative, tense stalemate within the manor, defined by the core node's inviolate perimeter versus the contested state of the larger building outside. They couldn't just open the door. Exiting the core chamber required navigating a compromised fortress they were trapped within alongside a known enemy force. Reclaiming Blackwood itself became the essential operational demonstration of air command, proving his tactical capability not just digitally on console maps, but by commanding a physical clear-out of his immediate stronghold before potentially projecting force and resource recovery operations globally. This period included intense strategic discussions, often resembling the suggestive but classy dialogue scene structure now applied to military strategy, led by Alex but heavily reliant on Alara's network knowledge and Jack's ground assessment, held within the secure chamber. Debates weren't about romantic tension or subtle social cues, but interpreting sparse data to decide calculated risks. Do we prioritize communications re-establishment with loyalist fragment delta even if its node registers mild fluctuations suggesting possible monitoring? Should we deploy limited digital counter-intrusion measures against betrayer digital footprints attempting to bypass secondary financial node firewalls, even if it risks revealing our own limited command capabilities prematurely? The suggestive quality was in the intense, collaborative mental struggle against an unseen, pervasive enemy. The classy element was in the quiet, measured tone and the high stakes involved, operating on incomplete information with lives and a global legacy hanging in the balance. Alex learned how to issue discrete command packets through the system, request specific intelligence feeds from isolated nodes, coordinate fragmented asset recovery operations with teams he couldn't physically see or guarantee hadn't been subtly compromised. He learned that command wasn't about knowing everything, but about trusting those you commanded, who themselves were relying on limited knowledge and trusting him in turn, via validation protocol, and making calculated decisions on probabilities based on available data, leveraging specialized skills that were utterly alien to his past life. Amidst this overwhelming intensity, surrounded by displays of global conflict and strategic planning, moments of their previous desperate absurdity still punctuated the experience, reinforcing the unique Alex Kincaid brand of billionaire heroism. He make a pragmatic logistical assessment rooted in common sense that somehow Alara's hyper-specialized focus or Jack's cynical threat analysis initially missed. Wait, if Node Beta controls maritime assets, can they pick us up with a submarine? A ridiculously over-the-top suggestion, perhaps impractical for this manor's location, but logically stemming from an ordinary person's perspective on available global transport translated to inherited, discrete military assets. Or Alara responding to a threat with elaborate historical protocols for castle defense during the Crusades, which Alex had to pragmatically scale back. These occasional injections of off-kilter thinking, rooted in their different perspectives, added bursts of dark comedy amidst the relentless tension and high-stakes strategy. One such moment of darkly comedic pragmatic realization came when Jax, attempting to assess enemy numbers by cross-referencing thermal signatures and access logs, noted that based on activity profiles near the manor's auxiliary generator system, a significant number of the remaining hostile personnel seemed fixated on securing continued access to power flow specifically needed to maintain high-bandwidth external comms required to upload larger data packets from their own operations within Blackwood out to other elements of the betrayer network globally, and potentially sustain operations that require extensive data bandwidth, suggesting their immediate objective inside Blackwood after the initial capture attempt and core penetration failed might have shifted to consolidating whatever data they managed to acquire about Kincaid assets, or Alara's attempts at resynchronization data, via exploiting internal network vulnerabilities from key Blackwood locations that allow upload capacity, utilizing their limited window before remaining loyalist network firewalls isolated them completely now that the master asset was actively working against their attempts to subvert its global authority structure by disseminating protocol purge protocols via fragment command links initiated by the air. They were fighting inside Alex's walls for control of information out to the rest of their global network. Blackwood Manor's internal struggle was directly linked to the wider digital war, its mundane electrical grid potentially a factor in winning a battle measured in terabytes per second and secured endpoints. The very ordinary necessity of electrical power to operate advanced equipment, filtered through the complex Kincaid network conflict playing out in its conduits and backup generators located throughout Alex's home, was now a strategic vulnerability the enemy was fighting to control. Alistair's architect instincts, even regarding building utilities, inadvertently factored into his ultimate layer defense problem set by his betrayal adversaries who were left contained within its complex physical shell designed to filter external threats while consolidating its integrity locally via internal defenses, only for external threat to remanifest locally via successful containment which itself created subsequent localized physical battle within a structure of distributed resources. Alex now command. They're guarding the generator room in the south wing, Jax confirmed, his voice tense. 2 teams minimum. Deny us local power control while they maintain bandwidth needed to send out intel. The ability to cut local power could disrupt their command nodes within the manor, cripple their comms, buy time, potentially neutralize non-hardened adversaries, or blind themselves, too, unless they rerouted internal chamber power. Another crucial decision: reclaim the generator room, or rely on internal chamber power until external help potentially arrived from fragmented loyalist groups whose contact Alara was only just managing to solidify globally. Another tactical point of convergence inside Blackwood itself. His home. His enemies. His choice. What seemingly ordinary element of Blackwood Manor would become the site of the next critical battle for control of Alistair's fractured legacy playing out literally floor by floor within the very structure Alistair had built as a secure, layered microcosm of his global network power? This battle was now rooted, quite literally, in his basement power source, fought by proxy across a sprawling, historic mansion now teeming with a desperate enemy force cut off from their central leadership but intent on seizing crucial assets before they were surrounded and overcome by fragmenting loyalist forces. Reclaiming Blackwood was Alex's proving ground. Days, measured only by the relentless cycle of operational demands and the flickering state of Blackwood Manor on the command node's monitoring displays, blurred within the secure chamber. Outside its impenetrable walls, the mansion remained a battleground. Inside, Alex Kincaid, Alara Vance, and Jax orchestrated a quiet war of attrition and information recovery. The overwhelming magnitude of Alistair's legacy, briefly glimpsed as abstract global power, had condensed into the visceral, immediate task of reclaiming his own house, floor by floor, access point by access point, utilizing Alistair's own defensive architecture, network systems, and the fragments of loyalist support they were gradually piecing back together via the master asset node. The period was one of relentless, multifaceted action. Not always physical. Often strategic, technical, nerve-wracking. Action sequence: the silent ground war in Blackwood Manor. Their first objective wasn't immediate global dominance, but securing their immediate perimeter. Reclaiming Blackwood itself became Alex's proving ground. They utilized the core node's extensive monitoring capabilities, heat sensors pinpointing enemy concentrations, motion detectors mapping patrol routes, including subtle, ghosting, trails hinting at potential undetected personnel or structural vulnerabilities Alistair had noted in maintenance logs Alara accessed. Acoustic sensors capturing hushed communication and equipment use. The manor schematic on the console became their battlefield map, lines of force and contested zones shifting minute by minute. Armed with this real-time intelligence feed directed by Alex, guided by Alara interpreting Kincaid defense protocol redundancies, identifying overlooked escape tunnels or emergency supply caches Alistair had hidden within the mansion structure itself, potentially stocked with limited tactical gear overlooked by basic sweeps by invaders, and executed by Jax on the ground, operating within Blackwood's vast service tunnels and unmonitored zones. This phase involved meticulously planned infiltration operations within the manor, often bypassing immediate combat for strategic neutralization. Alex would analyze enemy movements and deployment density relayed from the core node, conferring with Jax via secure local network channel re-established through the master asset, outlining high-priority targets. Access points securing routes to critical mana systems, like the generator room Jax had identified as a strategic target for the enemies. Data uplink, or locations controlling vital structural functions, ventilation systems Alistair designed to channel air, potentially adapted for localized atmospheric disorientation or deployment of chemical agents derived from research projects. This was tactical leadership rooted in analysis and information dominance rather than physical command presence. Jax, equipped with limited supplies accessed via a rarely used staff maintenance entry to a small, auxiliary armory Alistair concealed deep within Blackwood's infrastructure, requiring combining core node authority with local structural access codes only Alara could decipher under Alex's validation, operated within the Mana-S contested zones. Using his skill set for silent movement, infiltration, sabotage, and non-lethal takedowns or tactical elimination if unavoidable. He moved through Blackwood like a phantom, navigating the secret passages, the dark service corridors, accessing areas adversaries overlooked or couldn't compromise, acting as Alex's physical instrument in the reconquest. One tense, extended operation involved Jax silently disabling motion sensors around a key junction point the adversaries were using as a chokehold near the south wing staircase, before utilizing a sonic burst emitted from a hidden Kincaid defense asset Alistair concealed in the structure's internal conduits. Activated remotely by Alara through the command node on Alex's mark. Designed to briefly disorient enemies at close range without permanent harm, Alistair's less lethal defenses. This would create seconds of confusion, allowing Jax to either slip past undetected to secure a tactical advantage point deeper inside Blackwood related to core function bypasses, or achieve isolated capture of key enemy personnel, dragging them to secure internal mana holding pens Alex designated via node command, former sealed sub-basement storage units, retrofitted with localized suppression fields Alistair originally built as failsafes against staff rebellion or internal Kincaid threat. Infiltration. Layers upon layers. The complexity of using Alistair's systems against their enemies within the structure itself was astounding and terrifying, turning the Mana's architecture and integrated network defenses into a labyrinthine battlefield where knowledge was their primary weapon, directed by Alex from the central command console using Alistair's operational interfaces, guided by Alara, physically executed by Jax navigating a building he couldn't map initially without risking instant exposure, in contrast to enemies operating somewhat less knowledgeably despite their sheer numbers. This combined action infiltration formed the bulk of the immediate strategic victory. While Jax operated, Alara worked relentlessly from the core node, establishing communication with loyalist fragments, re-establishing operational protocols across remaining secure assets globally using Alex's authenticated commands. This involved hours of high-level, complex digital handshakes, negotiating security layers designed by Alistair to make access by anyone other than his direct heir and command node agonizingly difficult. Another testament to Alistair's foresight against remote compromise or hijacking attempts by fragments leveraging partial siphoned data against core protocol architecture logic Alex possessed through air validation. Loyal nodes were cautious, damaged, running on skeleton crews, operating in independent contingency modes. They had to be convinced that Alex Kincaid was the genuine master protocol authority, acting not for himself or his money, but for the preservation of Alistair's greater design. Their acceptance required more than just credentials, it required demonstrating command integrity, understanding of protocol nuance only gained by inheriting the core directly, and communicating a purpose beyond mere survival. Alex spent hours speaking, too, not just giving orders on a console, but establishing connections with these scattered loyalist fragments across continents, via encrypted audio channels from the core. Explaining who he was, where he came from, the impossible truth sounding mundane through exhaustion, recounting their near-demise at Vigil's end, Blackwood. Earning trust one quiet, strained conversation at a time, outlining his commitment to safeguarding Alistair's vision against the betrayer network's attempts to weaponize it for profit or personal power. These were conversations blending strategic necessity with surprising interpersonal skill Alex had honed through his journey, talking to damaged remnants of a global network like people, not just assets, understanding their fear and isolation. This built crucial human connections underlying the technical operations, transforming isolated units into something resembling a coordinated, albeit still fragile, resistance. He discovered a capacity for genuine, quiet connection amidst profound complexity, speaking truths gleaned from incredible experiences with surprising humility and resolute determination. Finding his voice, the voice of the unintended leader who prioritizes people even while commanding unseen strategic assets, subtly challenging Alistair's likely expectation of pure, detached architectural control from his heir. The betrayer network elements trapped within Blackwood Manor wherein, inactive. Denied main objective access, the core, denied clean exterior escape routes, perimeters still likely monitored by remnant local law enforcement and other non-aligned authorities who, while perhaps corrupted, had a hard time overlooking literal mansion siege fallout for days if pressure maintained, and potentially being digitally cut off or spoofed by Alara through the core node and loyal fragment relays trying to regain network integrity. They were regrouping, seeking secondary objectives. Within Blackwood itself, gaining control of local servers, communication relays within the manor that Alex was and leveraging from the core, establishing tactical strongpoints within the structure using Alistair's layered architecture against Alex and his limited physical force, Jax, denying him mobility. They became an entrenched internal siege, making Blackwood Manor not just their prison, but Alex's immediate tactical playground. Their presence and strategic actions inside Blackwood continued to provide crucial intel and a constant, tangible threat that forced Alex to demonstrate mastery over his immediate environment and the tools Alistair had designed into its operational layered defenses, bridging the gap between strategic oversight and ground-level control. Slowly, methodically, room by room, corridor by corridor, Blackwood Manor was reclaimed. Utilizing the core node's data advantage and tactical access to Alistair's specific systems, manipulating ventilation systems to deploy targeted atmospheric irritants causing enemies to evacuate specific zones before Jax physically entered, utilizing subtle power grid fluctuations at key moments to briefly blind surveillance equipment while Jax infiltrated, initiating localized audio countermeasures to mask Jax's movements within proximity of remaining enemy pockets, the physical reconquest. Guided by Alex, executed by Jax, using Alara's system access from the core, became a deliberate, calculated process. Captures over kills when possible. Alistair's holding cells designed to collect intelligence from adversaries before terminal options. Some of the trapped enemies within the manor were captured, not neutralized like Sterling's initial breaching team or Protocol Zeta targets, held in reinforced areas as leverage and intel sources. This distinction was a deliberate choice by Alex. Alistair's master protocol included options for neutralization but also containment capture. Alex, embracing stewardship, opted for containment when possible, seeking intelligence from captured enemies now confined to layers of Blackwood's holding zones he designated, using Alistair's layered capture interrogation facilities managed from the core node as operational assets. Turning his besieged manor into an active operational HQ. His capacity for action, forged in terrifying escape, was now tempered by strategic calculation and a different application of Alistair's inherent power system. Control over others, yes, but through capture and leveraging information, not just absolute lethal force. He learned which moments required brutal terminal application, chamber breach protocol epsilon, and which allowed for less lethal options integrated into Blackwood's complex structure and internal defenses, leading to captures rather than just elimination, a strategic choice reflecting Alex's growing capacity for leadership under pressure, informed by Alistair's tactical layers but ultimately defined by Alex's emerging preferences and values in handling this terrifying inheritance and his newly confirmed position within the fractured network. Over time, physical skirmishes between Jax operating within the manor and the isolated betrayer network pockets became less frequent as their numbers were reduced, their command structure inside severed, their attempts to maintain upload links from the manor, like via the generator room, successfully sabotaged by Jax operating from within. They were cornered, isolated within the massive manor structure itself. Reclaiming Blackwood Manor was a testament to coordinated effort, leveraging unique skills against superior numbers, turning their contained isolation in the core node into a localized strategic advantage against an enemy contained outside the most critical point but trapped within his fortified position. After days that felt like weeks, a tangible shift occurred. Blackwood Manor's schematics on the console slowly transitioned. Contested zones shrunk. Intrusion detections became sporadic, then absent in many sections. Containment areas around captured personnel grew. Finally, with a strategic clearing operation targeting the final enemy holdouts located by Jax using detailed thermal motion mapping relayed from the core, Alistair's vast home registered largely secure once more on the core node displays, though scars of conflict were physically evident. Their microcosm war for the manor had concluded. They had successfully used Alistair's master asset node not just for defense but as an operational command hub, directing internal conflict within the very structure where the betrayal's core threat manifested locally, reasserting air authority through tactical command of a physical stronghold turned tactical asset. Blackwood was his again. Secured. Reclaimed. But at immense cost and after revealing the true, terrifying scope of the world his ancestors had shaped. Emerging from the core chamber for the first time since securing it felt strange. Sunlight, pale and weak, filtered through the upper windows of the service passages they used for internal movement, felt impossibly bright after days of artificial light and screens. The silence of the manor was different now. No longer tense with hidden adversaries. It felt empty. Scars of conflict were subtle in most areas they moved through via service routes. Disturbed dust, faint energy residue, hidden systems running quietly, the very air smelling different. But palpable. The elegant halls, the sprawling rooms, they felt changed. This wasn't the empty grandeur he had hidden in. This was a place fought for, defended brutally. A stronghold one. The gilded cage had become a command post, its layers revealed through combat, its mundane corners transformed into tactical zones. This quiet aftermath was steeped in the reality of the fight and the costs incurred. The weight of command, the reality of action, clung to him. His past, quiet struggles with luxury seemed distant, almost comical. His former isolation wasn't just a personal trait, it felt like a condition of existence at this level. He had regained control of Blackwood, the geographic center of Alistair's architectural world, but at what cost? He had killed people, ordered defensive actions that had absolute, lethal outcomes, captured others, issued directives impacting operations he still only half understood, communicating with allies across a shattered network whose loyalty was only just beginning to be truly tested under his leadership and capacity to recover against an equally tenacious, formidable enemy network led by key Kincaid players intent on his and Alistair's legacy's final destruction. The true scope of his inheritance wasn't abstract billions, it was active, ruthless engagement in a global shadow war from a command center buried under his library. The comedy stemmed from readapting to normal wealthy life with a new perspective, filtered through the recent, brutal conflict. Stepping into a room Beecham had likely prepared pre-siege, seeing mundane elegance through eyes that had just orchestrated internal defense via source systems and pneumatic maintenance chutes, managing remaining logistical needs in his own secured manner with remnants of staff or loyal Kincaid network personnel cautiously being reintroduced from secondary remote nodes he could authenticate via core. This would require a reintroduction to the appearance of normal opulent life under his now direct, if still covert, command. The casual instructions given to a tentative Mrs. Higgins' retrieval mission successfully conducted within specific Blackwood parameters? Yes, Madam Higgins, it was quite eventful, filtered through her knowledge of strange noises and disturbances and her forced containment or brief evacuation by the adversaries during the siege. The captured enemy personnel were secured within the designated holding zones. Kincaid assets themselves now, intel sources potentially. They would need interrogation, data extraction. Grim necessities handled by professionals from the loyalist network Alex had contacted who were now cautiously, carefully converging towards Blackwood after its secure status was broadcast across fragmented networks following their internal reconquest under air command. Blackwood became the central point for post-conflict asset management and strategic regrouping for loyalist remnants under Alex's command authority. This transformed his mansion into an operational hub for recovery, surveillance, interrogation, and strategic planning for a fragmented, battered but still functional loyalist Kincaid network he now directly commanded from the core. The physical costs were minor scarring to his home, the human costs were likely absolute for some adversaries and represented potential deep trauma for his new loyalist allies. His personal cost was the absolute end of innocence, of beige isolation, replaced by profound, isolating command and terrifying responsibility. Alex Kincaid was safe, his immediate stronghold secured, the master asset recovered. But he was stranded on an island of intense wealth and profound knowledge within a global sea of chaos and persistent threat. His home, formerly his lonely cage, was now his command center, guarded by a brutal core defense and its subtle complexities revealed through combat and resourcefulness. The drama from integrating his secretive past into his public future was immense. Managing the appearance of normality after Blackwood was besieged by mysterious forces while secretly orchestrating a global shadow conflict from a hidden bunker under the library. How does he explain the structural damage, careful renovations, the missing staff, transferred due to unforeseen disturbances, his own changes, extensive travel? How does he continue operating this unprecedented global shadow network, reclaiming assets, countering threats, finding new ventures and managing existing ones now that the core is secured, while maintaining the outward facade of the understated billionaire navigating his sudden inheritance with vague, upper-class awkwardness, all the while issuing complex, high-stakes operational commands to loyal fragment groups and overseeing prisoner handling and data recovery right under the noses of potential external watchers or within earshot of bewildered essential staff? The enrichment journey was complete. He had attained control of the master asset and proven his capacity under Alistair's tests. He was now the sole master protocol authority, heir alpha, steward of Alistair's legacy. The chaotic transformation was successful. He possessed immense wealth, unprecedented global knowledge and command capabilities, and an extraordinary team. But the peace after securing Blackwood Manor was relative. The wider world, shaped subtly by Alistair and his network for centuries, was now being fought over by its remnants and the network of betrayal seeking full control of its scattered assets after striking at its core. The real war, commanded from the secured heart of his bewildering inheritance buried deep beneath his reclaimed manor, was only just beginning. The future wasn't settled. It was a global battlefield with an invisible new commander seated at a core node beneath a quiet library, coordinating the reformation of a secret global empire from its besieged nucleus, facing adversaries who knew their location, had access to vital pieces of data from their initial strike, and who were now adapting, regrouping, and initiating countermeasures in their own battle for ultimate control of the astonishing Kincaid legacy. Blackwood was secure. But what would it take to secure everything else? And what would it take to forge his own vision of stewardship using tools built for something far older and colder than his own complex, transformed reality? The low hum of the master asset command node was now the consistent soundtrack to Alex Kincaid's life. It resonated through the reinforced chamber walls, a tangible reminder of the power he wielded and the world hidden beneath Blackwood Manor's ostensibly quiet grandeur. The immediate threat from Mrs. Windsor and her penetration team had been brutally neutralized by Alistair's environmental countermeasures in the manor's adjacent corridors. Contained, dealt with decisively the moment they attempted breach following Sterling's initial attempt, confirming the unforgiving efficacy of Alistair's architectural defenses designed for lethal, localized integrity protection of the core asset. Alex, Ilara, and Jax remained secured within the ultimate stronghold, alive, and in command of the core engine of Alistair Kincaid's legacy. Emerging from the chamber hours after the defenses triggered felt surreal. Not via the main library entrance, but a separate, heavily fortified emergency egress Alistair had designed within the service tunnel network. A long, circuitous route leading eventually to a ground-level outbuilding on the perimeter of the sprawling grounds, requiring careful navigation via chamber schematics now displayed on handheld devices synced to the master asset's network map of Blackwood Manor's complex internal structures and external environment. Confirming hostile entities within are eliminated or contained, but external unknown threats remain a factor influencing safe ground traversal within the secure outer boundary. The morning sun, pale but real, touched their faces as they exited into the cool air. Blackwood Manor, seen from the perimeter, looked outwardly undisturbed. The serene facade hiding recent, violent internal conflict that had unfolded inches from the elegant library and adjacent service corridors. Physical signs of forced entry where Sterling and Windsor's teams attempted breach were being discreetly managed or masked by the Manor's automated self-repair systems linked to its deeper power source Alistair leveraged, systems the core node also controlled, already attempting to hide evidence of the recent fight. Mending structural damage within moments of its occurrence, scrubbing localized energy signatures, enacting Alistair's ultimate concealment layer, operational and invisible, extending outward from the heart of his recovered power source. This felt like living architecture, commanded by Alex. Walking through the sprawling gardens towards the main manor felt profoundly different. The carefully manicured lawns, the silent, ancient trees. They were still there, yet changed, filtered through the recent experience of absolute peril and ultimate control. He walked past where Sterling had met his likely fate. The ground there seemed subtly different, undisturbed outwardly, yet Alex knew viscerally what force had been unleashed below, making it irrevocably different from every other stretch of grass in the world to him. His familiar mansion, where he'd been overwhelmed by its size and intimidated by its grandeur, now felt like a tool. A vast, complex asset whose layers of defense, obscure systems, and hidden pathways he had navigated under duress, and now controlled. He didn't get lost anymore. The schematics, real-time updates on the command node, and the visceral knowledge gained through fear acted as an internal compass, revealing its strategic utility. This was the essence of readapting to normal wealthy life with a new perspective. The absurd grandeur of Blackwood wasn't intimidating, it was empowering, not as luxury, but as an operational base of unprecedented complexity. Inside the manor, a palpable tension lingered in the air. Surviving essential staff, including a wide-eyed, visibly shaken Mrs. Higgins, who, along with a few other trusted key personnel from Alex's minimal Blackwood retinue, had been discreetly secured in reinforced panic rooms Alistair had designed throughout the manor by system protocols activated remotely by Ainsworth's remaining pre-programmed orders as the network fell, slowly re-emerged, confused and distressed, witnessing strange disturbances, hearing terrifying, muffled sounds within the walls, confined but safe, spared by systems whose purpose they couldn't possibly fathom. Alex had to navigate this. This required the drama from integrating his secretive past into his public future, mediated through maintaining the illusion of normal wealth management amidst profound, high-stakes covert ops. His conversations with Mrs. Higgins, who would naturally observe damage to the manor, power fluctuations, localized protocol emissions, missing adversarial personnel, removed from premises post-capture neutralization by elements of the loyalist Kincaid network converging externally under remote command from the core via coordinated protocol Omega handshakes for intelligence gathering and clandestine body disposal, became exercises in creative obfuscation, leveraging Alex's newfound control over Kincaid resources beyond just the manor and Alara's knack for explaining the impossible with scientific sounding, but ultimately made up on the spot, with core principles based in real Kincaid technical jargon. Mr. Kincaid? Mrs. Higgins began, her voice strained but controlled as she surveyed a recently mended section of wall near the library access vestibule, subtle cracks faintly visible only upon closest inspection thanks to Blackwood's automated self-repair functions initiating post-protocol discharge cleanup based on command node priorities. The disturbances during the containment period. The sounds. The structural anomalies. Are you certain everything is settled? Alex, seated at a discrete console integrated seamlessly into the wall paneling of a ground-floor study now operational as a local link to the core node, ostensibly just checking emails or stock prices on a tablet, met her gaze, summoning a quiet, confident composure forged in absolute terror and tested command. He looked less like the beige analyst who had fled awkward parties in pantries and more like a slightly worn but resolute CEO addressing unexpected operational issues, his new self still incorporating subtle traces of the old. He couldn't, of course, tell her the truth. Ah yes, that loud spatial displacement blast coupled with severe kinetic force expulsion from below your library was due to deploying top-tier terminal countermeasures powered by a geothermal spacetime resonator crystal to defend an interdimensional legacy access point from a coordinated assault by my betrayal-inclined distant relatives leveraging compromised digital security architecture initiated by a moles from my trusted financial advisory structure who were simultaneously attacking my command center remotely via hijacked network infrastructure in Geneva but managed to get to my master protocol node here first using secondary architectural penetration methods after the first team targeting primary core access was vaporized, but whose breach triggered alert status red in the main control which I secured using my inherited DNA and master access authentication code and now command as air from a hidden bunker where your emergency water supply system was momentarily weaponized. But was assisted by my historian ally, brilliant command of Alistair's led physics-based defense logic coupled with my pragmatic, debris-shoving contribution which together enabled our rogue agent ally to implement the atmospheric countermeasure protocol and secure containment within defined perimeters of Blackwood while simultaneously linking to disparate, Terrified global loyalist cells using the core as broadcast nexus, leveraging energy remnants from initial attack vectors, thereby allowing for eventual coordinated tactical response with a recovered loyalist network to physically capture remaining localized threats contained in your basement who were trying to upload information about Kincaid global asset integrity to enemy forces beyond the secure perimeter via accessing mana generators after failing direct primary capture. Apologies if it was slightly loud. Yeah, probably best to simplify. A regrettable incident, Mrs. Higgins? Alex said calmly, managing a small, apologetic smile that conveyed control, not weakness. Unexpected security protocols triggered during routine network diagnostic cycles initiated remotely. Highly sensitive system redundancies operating under duress. They reconfigured structural matrices adjacent to core power relays due to environmental resonance inconsistencies. Required immediate localized countermeasures and contained material recalibration processes. He paused, looking as serious as someone discussing a severe infrastructure fault, using fragments of technical terms he now understood just enough to weaponize for misdirection, applying Alistair's principles of obfuscation, aided by Ilara's briefing notes. We anticipate some residual, minor structural settlement processes. Negligible aesthetic impact. Our teams are already managing required, deep-level recalibrations discreetly. He subtly shifted, as if indicating a sensitive document on his device. The language wasn't suggesting anything physical now, but rather layered technical, strategic activity, alluding to unseen complexities far beyond simple security mishaps but in a way that professional, discreet staff were expected to manage as an unfortunate part of managing things at this level, layering Alistair's love of technicality over necessary lie. Mrs. Higgins, her eyebrows only arching slightly higher than normal, a significant feat of controlled composure for her, nodded, accepting the opaque, tech-laden explanation with a strained air of professional management of highly peculiar client behavior. Quite. She replied, the single word loaded with professional diplomacy and subtle, long-suffering understanding of inexplicable wealthy employer antics. She wouldn't pry further. This was the new dynamic. Operating a terrifyingly complex, covert war effort and managing a global hidden empire while simultaneously maintaining the mundane protocols of upper-class domesticity under intense, absurd, controlled paradox, leaning into the expected peculiarities of billionaire eccentricity to mask operations beyond normal comprehension. The comedy was stark. Micromanaging global intelligence priorities from a console meters away from where Mr. Beecham debated heirloom silver polishing requirements for potential dinner guests Alex hadn't cleared tactically yet. This became the pattern of Alex's new life. Based in the secured core, working relentlessly with Ilara, operational network strategy, Alistair's hidden protocols, artifact analysis from Armacron and other locations remotely acquired and uploaded to the core, and Jack's security status of Blackwood, physical reintegration into the public world, contingency plans for threats penetrating layered defenses, assessing ground realities relayed from fragment groups or intel recovered from prisoners. Their dynamic solidified. A triumvirate leading the recovery. Alex as Commander-in-Chief, strategic synthesist, and air authentication key, Ilara as operational strategist, network architect, and intellectual interpreter, Jax as tactical commander, physical resource, and pragmatic ground reality check. Their friendship, forged in chaos, was the engine of the recovery, their respect mutual and absolute. The genuine bonds formed were his true wealth. Alex actively began to choose how to continue Alistair's legacy, interpreting Alistair's architect role through his own emerging ethical lens, distinct from both Alistair's cold manipulation and the betrayer network's greed. Using the master asset node and connecting with recovered loyalist fragments, he began directing resources, not just towards asset recovery, secure points consolidating financial resource assets, targeting compromised locations for recovery, but towards implementing ventures consistent with positive global impact based on data in the master asset that outlined Alistair's potentially philanthropic projects alongside more control-focused ones. From the command console, coordinating via his network of fragmented loyalists, he could initiate ventures leveraging recovered Kincaid assets, Loyalist Group Alpha's maritime assets for discrete, vital transport, Fragment Beta's financial reserves for funding critical operational buyouts or investments denying hostile factions critical access, Delta Node, intelligence on betrayer network, US front operations leveraged against their strategic operations. He prioritized projects that utilized the unearthed Kincaid innovations ethically, establishing covert funding pipelines for independent research in advanced material science leveraging Oakhaven's altered silk principles, filtered through secure research nodes controlled by the network, directing network resources towards safeguarding natural resources and sensitive historical sites globally designated by Alistair's less-known geographical asset portfolio against hostile exploitation, like using aerial surveillance controlled by Fragment Group Lambda to monitor the terrain near Vigil's End or similar isolated locations, preventing exploitation by others after the cataclysmic events there, or using loyalist personnel in specific locations Alistair designated for geosensitive purposes, potentially establishing foundations to fund humanitarian efforts related to global stability, leveraging network intelligence for optimal resource deployment and against potential sabotage. This was the subtle global manipulation Alistair practiced. This was actively directing unseen power towards tangible, positive outcomes based on Alistair's legacy, but filtered through Alex's value system, attempting to build his legacy within the existing structure. This was Alex, as the benevolent and truly enriched accidental inheritor, deciding the shape of a vast, unseen empire. This demonstrated the strategic action operational influence asked for. Less physical battle, more coordination on a vast scale from his base, leveraging fragmented power, directly influencing real-world events through hidden means and dispersed resources commanded digitally, illustrating the unique nature of the Kincaid network and Alex's emergent mastery over its vast, complex, operational infrastructure, applying his new ethical filter and purpose-driven leadership over a vast inheritance beyond merely hoarding or managing capital. The value wasn't the money itself, but its operational leverage potential for projects previously concealed. His life found a strange kind of balance. Publicly, Alex Kincaid remained the eligible, eccentric billionaire adapting awkwardly to his inheritance. The narrative his PR team, carefully vetted and sourced via the loyalist network fragments, now operating under deep cover and strict security protocols, led, like everything else, carefully cultivated. Attending curated social events vetted by Jax for potential threats, making vague pronouncements on investment philosophy that were carefully calculated to blend with typical opaque billionaire speak, dealing with architectural issues at Blackwood that explained away residual energy signatures or access point fortifications. He occasionally managed real business ventures derived from more conventional, though still substantial, Kincaid asset portfolio fragments, relying on specialists authenticated and integrated via the master asset node protocols into a restructured asset management directorate that mirrored, externally, normal corporate structures but reported ultimately, discreetly, to the core command node. The dramatic irony persisted. Living an outwardly normal life while secretly directing a global intelligence network from his basement. Discussing estate management with bewildered service providers while overseeing counterinsurgency operations against adversarial cells targeting vital energy grid nodes hundreds of miles away utilizing protocols related to geoharmonic disruptions derived from Vigil's End principles, activated by authenticated protocol parameters Elara implemented via the command node on his mark. The comedy lay in the cognitive dissonance, his moments of beige sincerity. Is this really the best use of tactical-grade automated sentry resources, or should they focus on coordinating artifact recovery, rubbing against the intense, high-stakes reality? He retained his dry wit and occasional awkwardness, but they were now facets of his unexpected leadership style, a relatable quirk that perhaps helped humanize the cold efficiency of the terrifying machine he commanded for the scattered loyalists and his core team, differentiating him from Alistair's sterile genius and the betrayer's ruthless pragmatism. Amidst the strategy and operations, Elara and Jax remained his constant core. Discussions in the chamber, now clean, organized, felt less frantic escape and more purposeful planning. They debated Kincaid historical anomalies Elara deciphered from core archives, potential undocumented historical sites, obscure venture applications Alistair merely archived, assessed new threats pinpointed by the re-engaged global surveillance net of loyalists, unidentified energy signatures, unexplained financial fluctuations, potential re-emergence of isolated betrayer fragments, and planned recovery missions or preemptive strikes against remaining hostile nodes within the adversarial network using available loyal Kincaid assets. Their suggestive but classy dialogue scenes continued, led now with the profound weight of their shared power and purpose. Debates weren't about simple problems but global implications, future possibilities unlocked by Alistair's complex legacy and his team's unique composition. Ilara discussing the profound scientific implications of undocumented Kincaid technologies, matter replication based on silicate principles, localized temporal distortion, stored in hidden archive nodes requiring multispectral verification via stellar coordinate protocols, suggesting potentially world-altering discoveries, their pursuit of which ties into the future. Jack's brainstorming incredibly complex access or exfiltration operations for those or other assets, discussing risk calculus with a level of pragmatic insight only he possessed, suggesting daring future adventures beyond global politics, exploring more of the genuinely adventurous aspects of the inheritance, and Alex weighing their counsel, applying ethical filters, assessing resource allocation across a hidden global battlescape measured in influence points and threat matrices rather than conventional battlefields. Forging their path forward. Ilara's passion for hidden knowledge, Jax's talent for accessing the inaccessible, Alex's grounded, analytical leadership combined with absolute air authority from the core, fueled by a shared purpose born of trauma and resilience. This was the true legacy Alistair inadvertently created. New challenges emerged. Beyond the recovery effort, the betrayer network fragments, though contained and targeted, were tenacious. Some initiated desperate acts, attempting to disrupt global stability or exploit non-Kincaid vulnerabilities they had cultivated during their hidden years of operation, forcing Alex and his team to act preventatively using Kincaid resources. Diverting shipping lanes, stabilizing currencies affected by covert raids, intervening discreetly in regional conflicts subtly fueled by hostile elements within the fractured global power vacuums Alistair's network controlled. Alistair's fall had ripple effects across the globe, effects Alex and his network were now tasked with mitigating while simultaneously rebuilding the shattered command structure and containing their pervasive, adaptive enemies still seeking his position. The threat wasn't confined to the past, it was actively shaping the present. Amidst the constant strategic struggle and recovery operations, brief moments of human normality, however surreal, were cherished. A quiet, shared meal, perhaps Boke Hamp's gourmet fare, now eaten in moments of intense strategic planning, acknowledging their exhaustion. A brief walk in the restored gardens, filtered by the strategic reality of external perimeter sensors now reporting into the command node under Alex's direct oversight. These were touchstones, reminders of the life they were fighting to protect, not just for themselves, but for a stability they now knew was invisibly maintained. He maintained his adventurous spirit, fueled now by a quiet curiosity about the vast, unknown fragments of Alistair's network he hadn't discovered. Perhaps there were less dire missions, recovering Alistair's lost artistic assets, reactivating dormant philanthropic projects tucked away in archives Ilara uncovered, following up on quirky historical mysteries Alistair had noted but left unsolved, potentially hidden in innocuous Kincaid properties or geographical locations mapped via unusual parameters. These weren't matters of global survival, but small, intriguing quests that allowed them to utilize their unique skills in less existential scenarios, balancing the grim necessity of command and covert warfare with the adventurous curiosity that had drawn them into this in the first place. The hint of new, slightly less world-altering quests. Finding a missing prototype from a lesser Kincaid venture stored in a location Alistair marked with geographical and meteorological puns, or securing historical artifacts tied to minor energy sources from forgotten research nodes tucked away in surprisingly picturesque, but technically complex, historical sites before others rediscovered them accidentally, added flavor to the immense, overriding goal of recovering the master network and securing global influence from its insidious rivals. This was their adventure element evolving, exploring the vast, strange legacy of Alistair Kincaid beyond merely survival and power consolidation. As Blackwood Manor settled back into its outward rhythm, and the secret war raged beneath its placid exterior, Alex Kincaid sat at the master asset node, surrounded by glowing screens detailing the global fight, operational data, historical secrets, fragmented resources. He wasn't just an inheritor, he was a builder. Rebuilding Alistair's fractured empire in his own image, tempered by his unexpected journey from beige to extraordinary, armed with wealth beyond measure, knowledge beyond comprehension, and loyalty stronger than any betrayal. He had secured his home. He commanded the core. But the scope of the task was vast, the enemies tenacious, the world unpredictable. Ilara was deciphering coordinates on a console screen related to a specific secondary contingency relay node, a piece of the network Alistair had left outside his primary structure but linked to the master asset as an ultimate, isolated emergency backup or command post should the core fall and require reignition from outside using limited master access knowledge, located somewhere incredibly remote. Jax was monitoring faint, but new, adversarial network signals originating from an unusual vector Ilara couldn't immediately correlate with known betrayer protocols. A subtle flicker of hostile data, adaptive, potentially linked to a fragment of data Alistair's system couldn't immediately identify as part of a known hostile footprint, potentially signaling the emergence of a new element of the enemy network or an unknown facet of Mrs. Windsor's broader organizational structure Alistair never catalogued effectively, or maybe dormant elements reacting to his ascent. The quiet recovery phase was solidifying, but new shadows were appearing on the periphery of the operational maps. Status report, Ilara, Jax, Alex asked, looking up from a display showing resource projections for Project Chimera harnessing advanced material principles salvaged from Omicron Oak Haven to build secure infrastructure, funded via Fragment Beta. He wasn't commanding passively, he was engaging actively, directing their unique blend of skills against abstract and concrete problems now revealed on an unprecedented global scale from this unexpected control center within his unexpected inheritance. Protocol Zetas achieving expected local effect rates against fragment Kappa units identified operating under betrayer code sets near Paris node, Ilara reported, fingers flying across her console. Estimating 70% digital contamination contained. Physical assets recovery operation being initiated via Loyalist Team 7. Confirmation pending on their authentication against localized security measures Alistair implemented in Red Vault Alpha. Red Vaults. Another layer of asset. External mana scan picking up, subtle anomalies, far perimeter. New contacts. Jax asked, peering intently at a different screen displaying geospatial and thermal data around Blackwood Manor's outer bounds, overlaid with Kincaid external sensor feeds rerouted through core command. Low footprint. Very quiet. Using old Alistair bypass frequencies, designed for specific, authorized external observers. A low pulse of dread. Authorized external observers. Not typical adversaries. A specific type. Linked perhaps to earlier phases or contacts Alistair cultivated but were outside the immediate heir inheritance network managed by Ainsworth, and thus unknown? Or elements of the betrayer network Ainsworth couldn't identify from his compromised position? Someone else using Alistair's obscure, discrete systems. The master asset node, central crystal pulsed slightly brighter. Alistair's synthesized voice, objective, informational, not personal this time, emerged from the consoles. Incoming transmission, level alpha, secure external protocol. It was the master asset detecting a specific type of external contact Alistair himself had programmed it to acknowledge at this level of operation under specific command hierarchical conditions. It wasn't a standard broadcast, it was a direct, secure connection attempt, at the highest protocol level outside the core. The voice that filled the chamber was cultured, commanding, and completely unfamiliar to Alex. Smooth, deep, intelligent, and carrying an air of immense authority, knowledge, and something subtly ancient, perhaps tied to a longer perspective or different kind of operational command. Not cold like Sterling or Windsor. Something else. This wasn't one of the fragment loyalists. This was someone who had protocols to initiate direct contact at master level externally after its core integrity and air status verified, outside of standard Kincaid network command links. Someone who perhaps also operated at Alistair's level. An independent asset. Another powerful hidden faction within Alistair's world he didn't even know existed. Or, something else entirely, judging their current position in the chaos of Alistair's fall. Master Asset Blackwood Protocol, Air Command confirmed, the voice stated, acknowledging the system's internal validation immediately, cutting through the normal connection protocols Alex's team had just used to reach fragment loyalists. This was someone outside, reaching in, leveraging knowledge only privy to the highest tier, interacting directly with the secured command node. We have observed. The architect's final gambit appears successful. Contingency cascade operational. Network restoration underway. However, a critical component requires integration for full sequence integrity. Located outside your primary reach? Within the domain of the silent. Initialization required via air validation protocol at node sigma prime. A challenging path. We have resources. Perhaps useful. Data access via chronometer sync point. Within the other library. Contact us. If you succeed. The world needs architect's blueprint. Fully recovered. The domain of the silent. Initialization at node sigma prime. Chronometer sync point. Other library. What were these terrifyingly cryptic concepts? It spoke of new locations, new objectives, new forms of Kincaid assets or knowledge entirely unknown and operating outside even Alistair's own immediate protocols visible on the master asset core network Alex now commanded. Perhaps deepest layers Alistair kept siloed from his own air contingency system unless specific triggers required ultimate outside assistance or command handoffs were necessary to ultimate external stakeholders Alistair implicitly relied on in total systemic collapse and air isolation scenarios. The other library mentioned seemed eerily significant, echoing Alex's secured Blackwood library just above, hinting at a parallel knowledge center tied to different principles. Chronometer sync point suggested something timed, specific, perhaps related to cosmic cycles Alara studied at Vigil's end, needing the timing of an event. Domain of the silent sounded mystical, dangerous, and needing integration for full sequence integrity, suggested that securing the master asset core and reclaiming Blackwood Manor wasn't the entire path laid out by Alistair. Something critical was still missing, essential for unlocking Alistair's full capabilities or understanding the true nature of his legacy and its future purpose. And this voice knew it. And had resources. And implied a test tied to this missing element required Air Protocol Alpha, and a new, specific, dauntingly cryptic goal needed pursuit. A point glowed on the command console map, added externally via the secure transmission. Isolated. Distant. Annotated. Potential chronometer sync point, Vigil location. Status, unknown. Another location. Perhaps a different part of Vigil's end, tied to those cosmic parameters Alara had glimpsed. Or elsewhere entirely, but designated using the same ominous classification. The implications were clear. Blackwood was secure, the core network operational. But their victory here, brutal and decisive, had just unlocked the coordinates and challenge of a new, crucial, terrifying phase of Alistair's grand, bewildering game. One tied perhaps to his deepest, most dangerous ventures, requiring engagement with external, unknown factors only hinted at now. And this unknown entity, reaching out to the master asset's command point with resources and information about missing critical elements Alistair apparently never catalogued within the network the air controls unless directly addressed. Who were they? Allies? Other enemies? Gatekeepers to a different, perhaps more profound truth buried deeper within the structure of reality itself, linked somehow to Alistair's core architectural principles regarding influence, material science, and reality. Alex looked at the coordinates. Looked at the ominous annotation. Looked at Alara, at Jax. His home was secured. He commanded billions and more. He had found himself, found a team. But Alistair Kincaid's last game piece, its most valuable and perilous layer, remained somewhere, hidden. And he, the accidental heir, the builder of the box fort defenses, the orchestrator of unseen wars, had a chilling certainty that the master asset core, the master asset node, wasn't the end of the line. It was simply the key to unlocking Alistair's final, and likely most challenging and dangerous, mystery. A mystery whose solution lay far from the mundane comforts he had almost retreated to, tied to locations known only by code, linked by strange architecture, hinted at by cosmic events, guarded by forces he couldn't begin to comprehend, and whose nature felt more and more profoundly detached from mere wealth and deeply intertwined with the very fabric of reality itself. This was the true nature of his inheritance. Command and pursuit. To unlock the final, most astonishing layer of Alistair's astonishing legacy, using all he had gained and lost. His path forward was laid bare. Complex, dangerous, and defined by a cryptic challenge extended from the void, promising answers and requiring him to risk everything he just won. What awaited at Node Sigma Prime, requiring air validation? What terrifying secrets, or ultimate challenges, were locked away in the domain of the silent, whose guardians were willing to make contact now? He knew, with terrifying certainty, he was about to find out. This wasn't an ending. It was merely the quiet after the first battle. A preparation for the true quest Alistair designed him to face, wielding the entirety of a terrifying, reality-altering legacy not just for defense, but to discover and claim its deepest, most profound, potentially world-altering final layer.